In this video, we'll build an offline first task manager application step by step. The user will be able to sign up, log in, and have the logged in state saved even after closing the application. They can create tasks, view tasks organized by date, and perform all these actions both online and offline. If they're offline, the app will sync the data automatically with the remote database as soon as they go back online. We're using Flutter for the front end and Bloc for state management. On the back end, we'll set up Node.js with Express and TypeScript. For storage, we'll use PostgreSQL as a remote database and SQLite locally. To connect it all, we're using Drizzle as our ORM, and we'll containerize everything with Docker to keep things clean and easy to work with. Before we start, here's what you'll need: a basic understanding of Dart and Flutter, some experience with Node.js and Express, familiarity with Bloc, especially Cubit, and no experience with Docker is required. If you're comfortable with TypeScript or SQL, that's great. If not, don't worry, I'll guide you through it. And now, let's get into the video. So our first step is to create and set up a project. And to do that, I'm going to go to the desktop folder where I'm going to create a new folder, and let's call this task app or whatever you want to name your application. After that, we're going to go in this task app folder and create two new folders. The first subfolder is going to be Frontend. It's going to contain the Flutter client code application. The second folder is going to be Backend, and that's going to contain the Node.js plus Express backend. So here, first I'm just going to run the command flutter create, let's call it frontend, and then I'm going to hit enter. So with this, if we open up our task app folder, we have a frontend folder which contains our Flutter application. After that, we need to create a backend folder. So let's create that as well. Initially, the backend folder is going to be empty. We are not going to initialize it with Node plus Express backend at first. We'll do that later on after we've created our sign up and login UI pages in Flutter. So let's go to the frontend folder and open it in Visual Studio Code. After we have that, let's test if the boilerplate code that we have here is running fine or not. I've also zoomed in the page for better visibility. Now what I'm going to do is click over here, the devices section, and open up the iOS simulator. If you are on Windows machine, you won't have the iOS simulator, you will only have the Android emulators, so make sure you open that. Once we have that and it is selected over here, we can start by clicking on run and run without debugging. And now we can wait for the app load. If it is successful, the boilerplate code is correct, our environment for Flutter is correct, so we can move forward. So our iPhone simulator is now launched, and if I see over here, the iOS simulator also works properly. I can also remove the terminal from the background, we don't need that anymore. And now we can get started with our application. The first thing I want to do is remove all the boilerplate code that's present over here. My aim is not to create a counter application, it is to create a task manager application with an authentication page. So let's remove all of these things. And also let's give a new title to this. So my title is going to be task app, pretty boring. And the next thing I'm going to do is go to the Explorer, click on lib, and here I'll have a new folder called features. In this features folder, we're going to describe all the features of our application. For example, we will have authentication feature, or we will have a home feature which will display all the tasks of our application. So everything is going to be in this features folder. And in this, our first folder is obviously authentication. So let me add that. In there, we're going to have a new folder called pages. This will describe all the pages that can be in the auth feature. For example, sign up page, login page. So let's create that. First, we're going to start off by creating a sign up page.dart. After that, I'm going to minimize the Explorer, and here we can create a stateful widget. So make sure you use the Flutter snippets to create a stateful widget. And here we're going to have a sign up page. And instead of returning a placeholder, we're going to return a scaffold. And then we're going to have body. The body for now can be a centered text so that we can see it on the screen. So let me just call this sign up page. All right. And also there's a warning over here which says that we need to use const with constructor to improve performance, but this is not going to be a const for a long time because we're going to add dynamic things. So we can ignore this warning for now. Let's copy the sign up page and go to the main.dart page, replace this with my home page. And also let's import this. So to import it, we can just press command full stop and we get a quick fix menu showing us that we need to import this line. So we can import it and our error is gone. Now if I come back over here, we see sign up page. That's great. Now let's get started by designing our sign up page. Now first of all, how is our sign up page going to look like? So this is how we want our sign up screen to look like. As you can see, we have a text over here followed by two boxes, the text fields, then a button of sign up, and finally already have an account, sign in, that text. So we need all of these components and they are all in a vertical format. So in our sign up page, obviously, instead of a centered text, we would require a column. In this column, we'll have children, and the first child is going to be a text that says sign up. And as you can see, it's a capital U with a full stop. So let's have that. Then we have a style. We're going to pass in a text style. And here, the first thing you would notice is the size. The size needs to be increased. So let's get the font size to 50. And also let's bold the font weight. So this is a bolded text on the top. Here it is. Now the sign up text is in the top corner. We don't want that. We want it in the center. So we can specify an attribute in the column, which is main axis alignment, as main axis alignment dot center. So from the main axis of a column, so the main axis of a column is vertical, right? From the vertical, we want it to be centered, and then we can save it. And here it is in the center. Now the next thing is the text field. Now before moving to the text field, I want to bring your attention to something. You'll notice over here, there's some spacing left from the corners for both the text fields and even for the button. So overall for the entire column, we have some space left from the corners. And that is why we're going to wrap a column with a padding widget. As you can see, now if you're wondering how I got this extract menu, I just pressed Ctrl+Shift+R on macOS, or if you want on Windows, I don't know the exact binding that would be on your system, but you can just right click, then you'll have refactor, and then you'll have this extract menu. Now we want to wrap it with padding, and the padding from all the sides should be 15. So let's keep it like that. And now you can see this text is also not stuck to the corner. It has some space left from the side. That's perfect. Now the next thing is the text field. Now, instead of using a normal text field like we would do over here, we are actually going to use a text form field. And that's because we're going to wrap our entire column with a form later on so that we can properly validate the content of this authentication page. And text form field does provide an additional set of attributes that we can use to properly do that. For example, validator. If you see, text field doesn't have that validator option. So this is why we're using the text form field. Now for the text form field, we obviously need a text editing controller. So let's have final email controller is equal to text editing controller. Let me type that out real quickly. Next, we need password. So let's have password controller is equal to text editing controller. And since we are on the sign up page, we will also need a name controller. So let's create that as well. Now remember, the reason why we had created this as a stateful widget is because we needed dispose method so that we can dispose this email controller. And that's what we're going to do here. We're going to have dispose, and here we're going to implement email controller.dispose. Then we have password controller.dispose, and then we have name controller.dispose. Now remember, we're calling super.dispose at the end in this dispose function. Even if you call it in the beginning, there shouldn't be a problem, but generally, many experts like to call super.dispose at the end because first you will dispose all the resources that you have in the page, and then you will dispose all the Flutter related items that need to be disposed. In init, things would be done differently because first you want to initialize stuff. So all the Flutter stuff needs to be initialized, and then you would initialize your things. But in dispose, first we need to dispose everything, and then we call super.dispose. Now, moving forward, we need to connect our email controller to this text form field. So this is something for email. And similarly, we need to do it for password and name as well. So we have password controller and name controller. Now we can save it. And as you can see, we have our text fields. It's not looking great as of now, but yeah, we'll get there. Now the next thing is to set up the theme for our text form fields. As you can see, the text field over here looks way different from here. And that's because this has border, this has more content padding, meaning it has more padding from the side. So one by one, let's start adding these properties. So in this text form field, I'm going to pass in decoration, which is going to be an input decoration. In this, let's just pass hint text as the first argument. And here we'll ask for the email of the user. And as you can see, it appears over here. Next, we'll add the content padding over here. As I said, from the inner side, we need some spacing. So that's what content padding is going to do. And here we can pass in const edgeinsets.all 27. After that, we can save it and let's see how it looks. It looks much more disgusting, but once we add borders, I think it would look much better. So here I'm going to pass in enabled border, and then we are going to pass in outline input border. Then we can save it, nothing appears over here. And the reason it doesn't appear is because this is not the enabled status of the form. If I remove the focus from this text box, you'll notice that we have a nice border looking over here, and that's what we wanted. Now we need to make this look better, but at least we have a border and we can make proper changes to this. The first change is to change the color. As you can see, this is more of a grayish color rather than a black color. So to change it, we can simply provide border side, and that's going to be border side. And here we need to pass in the color. The color is going to be colors.gray.shade, let's say 300. And it's not green, it's gray. Let's change that. And as you can see, this looks a bit similar to this, but not as similar as we would like, because the thickness of this is not what we wanted. So let's increase the width, which is going to be 3, and let's save it. And yeah, now this looks much similar to that one. Now let's add commas between these things so that everything is formatted properly. Now, if you're wondering how I'm having format on save, that's because if you press Command-Shift-P, then go to settings, and here you type in format on save, you'll notice I have this ticked. So whenever I save the file, it's going to be formatted automatically. Now coming back to our thing, let's copy this entire thing, and this is going to be the same for the property of focused border. As you would notice, whenever I click on this, the border goes away, and we don't want to do that. So we're going to have focus border as outline input border. The color is going to change now. The color is actually going to be nothing. And let's pass a const over here. And as you can see, everything works out properly. We still have a problem though. We need to add a border radius, and we don't have any border radius. So let me add that by passing in border radius dot circular, and let's pass it as 10. And once we do that, it is curved, and that looks much better. But here's the problem. If I click on this, the border radius goes away. I don't want that. But why does this happen? This happens because I've added the border radius property for enabled border. I forgot to do this for focused border, and that's why we have an issue. So this doesn't seem like a big deal, right? I just have to take this and paste it over here, and it should work fine then. But here's the problem again. I don't have to do this for just this email text form field. I need to do this even for the name and password text form fields. And then it will get annoying because I need to basically take border radius or any change I make and put it in all of the text form fields. And that's just not easy to remember, or it is also error prone. So our solution can be to extract this text form field into a separate widget of its own that we can reuse continuously. But I'm not going to do that. I'm going to try a different approach. What I'm going to do is go to the main.dart file, and here you see theme, right? Here I'm going to set my custom theme for the entire application. That means whenever I use a text field, it's going to have the same theme. I don't want that theme to change. I don't want the content padding to increase or decrease. I don't want the active border color or enabled border color or focus border color to change at all. And if I want it to change, then I can override that by specifying the input decoration over here. But in general, we are specifying a common theme for the entire application. So what I'm going to do is copy this entire input decoration, copy it, go to main.dart, Here I'll remove the color scheme. Instead, I'm going to specify input decoration theme and I'm going to pass that over here. Then instead of passing input decoration, we're going to have input decoration theme. The hint text is not going to be there, and that's why in the sign up page where we have all of these properties written, I'm going to remove everything other than the hint text email, because what I want this input decoration to do is take everything that's defined in the main.dart theme and apply it over here. But what's not mentioned, I can specify, that is hint text. And then this can be a const, and also I removed an extra bracket, so let me just put it back. And let's put this as a constant. Awesome. Also, this is going to be a constant text, and there we go. Now I can also save this part. So let's pass it as constant. And when I come back over here, as you can see, the change is not applied just for the email. It's applied for all the fields. Now let's make them look good. The first thing is to pass in the decoration for each of them. It's going to be password. And this is the final one is going to be name. Now it feels weird that name is at the end. So let's just follow the convention and put it at the top. So we have name, email, and password. Now we also need to leave some spacing between the text fields and the sign up text. So you can use a flexible widget over here to evenly space stuff out. But what I'm going to do is a very simple approach of size box height, let's say 30. Then I'm going to copy this and put it between all of these text fields, but it's not going to be 30. It's going to be, let's say 15. I'm again going to copy this and put it over here. There we go. So from the sign up text to name text field, we have a bigger size box. So we have a bigger thing over here. And since these fields are all related to each other, we're going to have less spacing. Finally, after all of this, we need a button. So we are going to pass in an elevated button over here. The onPressed is going to be an empty function as of now, and the child is going to be a text, and that text is going to be sign up, all capitalized. Let's also put a const over here. As you can see, the sign up button shows up over here, but it's definitely not like this sign up button. Let's change it. And again, for this, I'm not going to specify the theming of this button over here. I want all my buttons to look the same in all the pages of my application, not just the sign up page, in every page of the application. So I'm going to define it over here. So after the input decoration theme, we're going to have an elevated button theme. And here we're going to pass in elevated button theme data. The style is going to be elevated button dot style from, and then we're going to pass in the background color. The background color is colors.black. Let's save it and see if there's a difference. And there is. Next, I want to increase the size of this button. So I need to increase the width and the height. So we're going to pass in the minimum size, which is size, and then we pass in the width, which is double.infinity. And the height is going to be, let's say 60. The reason it is double.infinity is because we want it to take the maximum width it can take. That's why double.infinity can help us over here. And there we go. It does that. Next, I want to change the appearance of this button. It's not an elliptical shape that I want it to take. I want it to take a rectangular shape. And that's why I'm going to specify the shape property over here, which is going to be rounded rectangular border. And here I'm going to specify the border radius, which is border radius dot circular, and let's say 10 or 15, whatever you want. Also, let's put another comma between the brackets and everything's formatted nicely. If we come back over here, there we go. Now we need spacing and we need to change the color of this text. So we can go to the signup page.dart, and here I'm going to pass in the style, which is text style. The color is going to be colors.white. Also, let's increase the font size a little bit so it can be 16. And finally, let's add a size box of height, let's say 20, because these text form fields were related to each other, but this elevated button is not related to these text form fields. It is a bit of a separate thing. That's why we have more spacing, and let me save it. And there we go. This looks great. The last thing we want is a sized box again, and then we can have a text that says already have an account, sign in. Now, if you notice closely, already have an account is of one style. it is a normal text, but sign in is a text that is bolded. We need to work on that. And to do that, the simplest thing to do would be to use a row. So we have two texts already have an account, and then we have another text called sign in, and both of them have different styles. And you can do that, it will work, but there's a better widget made for this particular task, and that is to use rich text. So if you see rich text, we can pass in text. So we already have an account, so we can pass that in over here. And actually this text should be a text span. So let me pass in a text span, and then we have the text property over here, which is going to be already have an account. All right. Then we have children, and the children is going to be another text span. So we're going to pass in sign in, and let's pass in the text attribute over here. Awesome. Let's put some commas to format it properly. And if we come over here, nothing is visible, and that's because the entire text thing is white color. So let's put in a theme for this entire text span. So let's pass in style, and the style is going to be theme.offContext.textTheme.title medium. So what this will do is go to the material app theme and try to find text theme.title medium. Now you might say, hey, we've not defined any text theme over here, right? So how can it take that? Well, by default, Flutter has created specific text styles that we can use. So we're just going to do that. And if we save it, we see already have an account, sign in. And as you can see, this style that was applied for this text span also gets applied to this text span. But we don't want to do that. Well, basically we want to do that, but we also want to bold this text span, right? So let's try to do that. What we can do is style, text style, and then you might say we can just do font weight dot bold, right? And also let's put a comma to format everything. And as you can see, it's done. Also, let's leave a bit of a space over here so that sign in is shown appropriately. And everything works out. Now we only need to leave a bit of size box again. So let me just leave a height of 20, and there we go. So with this, our entire design is done, except one thing. We have created text form fields, but we have not added a form. So let's wrap this entire column with a form widget. Now this form requires us to pass in a key so that we can do the validation stuff. So now we need to create a form key. So I'll go at the top and create final form key is equal to, and to create a form key, we need to use a global key. Now in this global key, we can pass in a generic type. And the generic type is going to be the form state. Basically, this global key is going to contain information about the form state. And form state is a state associated with the form widget. Now we're going to take this form key and pass it over here as the key of the form. And with this, as you can notice, we can do form key dot current state dot validate. What this will do is call the validator functions of all the text form fields present in the form. And that's very useful for us. Now, since we have that ability, let's also add some validator options over here. As you can see, this function is going to give us a value. This is the value that the user has typed till now. So we are just going to say if value.trim.is empty. And as you can see, this is an error over here. That's because value can be of the type string, which is nullable. But we are sure that value is never going to be empty, so we can do this. Or you can just check if value is equal to null or value.trim.is empty. And as you can see, the error goes away because if value is null, anyways, the condition is true. This is not going to be checked. But if value is not null, then we're going to check this. So obviously value is not null over here. If either of these things happen, then we have a problem. So we are going to return name field cannot be empty. And if this is not the case, then we can return null. That means there was no problem. Everything you did was good. So you can go ahead. Now I'm going to copy this entire thing, actually this entire validator function, and paste it over here for email. Now, if you want, instead of just doing value.trim.is empty and leaving it over here, you can add a regular expression to check the validity of the email. So is the user passing in an appropriate email? I'm going to do a very simple condition. You should probably never do this. And that's just that value.contains @. So if the value contains @, I'm telling that, yeah, this is a valid email if it has @, right? But obviously that's not the case. You should use a valid regular expression that you can find on the web, but I'm just going to do this for our work. Email field is invalid. Now, if you want to do a very proper message, you can just keep values equal to null or values empty and return the same message. Email field cannot be empty. On the next if condition though, you can check value.contains @. If value contains @, then the email field is invalid. Anyways, let's also put a trim over here and let's get forward. The next is the password. And again, we're going to have validator. The password field cannot be empty, but here I also want to add another condition. The other condition is that value.trim.length is greater than 6. That means the password field should at least be 7 characters long. So here also I can just pass in password field is invalid. So with this, we're done. So let's create a simple function, which is going to be void sign up user. Then we're just going to have if form key.currentState.validate. So if everything validates and we get a true value, then what do we want to do? Well, then we actually want to store the user data and call the Node.js Express stuff. If this is not the case, then the error message will appear over here. Now let's take this sign up user and bind this to the elevated button widget. So I'll paste it over here and there we go. Now, if I click on sign up, you can see name field cannot be empty, email field is invalid, password field is invalid. Now, the reason things appear like this over here is because if you go to main.dart file, here you need to pass in an error border for everything to work properly. So here I can just copy stuff, paste it, and then we'll have the color, let's say as colors.red. And as you can see, everything is done appropriately over here. Now let's have name. And as you can see, again, when I click over here, the field gets a wrong border. So we need to add another type of border here now, which is just border. And that can be the same as the focused border. Once we do that, as you can see, things look different. Now let me pass in my name, which is Revan. The email can be Revan just to see if the email field is invalid shows up or not. And the password can be Revan123. Let's click on sign up. And actually our logic here is wrong. We need to do less than equal to 6 because these are all the bad conditions. And even this should be a bad condition because value is empty. So that's a bad thing, right? So we want to give an error. So this should also be less than equal to 6. And this should also be, if the value does not contain @, then the email field is invalid. And now if I again click on sign up, as you can see, email field is invalid. Let me pass in @gmail.com, click on sign up, and yeah, everything works out. So the sign up page is done. Now let's quickly replicate this to create a login page. So we're going to have login_page.dart, and I'm just going to copy this, paste it over here and change stuff. So I'm going to take this sign up page and change it everywhere. To get multi-cursor, I'm just going to press Option on Mac, and that will allow me to edit all the sign up related things. I'm going to change all of that to login. And this way I have a login page. The name controller is not going to be there in login page. So let me remove that. There's not going to be a sign up user. There's going to be a login user. Then I can go over here, remove the entire text form field thing of name. We only have email and password. And if we see over here, we have sign up user. This should be login user. Also, this should be a const. And even in the sign up page, actually, this should be a const. The only difference being this shouldn't be already have an account. Instead, this should be don't have an account. So I'm just going to pass it in like this. Now, the reason I've put in a backslash over here is to tell Dart that, hey, you need to ignore this single inverted comma because you don't want to think that this single inverted comma ends this single inverted comma. No, this is the actual string. So this should be considered a part of the actual string. So this backslash helps us over there. So if I save this, we'll be able to see it in action. So let's go to the main.dart to actually see it. So we're going to have constant login page. Let's save it, come over here, and well, the name field is gone, but still stuff needs to be changed. So let's go ahead and add sign in or login, whatever you want. Even over here, we're going to have log in, and here we're going to have sign up. So with this, everything is changed. Now the last step that we want to do is whenever I click on this sign up, I should navigate to the sign up page. And to do that, we're just going to go to the rich text, wrap this entire thing with a widget of gesture detector, then add the attribute of onTap, and in this function, we're going to have navigator.ofContext.push. And what we're going to push is the material page route to the sign up page. Now, instead of writing that whole boilerplate code of material page route builder, then pass in the sign up page, instead, I can just create a function over here that will do that. So we have static route, and this is going to return the material page route. It's going to have builder, which is going to have context. And here we're going to return the sign up page. All right. Also, this is going to be a constant. So what we can do is just do sign up page dot route. That's how easy it gets. And the benefit of doing this is that if I want to go to the sign up page from any other page, all I need to do is sign up page dot route. I don't have to do material page route and write all of those things again and again. So that reduces our code by a lot. Now I'm going to do the same thing for this login page as well. So I'm just going to do static material page route. Let's give it a type, and I've not done that even in the sign up page. So let me quickly copy this, go to the sign up page and add a type to this function. Now this is going to be login page. Awesome. Let's go to the sign up page again. In the rich text, I'm going to wrap with widget, gesture detector, onTap. Then we have an empty function, which is going to have navigator.ofContext.push, and then we can have login page.route. Now I went over this really quickly because this is like the fundamentals of Flutter. If you don't follow along, don't worry. Things will get much slower after this point because we have done building the UI. We're done with the simple Flutter stuff as of now. So we'll go to the backend now and start with the more difficult part. And actually, let's see if the sign up page thing works, and it does. So great work. Now what we're going to do is go to this task app folder and go to the backend. We need to initialize Node over here, install all the packages, and Dockerize this backend folder. So let's get started with that. So let's go back to our terminal now. And now what I'm going to do is go to this backend folder, and there we're going to initialize our Node project. Now, how do we initialize Node project? If I go to the backend folder as of now, you'll see that it's completely empty. I'll keep it to the side and we can see what changes we're going to make now. So to initialize a Node project, what we need to do is first install Node. You can install Node by going to their official website, nodejs.org. If you click on download over here, it will tell you how to download Node for your particular environment if you're on Windows, Mac OS, Linux, or whatever. What I prefer is using a pre-built installer, but if you want, you can go ahead, use a package manager, pre-built binary, or the actual source code, whatever you want. And then to confirm Node is installed in your system, you can just do node -- version, and you'll see the actual version of Node installed on your system. If your Node version doesn't align with my Node version, that's completely fine. You'll be able to work along with this tutorial. Don't worry about it. So after you've installed Node, what we want to do is npm init-y. With this command, what we are doing is initializing the Node project, and whatever questions it asks us, we are just saying yes to all of them. So that's what the -y means. Then we can click on enter, and you'll see road to this particular file, and we have a package.json file created in our backend folder. So with just that, our Node environment is created. So I'll go ahead and type index.js. as of now, we have a JavaScript file. Later on, this JavaScript file will be a TypeScript file and we'll make the necessary changes. But as of now, what I want to check is if everything works fine or not. So I'm just going to have hello world printed out over here. Then I'll open up my terminal inside of the backend folder. So I'll just press Command J to open up my terminal inside of Visual Studio Code. And now I can simply run node index.js. And as you can see, hello world is printed. So everything's working fine. The next thing I want to do is install some packages. Just like in Flutter, we can install various packages like we will do with HTTP. We can also install packages for Node.js. And what we want to install is Express, Postgres, which is our database, Drizzle, which is the ORM we'll be using. So let's install all of them. So I'm just going to open up my terminal. You can write in either one of them. It should be fine. And what you can type here is npm install followed by the name of the packages you want to install. I want to install Express. Then I want to install PG, which is a package for PostgreSQL. There are multiple other packages you can use, but we are going to go ahead with PG. Then we have Drizzle, which is the ORM that we'll be using, which is Object Relation Mapper. Basically, it will allow us to call our Postgre database very easily. It will abstract the SQL queries into actual functions that we can use, and that makes our life much easier. We don't have to write raw SQL queries. After that, you can also probably install .env if you want, but I'm not going to install it. .env will basically secure all your connection URLs. So whenever you try to upload your project to, let's say, a GitHub repository, all your confidential data can be stored in a .env file. And then you can reference that .env file in your actual code base so that your app still works properly, but the confidential data is not uploaded to GitHub. So that's why you would use a .env file, but I'm not going to do that. If you want, you can watch a tutorial online and learn about it. After that, I can hit enter, and then we will have this line added over here. So added 80 packages in 15 seconds, found 0 vulnerabilities. We're good to go. The next thing I want to do is add dev dependencies. So if you go to package.json, you'll notice we have more dependencies over here: Express, Drizzle, ORM, and PG. What I want to do is also add a dev dependencies, basically dependencies that will help the developer. It's not actually a package that will help in building the actual application. It's just the dependencies that will make our lives much easier. For example, TypeScript. Essentially, TypeScript is just getting compiled or transpiled into JavaScript. But TypeScript gives us many features like types that differentiates it from JavaScript and helps the developer. It's not helping the user in any way. You can do the same thing in JavaScript, what you can do in TypeScript, if it is seen from the perspective of the user. But from our perspective, things get much easier with TypeScript because we have types. So these are what dev dependencies are, and we're going to install them using npm install -d, and then I can pass in TypeScript. I'm also going to pass in ts-node, which helps in TypeScript execution in the Node.js environment. Now, instead of using ts-node, you can also use tsx, but if you do that, it's going to require some extra configurations if you want it to work with Nodemon, which is the next thing we are going to install. So as you saw over here, I ran the command node index.js and then I had hello world written over here. What if I change it and I have another line, let's say hello. Now I have to run this command again so that we get both the outputs. So that means every single time I make a change, I need to rerun this command. Now this gets more difficult when we use something like Express and create our REST APIs. Because then what happens is we have to close our server and restart our server every time we make a change so that the change will be reflected. Nodemon just eases this process by a lot. What it does is every time you save an index.js file or any JavaScript file, it will re-execute or rerun this terminal. So basically node index.js will be called again every time it notices a change or you just save a JavaScript file or a TypeScript file in our case. Nodemon also works with TypeScript, so we are safe with that. So that's why we're also adding Nodemon. And since we're using TypeScript, we would also like to have some types, right? Node by default doesn't give us the types that would be required in TypeScript. But if we install packages like @types/node, we will get the node types. then we will also need types of express, and that would give us the types exposed by express. And that will be helpful later on because we are going to create our own interface of request, and having types express over there would be really helpful. And finally, we would also need this for types PG. So this looks good as of now. I'm just going to hit enter and all the packages will be installed. And as you can see, we get an error over here, e-access. Basically, we don't have the appropriate access permissions to install it. So what I'm going to do is go to the top and add sudo over here. And then I have the required permissions. I'm a super user, so I'll be able to install all the dev dependencies. So with this, we're done with the installation of packages. As of now, there's another package that we might have to install. So let's get to the Visual Studio Code and do some more configurations. The first configuration that I want to do is just initialize TypeScript in this environment, basically telling this backend folder that, hey, TypeScript is going to be used in this particular code base. So to do that, we can just do npx tsc ---- init. So with this, we are telling that in this environment, we are going to have TypeScript initialized. Then we can hit enter. And as you can see, it created a new tsconfig.json with target as ES2016, which is ECMAScript 2016. So it's just ES6 TypeScript that we're going to use. The module is CommonJS. It is going to enforce strict rules on our TypeScript files. Then the module interop is set to true, which means we can import CommonJS modules in ECMAScript 6. Then we have skip libcheck true and force consistent casing in file names. I think both of them would make sense. So let's go to the tsconfig.json and see why we have an error. And it says we have an error because it says no inputs were found in config file. Specified include paths were this and exclude paths were this. We can ignore these errors as of now. What I want to do is press Command F and here search for out dir like this. So you'll have this commented out attribute in compiler options of tsconfig.json file where you can uncomment. So to uncomment, you can simply press command / and it would uncomment this line. And here we can specify an output folder for all emitted files. Basically, the JavaScript files are going to reside. As I said, TypeScript is going to be compiled into JavaScript. And this is where in the output directory, it is where the JavaScript files are going to come in. So here I'm just going to pass in dist, which is the standard for output directory. The next thing is specifying the root directory. And in this root directory, I will again uncomment and specify the root folder it should look for. So this is where all the TypeScript files are going to be present. And the root directory is going to be src. That means all of our TypeScript files are going to be in the source folder of the current directory. So here I can simply create a new folder source, and this is where we're going to have index.typescript or whatever you want to name your actual file. And I can remove index.js from this folder, and we only have TypeScript files as of now. And from now on, we are only going to have this. Now again, I'm just going to run console.log hello world just to confirm everything's working fine. And then I'll again go to package.json. And if you're wondering how I got this top menu, I pressed Command P and then I can go to package.json. Here I need to add scripts. In the scripts, I'm going to pass in dev, and this dev is going to be npx Nodemon. So we are basically running Nodemon whenever we do npm run dev. This is what this command does. So to give you a short summary, what will happen is if I open the terminal and run npm run dev command, it's going to go to package.json, look that, hey, this script is defined, and it will run npx Nodemon. So let me just hit enter. And as you can see, it starts running, but we have an error. Cannot file module users run on a desktop task app backend index.js. To make this work, what we are going to do is go to Explorer, and here I'm going to create a new file called nodemon.json. In this nodemon.json, we can specify the configuration for Nodemon. And here I'm going to have a bunch of arguments. The first one is exec. Basically, what command should I execute for Nodemon? And for that, we can specify ts-node. So basically, we are in a Node.js environment, right? So we are just going to execute ts-node source index.ts whenever Nodemon is called. This is the actual command that will run. Behind the scenes also, Nodemon does run ts node, but since we have complete control over this now, we can totally specify what folder and file to run. Now we can also specify a bunch of other arguments that will help us with Docker. For example, watch. What watch will do is watch only a particular folder we tell it to watch, and we want it to watch source, and it should be in a list, alright, like it should be in an array. It shouldn't be just like a string because you can watch multiple folders. So if you want other than source, you will also have another thing. But for us, we are only going to have the source folder. We don't want it to watch any other folder. And that will be helpful in Docker because Docker would later on give us an error that, hey, Nodemon is trying to watch too many files. But if we just do src, it will only watch the source folder. And the reason why it gave that error is because of node modules. As you can see, node modules is present over here. It used to take in node modules and also watch the node modules folder. So we want to ignore that. Now, if you want to ignore any other folder, you can also do ignore. And for us, we are going to ignore, let's say, dist folder. And then you can specify /* so that it will ignore all the files in dist. And then we can also specify the extension over here, and it's going to be TypeScript. So even if you don't put these two, it should be fine. These two are the most important, watch and exec. Now let's try to run it again. And as you can see, Nodemon works properly. It says hello world. Now, if I go to index.ts and let's say I add 3 exclamation marks, I click on save, you'll notice it noticed that I saved a TypeScript file now. So it restarted its changes and it runs the command I specified in nodemon.js. Much of our work related to Node and Express is done. The next thing we want to do is install Docker over here. Now, how do we install Docker? To do that, we can simply go to the Docker desktop official website. So we have Docker desktop. You can click over here, download Docker desktop, and then you can download for whatever operating system you have. I'm on Mac Apple Silicon, so I'm just going to click on that. Now we'll wait for Docker desktop to download completely, and then we can move forward. I'll see you after it's done. So Docker is now installed in our system. So let's go ahead and double click it. So we have docker.dmg. Now we need to take this and drop it into applications on macOS at least. And once that's done, you can simply go to Docker desktop and open it up. Now you'll see this screen, so you can click on accept. Then we have multiple options. Do you want to select from recommended settings or advanced settings? We're just going to do recommended settings. Then pass in the password. And once that's done, you'll see this screen showing up. Now, if you want, you can skip this survey. I'm just going to skip it because I've already filled it when I first installed it. So no point doing it again. And now if you want, you can go ahead and see these tutorials of what is a container, how do I run a container. But first, let's just cover the simple. Why do we need Docker in the first place? And why do we need Docker for our backend code, not for our front-end code? We'll cover both of these things. So first, what is Docker? As defined by the web, is a platform for developing, deploying, running, updating, and managing containers. Now, the first question is going to be, what is a container? Containers, again, according to web, are executable components that combine application source code with the operating system libraries and dependencies required to run that code in any environment. So basically, you saw that to run this code, we needed Node installed in our system. And now next, we will have to install PostgreSQL on our system so that we can locally run and test the application. Now, if that's one user, it's fine, you can manage it. But there are hundreds and thousands of users, there's going to be some dependency conflicts, right? Maybe you're using Node 20.2.3 and the other guy is using, let's say, 22.3.2, and y'all are doing advanced Node stuff. So your colleague is probably trying to add some features that are only available in version 22 of Node. But as a Node version 20 user, you're not able to access those features and you think their code is bad, but that's not the case. So what you do is install Docker and containerize your backend code. So once you containerize this entire backend code, what will happen is you have a set Node version that will be used throughout this backend. So you don't have any dependency conflicts anymore. As we'll see ahead, we have installed Node on our system, right? We will use Docker for PostgreSQL. We'll not install it on our own. The next advantage of Dockerizing your backend code is that whenever you want to deploy your application, let's say to AWS, it gets a lot more easier. So you have a Docker file that contains all the requirements of your application. So you'll need a PostgreSQL environment, or maybe you have a Node.js runtime environment. You can specify all of that in a Docker file, right? So all of the requirements are listed out and it gets much easier to deploy your backend code. So since we have understood this Docker environment, let's understand what's the point of Dockerizing only the backend code, not the front-end code. And the reason is that backend services usually need a runtime to run on. For example, you have Node.js over here to run your application. In front-end code, that's not exactly the case. You don't really have a controlled environment. The next point is that backend services like this code that we have needs to be deployed on a server which needs to scale. And for that, Docker can allow us to have multiple instances of a backend in our cluster. So it just makes more sense to use it for backend code. The next point is that front-end, like our Flutter case, just needs less environmental management. Basically, when we have a Flutter front-end code built out, it will compile into platform-specific binaries. For example, in Android, you will have .apk. In iOS, you'll have .ipa. These binaries are self-contained and do not require a runtime environment like the backend does. You don't need Node.js to run it. You just need the appropriate operating system to run .apk or .ipa files. So deploying a front-end code does not typically benefit from the Docker's features. That's why front-end code is not Dockerized. So having understood that, let's understand the next concept of Docker, which is an image. You can think of Docker image as a snapshot of the libraries and dependencies that are required inside a container for an application to run. If we want to take an analogy, just think of yourself as a chef. A Docker image would be like a recipe book. It will contain all the instructions, ingredients, and the steps needed to make a dish. So it is a blueprint or a template or a snapshot of something you look at when you want to prepare the dish, but you can't actually eat or use on its own. A Docker container, on the other hand, is the meal you cook using the recipe. It's the actual dish that you can serve, eat, and enjoy. The container is created by the image. So in our analogy, our dish is created using a recipe. In very simple terms, the image is the plan or the design, and the container is the working version made from the plan. So now, to get started with Docker, the first thing we need to do is actually go to the extensions tab and make sure you have the Docker extension installed that is given by Microsoft. So you'll have this extra thing over here and you'll see all your containers, images, and registries from here, and that makes stuff a lot easier to understand. Then in the root folder of backend, we can just create a Docker file. Now this Docker file is separate from Docker image. Here we'll list out the entire recipe of the dish. So here we'll specify what the Node.js environment is going to be and what folders we need to copy from this particular backend folder to the actual container of Docker. So here I'm going to specify from basically what Node.js environment do we need here. If you're creating a fast API application on the backend, then what Python version are you using? For us, it's going to be from node, let's say 20. So here you fetched node 20 image. If you click on this link, you'll notice that we are taken to the official image of Node, and the image is created using a Docker file. If you click over here, you'll see the actual GitHub repository of this Docker node. If we go to 20, we'll notice that there are a bunch of versions over here. If you open them up, you'll see each of them has a Docker file. And this Docker file specifies the instructions for this node environment. And if you look over here, this also has from Alpine 3.19, and Alpine, if you search it online, is also another image that this Docker file is using. So from just allows us to pull any Docker image that we want that's officially published on the Docker registrar website. Just like we have npm pub.dev, there's also a Docker official registry website. and it specifies all the images that you can use, and Node is one of them. And here after the colon, I've specified the version of Node that I want, which is 20. After that, I'm going to specify the work directory over here, which is just setting up the working directory for our work. So we have /app as our work directory. After that, I'm going to copy all of the content from the current file to the Docker's file system. This one is my local file system, so this current directory. So I'll copy all of the content that you can see over here, this entire backend folder, to the /app folder in Docker container. After that, I'm going to run npm install, because what I'm going to do is ignore this node modules using .docker ignore. So we have .docker ignore file, just like we have .git ignore file. And here I'm going to specify node modules. So this entire node modules folder will not be copied when we do this. So that's why I'm going to run the command npm install, so that node modules appears in the actual container. And then I'm going to expose the 8000 port, because that's where my Express server is going to lie. And then I can finally run the default command that should run, and that is npm run dev. And this is how our Docker file is going to look like. All right, quite simple. Just to recap, we are pulling the node 20 environment. Then we are creating /app work directory. In that app directory, we are copying the content of file from our local file system to the Docker container. And since we have Docker ignored the node modules folder, we are running the npm install, so that a brand new node modules folder is created. Then we are exposing the 8000 port, because our Express server is going to lie on that port. Later on, like in just a minute, when we have our Express server, it's going to be running on the port 8000. Basically, we'll be able to do localhost 8000 and it will appear over there. After that, we have the command npm run dev that we can run. Now you might wonder, what is the difference between command and run? And the difference is that you use run whenever you're building this image. So basically, using this Docker file, we can create an image. We can build an image, right? So this npm install will run when the image is being built. This command only runs when the actual built image is run, basically when our Docker container is run. And that is why you can have multiple run statements, but you can only have one command statement. For example, if I try to have another command, you see this gets blurred out and it says there can only be one command instruction in a Docker file. But if you have two run commands, that's totally fine, because you might have to run two run commands to install the necessary stuff while building the image. Now we can open the Explorer, the Docker file is done. What I need to do is go to the source index.ts and create our Express server so that we can run it on Docker. So I can remove all the content of the file from index.ts. Then I can import Express from Express, and note that we are allowed to do this. If you remember, in Node.js, we had to do constant express is equal to require express, and then only it would work. But with TypeScript, that's not the case. We can just do this and it will still work fine. Then we need to do constant app is equal to express just to initialize it. And if you hover over this, you'll notice that this app is of the type express. And that is the benefit of using TypeScript. Now, if you want, you can also put :express over here to just give it additional types. But in our case, that's not required, so we can just leave it over here. Next, we can have app.listen. And this is how we are going to start our server. And here we're going to pass in our port 8000. Then we will have a callback function. And here we're just going to pass in console.log server started on port 8000. So this function will be run whenever our server starts listening on port 8000. Just to be very simple, we can run npm run dev locally on our system first. As you can see, server started on port 8000. As of now, nothing will be visible. That's because we have not created any REST APIs. So let's quickly create a simple REST API. We're going to have app.get / and we're going to get access to request and response. If you hover over request, you'll notice the type of request, and then you'll also notice the type of response. But for our case, we are just going to do a simple response.send. welcome to my app. All right, let's save it. Now we can just go to Safari or any browser you want, and then you can type in localhost 8000 and you'll see welcome to my app. So everything works fine on the local side. Let's see how we can do the same thing on Docker. So I'll Control C this so that I'm out of this listen. Now to do the same thing with Docker, what we need to do is first build an image based on this Docker file. So in the backend folder itself, because that's where the Docker file is, we're going to run the command docker build -t, and then we want to name what our image is going to be called. Let's call our image task backend, and then we need to specify what directory we should be passing in. So we are going to pass in full stop because we want to pass in the current directory, and then we can hit enter. Now -t over here represents the image. All right, so you're just saying that, hey, I want to build an image with the name task backend, and I want to do this in the current working directory. Now let's wait for this entire image to build, and I'll see you once all of this is completed. So our image is now built. If we go to this Docker thing, you'll notice that we have a new image over here, and it's called task backend. If I open it, it is the latest that was created a minute ago. Now what we want to do is create and run a container. And to do that, we can simply do docker run followed by -p, which is basically that, hey, we want to map port from our machine to the port that was exposed by this image, and that was 8000. So from my machine, it's going to be 8000, but if you want, you can also do 8001. But make sure if you change the port over here, you also change the port over here because we are listening on port 8000 or whatever. And then I want to do 8000 from the image side. So we map a port of 8000 from our side to the port of 8000 given by the container. And then I need to specify what image I want to run, and my image is called task backend. Then I click on enter, and as you can notice over here, task backend is available over here, which is an individual container. If I open it, we have files, and these are the files. The file we're interested in is app. And here we have app, node modules, source, docker ignore, docker file, etc. In source, we have index.ts. All right, everything looks good. If I now go to localhost 8000, which is now in can't connect mode, I refresh this, we have localhost 8000 showing up properly. And notice I'm not running any other service behind the scenes. This is given by Docker container itself. Now, if I go ahead and let's say I change this, then save the file. And now even if I go to the Docker daemon, the Docker application, and make sure this is running, by the way, if you don't run your Docker desktop, your containers won't run, nothing will run. So make sure it's run. And if you notice, we have the container with the name and the image is called task backend. The port is given over here. If we go to images, we see similar things. All right. Now, the next thing I want to do is create PostgreSQL, and we're going to do this directly via Docker. Look, we've created a Docker image. We can see that over here. We built the Docker file so that we get a Docker image. But what if we want to run more than 2 services? Because now I want to use the official PostgreSQL image along with the image that I've created. So I want to run the backend service and the database service. And to do that, we just can't create yet another Docker file and go forward. That's not allowed. What we need to do is set up Docker Compose. Docker Compose is given by Docker just to run multiple services, and that's what we're going to use. Docker-compose.yaml or YML, either one should work fine. Then you can hit enter. And here you need to describe the YAML format, just like we have pubspec.yaml file, right? We are going to have docker compose.yaml file. So we are going to have services written over here. So what are all the services that we're going to use? We are going to have backend, and then we are going to have DP. In the backend, what do we want to do? Well, we want to build something, and we want to build what? We'll have to specify the context for this build. So what are we building? Here we're going to pass in ./. So this current directory is going to be the context that we are building in. Then we need to specify the ports that we'll be running. Now remember, this context that we've passed in and the port that we're passing in is what we've passed in over here as well while building the Docker image. So when we built it, we specify dot. This is the context, and that's what we have passed over here, the current working directory. And the port that we have mentioned over here is the port that we're going to pass over here as well. The ports is going to be hyphen, and then we're going to have it in a string format, 8000 mapped to 8000. After that, we're going to set up the environment, and the environment is going to be a key value format. I talked about .env, right? So if you have any .env file and that's locally in your system, you would also need to specify the environment variables for Docker Compose. And that's what you can pass in over here. For example, you will have port, let's say. So your port can be 8000 written over here. Let me just quickly write it because environment variables are usually capitalized. After that, we have, let's say, database underscore URL, which will equal to, let's say, whatever PostgreSQL URL you have. In our case, we're going to have our PostgreSQL URL something like this: PostgreSQL : Postgres, which is the name of our user. So if you want, you can also name this Revan Ranawat, but when the time comes, make sure you create a user with the name Revan Ranawat. After that, you have colon, then you need to specify the password of your database. So I'm going to just pass in test123. That's going to be the password of my database. Then I'll pass in @. Then you need to specify the database name. And my database name is going to be mydb. Then colon, and finally the port at which this database is going to run. In my case, 5432, followed by mydb again. Now 5432 is usually the PostgreSQL database port that's taken. You might also want to do the same thing, follow the conventions. After that, let's go ahead and describe the service of DB. So we are going to have DB in the same height as backend, okay? Make sure your indentation is correct. It matters. Then in the DB, we need to specify the image that we are pulling. And the image we are pulling is Postgres, let's say 15 version. All right, now if you want, you can go ahead and look at this Postgres image. This is the one that we'll be using. After that, we need to specify the container name, and the container name is going to be Postgres_container. Then we need to specify the environment again. If you want to specify it, obviously it's not required. Then you can pass in the Postgres user you want. My Postgres user is going to be Postgres. Then we need to specify the Postgres password, and we don't need an hyphen over here. So let me just type it out quickly. Postgres_password, which is equal to test123. And then we need Postgres DB, which is my DB. And all of these should not be equal. They should be colon, my bad. After that, we need to specify the ports, and the port is going to be 5432:5432. From our local system, what should be mapped to the container system? So 5432. And we can also specify another condition or another attribute, which is restart. So if anything goes wrong, do we want to restart? And here I've specified always, that it should always auto restart if there's any failure. And with this, we can save it. And now to run our actual thing, what we can do is first make sure you close this container so we can stop this Docker container from here. As you can see, this got executed or terminated. And now to run our Docker Compose, we can simply do docker-compose or just Docker Compose up --build. So you want to run --build whenever you also want to create an image for this Docker Compose. So I can click on enter after doing this, and it says we have an error, and that's because I created Docker Compose in source folder. We actually need to do this in the root of backend folder, just like we did with Docker file. Now I can again do this, and as you can see, it is running the DB. So it's pulling the official PostgreSQL image, and then it will run our backend code as well. Now, another optimization that we can do over here is just say that, hey, our backend depends on DB. So make sure you run DB first, and then only you have backend running. So now we can go ahead and specify that, listen, this depends on db. And with just this much, we have optimized our application or our Docker container to always work perfectly. So with this, we have solved an edge case and we hope nothing goes wrong over here. Now, after this is done, I'm going to save the file and then I might again just run this command, but I'll see you after all the pulling of the images and stuff is done. So our Docker container is now running. I'm going to save this docker compose.yml file and everything works fine, but I'll again just do docker compose up build. And actually, since we have stopped this Docker container, as you can see, it's stopped over here. It has two processes, backend 1 and Postgres container, because we have not specified the container name for this backend. So it just gives it backend 1. If you want, you can specify the container name. I don't have any better name to give. That's why I just left it empty. Now to also remove the container, not just stop it, you can do docker compose down and yep, it is removed. Now again, I'm just going to do docker compose up -- build and it runs much faster than before. And that's because much of the layers in Docker are cached. So if you go to Docker file, if this part, the pulling of image is already done, it's not going to do that again unless the version over here has changed. The same goes with work directory /app. The same goes with all of these lines. They're separate layers of their own. So that makes Docker really fast as well. Now, one thing I would like to change is that if you notice, if I go to index.ts and change this file, nothing happens. The Nodemon environment doesn't change. If I go over here and refresh, it's still welcome to my app with single exclamation mark. It's not 4 exclamation marks. And the reason this is not happening is because Nodemon is not rerunning. And the reason why Nodemon is not rerunning is because if we go to Docker container and we see backend, if we see the files in app, we have source, and in the source we have index.ts. If I download it and let's say I just display it on my desktop, let's select that, it will download it. I'll just open this with WinTurf. You'll notice we still have response.send welcome to my app. There's no 4 exclamation marks. That means the change that was done here is not reflected in this part of Docker container. And it makes sense, don't you think? Because when we built the image using this Docker file, we copied all the files from one place to another and then we ran npm install. Now that doesn't mean that whenever you change a file and save it, Docker is not going to take this file's change and replace it with the Docker container's file change, right? If I have to explain using a diagram, this is our Docker container, right? When we copied the files while building the image, all the content of the file was created over here. Sick? Now let's say on our local machine, we decided to change the content of a file. Now since we changed it over here, it doesn't mean that the change will automatically be reflected in the Docker container. No. We'll have to again rebuild the image and we'll have to rerun the container so that it shows up with the updated content. And that's why it doesn't work fine. Now to solve this, we can use something known as volumes. Volumes are a way to create persistent storage in Docker. So if I go to this docker compose.yml file in my backend service, I can simply specify the volume that I want to mount. So I can just have volumes. And here I'm going to specify that, hey, listen, I want to mount my current directory in this /app folder on the Docker container. Then I'm also going to create an anonymous volume for this node modules folder in our system. Now, if you're wondering, what is this anonymous volume, that thing that he's talking about? Well, there are 3 or you can say 4 types of volumes given in Docker. The first one is bind mounts. The second one is named volumes. The third one is anonymous volumes. And the fourth one, which can be considered a volume, is TMP FS mount. So what are all of these volumes? The first one, the bind mount, basically maps a directory or file on the host system to a directory or file within the container. So this is a bind mount. The second one is named volumes that we are going to look at for database. The third one is anonymous volume. It basically creates a volume with no specific source or name. They're just used to store temporary data generated by container during its cycle. For example, our node modules. It's going to be generated on the go while building the image. As you can see over here, we are running npm install. It's going to be generated on the fly and it's just temporary. So that's why we are using anonymous volumes over here. And the fourth one is tmpfs mount, which is temporary and only persisted in the host's memory. So when the container stops, the tmpfs mount is removed. But what we are interested in is bind mounts, anonymous volumes, and we'll take a look at named volumes when we get to the database service. But for now, I'm again going to close this Docker container, then I'm going to do Docker compose down, and then I'm going to rebuild the image using Docker compose up -- build. And it again says server started on port 8000. If I go ahead and say welcome to my app 6 times, as you can see, Nodemon restarting due to changes, starting ts node source index.ts, and if I just go to my localhost 8000, refresh it, I have the current up-to-date version of my index.ts. So Nodemon is also working fine. Our entire setup is done correctly for our backend. There's still some configuration we need to do for our database, but we'll understand that later on. Now let's just get started by setting up our PostgreSQL database and then creating the REST APIs for authentication. So I'm going to close all the save files over here. Then I'm going to create a new folder in source, which is called DB. And this is going to handle all the database related stuff. For example, the schemas that we are going to have, basically how our table is going to look like, and the connection details. So in this, we are going to have index.ts, and here I'm going to specify the connection details. There's not much over here. First, we want to create a pool, because if you refer to the documentation of Drizzle, you'll notice this is how we can connect to our database. So here we're just going to have new pool. And as you can see, we need to import PG for this. And this is the only task of PG throughout our code base. It's just used for connection to our database. So here I'm going to specify an object and then pass in the connection string. And we also get the nice autocomplete because of TypeScript. That's good. And then I'll specify my PostgreSQL database URL. To get that, I can simply go to docker compose.yml, and here I've already written out the entire URL. Let me grab that and paste it over here. Simple. After that, I can just do export constant db is equal to drizzle. So we need to import drizzle first. Let me import that, and we don't get any auto suggestion for this. So let me pull it directly from Drizzle. So we have Drizzle from Drizzle orm/node postgres. So we have Drizzle over here, and then we need to pass in the pool. And with this, we have successfully created a database connection that we can use. Also, if you want, you can just export default db equal to Drizzle. And that's why you don't even need to do this. You can just export default Drizzle pool. So whenever you want to access database, you can import from index.ts, and this is the only thing that is going to show up that is exported by default. But I definitely like to do export const db is equal to Drizzle so that I'm more specific with my naming and understanding, just in case this file expands later on and there are multiple things that are being exported. Remember that there's only going to be one default export. But if you have multiple other exports, it can be a bit difficult to understand what's being exported. That's why I like to do this. Now what I'm going to do is go to the source folder and create a new folder called routes. Basically, whenever we want to create a new feature in our application, we're going to create a new route. For example, authentication related features are going to have its own route, auth. And here we're going to store all the auth related APIs that we create. For example, /login, /signup, /token is valid or not. So all of that is going to be in auth.ts. Then we're going to have another route file called task.ts, and that is going to contain all the task related routes. For example, creating a new task, fetching all the task related to one user, etc. Then I'm going to bind this route that I create in this file to the index.ts file. Let's see how we can do that. So I'm going to have auth.ts, and in this auth.ts, we are going to have our own express router. So we are going to have constant auth router is equal to express dot router, or if you want, you can simply just do router like this and make sure you import it from express like this. After that, we'll do export default auth router. And also over here, we're going to have auth router dot get, and then we're going to get a request and a response over here. And I'm just going to do response dot send hey there from auth. All right. Now I've created an auth.ts file in a routes folder, but how does our application actually know that an auth.ts file is created and this route was also created? We need to bind this in index.ts, and actually not in index.ts of DB, index.ts in the source folder. So here we are going to add app.use. App.use is generally used whenever you want to add a middleware, but when you want to add a routing thing as well, you can use app.use. And here I'm going to specify auth router. Then I'll also specify any prefix that I want for my route. So I'll just pass /auth. Now, if I want to access this route that I created, I cannot do it by just doing localhost 8000 /. No, what I need to do is localhost 8000/auth. Then I'll be able to access this. If I had a route like me, so I would have to do localhost 8000 auth/me, and then I would get access to this. But anyways, I just want /, and now if I go to localhost 8000/auth, I get hey there from auth. Amazing. So we have added auth router. I'm also going to add another middleware that I like using, which is express.json. So what app.useExpress.json is going to do is take a look at all the incoming requests and only pass the JSON related routes. So for example, whenever the content type is application/JSON in the HTTP request, it's going to take that. And we'll see that in the client side, but this is a good thing to have. Now let's get started with the real deal, creating the signup and the login route. But in signup route, you'll notice that we have to create a new user, and whenever we have to create a new user, we'll have to store them in the Postgres database, and we need to do that securely. So first, we're going to start off by creating a database table and a schema that we can use to store the data of the user securely in the database whenever the /signup API route is hit. So what we're going to do is close all the save files, then go to the DB, and here we're going to work on the schema.ts file. In this, we are going to specify all the schemas for all our database related stuff. For example, users, tasks, we're going to have two schemas. We're going to put both of them over here. And from this schema, we'll be able to generate tables in a Postgres database. And then we'll also notice a problem with our Postgres database and understand why we need named volumes in Docker container. So there's lots of exciting stuff over here. Let's get started. So to create a schema here, we're going to define something known as a PG table. And this PG table comes from Drizzle ORM. So in this PG table, the first thing that we need to pass in is the name of the table. So the name of our table is going to be users, and I'm going to minimize this part so that we can have the entire screen to ourselves. After that, we need to specify the properties that this table is going to have. The first property of our user is going to be ID, right? The user is going to have a random UUID. So let me give it that type, and you can import that UUID from Drizzle ORM PG core as well. After that, we need to define what that field is going to look like in the database. And we're just going to call it ID. So I can just keep it like that, followed by, is it going to be null or not null or whatever? It's going to be a primary key in our case. What I mean by primary key is that there's only going to be one unique ID in our entire users table. So every user is going to have a unique ID. That's the point of making this as a primary key. So this is the key using which we can distinguish between all the users. And we're also going to put default random over here so that a random UUID is generated for each user. Next, we are going to have name because every user is going to have a name, right? In our sign up screen also, we stored the name of the user. And this is going to be a simple text. And in the database, it's going to be called name. And then this is going to be not null. So let me just type that. And also let me just import this text from Drizzle ORM PG core again. After that, we are going to have email, and the email is going to be text again with email. And then again, this is going to be not null, but along with that, I can also put another attribute over here, which is unique, because every email should be unique, right? Two users cannot have the same email. So I've put in unique over here. Remember, it's not a primary key because every user is going to have a random ID. And that is the way we are going to differentiate between users. But email is not the way we are differentiating, and each row can only have one primary key. After that, we need the password, and the password is again going to be a text, and in the database, it's going to be called password. Then we're going to have not null again. After that, we're going to have created at. So when was this created? So this is going to be of the type timestamp. And then we are going to pass in created underscore at, because this is how I'm going to store it in the database. This is how I'm going to access this created at property. So in the database, we'll see this is created underscore at, everything lowercase. But when I try to access the data, it's going to be users.created at with this camel case. After that, this is going to be defaulted to now. And finally, we are going to have updated at. When was this updated? And this is going to be timestamp again, updated underscore at, and then we can have default now for this as well. And we're getting this error over here because we have imported timestamp from MySQL core. We don't want to do that. We want to import it from PG core because we're not using MySQL database. We're using Postgres. So just make sure timestamp is imported from here. After that, we're going to export this table. So we're going to have export constant users is equal to PG table. And then we're also going to create two new types. The first one is going to be user, and the second one is going to be new user. Basically, based on this table, we are going to infer the type of user and the type of new user, which will help us to create new users when we are trying to upload the data to database. So what I mean is we're going to have export type user, which is equal to type of. So we're going to take this type users dot infer select. So whenever you want to get access to a particular user, what is the type going to be? So if you see, if you do users.infer select and hover over this user, this is the type. So ID is of the type string, name is of the type string, email is of the type string, password is of the type string, created at and updated at can be date or null. So whenever we select a user from database, this is going to be the type. Next, we are going to have a similar thing, but for new user. So when we are trying to create a new user. So here we are going to have infer insert. So now if you hover over this, this will be that if you don't pass in an ID, that's fine. If you don't pass in a created at, that's fine. If you don't pass in an updated at, that's fine. But you need to pass in name, email, and password every time you create a new user. So with this, we have two types created, and that's why we've used TypeScript, right? Whenever we have to get the data from the body of the request, or whenever we want to upload data, or when we are trying to retrieve the data, all of this is going to be done using these types, and that's going to help us a lot. And this infer does help us a lot because we don't have to create a new type every time. It will just infer based on this table. For example, if I add a new column over here, for example, if we add age and we add integer, we don't have to change anything for the new type. This will be automatically updated in this user. All right. So this helps us by a lot. If you know TypeScript a little bit beforehand, you might know about Zord. Zord helps us do similar thing, and that's what we're doing right now. If you don't understand it, don't worry, just copy it as of now. When we use this user and new user, it will make much more sense. So now that we have created a table, let's go back to our auth.ts route, and here we're going to create a new signup route. So we're going to have auth router.post. We're using post because we want to get some data from the body of the request, and post allows us to do that. So we're going to have signup, and then we're going to have async. Earlier we didn't have async, but now everything is going to be async await because we're going to interact with the database. So we are going to have request and response, and then we're done. Now inside of this, we are going to have a try and catch block because we have an async await, and then we also get an error object. Here, I'm just going to return an error of 500 status code that, hey, there was an internal error, something didn't work out properly. So here I'm just going to pass in JSON, then we have error, and the error is just E, and we're done. Now in this try block, what do we need to do? Well, we need to create a new user and store it in the database. But that's just not it. First, we need to get the request body. So we need to get the request body. Then we need to check if the user already exists. Then we need to securely store the user in our database. So here we have created a new user and stored it in the database, but let's say we get a password through the request body. We just don't want to store the password just like that because that's not secure. We want to hash the password so that if anyone by chance or by accident gets access to the database, they're not able to see the user password. They're only able to see the hashed password. In the login route, when we want to log in a user, we'll compare both the hashed passwords and check if they're the same. If they're not, then we will return an error. And if they are, we have logged in the user successfully. So basically there's another step of hashing the password. So first let's get the request body. And to get a request body, we can simply do request.body and we would get the right thing. But here's the thing. We're using TypeScript. So we can take advantage of it and give type to this request so that our body is only having the correct data. So what I'm going to do is create an interface, and that interface is going to define the properties and the type of those properties. For example, in the signup, the request body is going to have the name, email, and password. So what I'm going to do is define an interface. Let's do it. We have interface signup body, and then I'm going to pass in the name, which is of the type string. Then we are having email, which is of the type string. And then we have password, which is also of the type string. Now I'm going to take this signup body and add it as the type to request. But if you notice, request is of the type request followed by an empty curly bracket, any query.string.parseQs and record. Let's replicate it. So we're going to have request over here, and this comes from types express. Then we're going to have a generic type, and then we're going to pass in an empty curly bracket. The first parameter here represents the route parameters. So it lets us know if there are any dynamic parameters added to the route. For example, if I had sign up ID like this, we have a dynamic route of ID. Basically, any user ID can be put in here and we can extract this ID part. But we don't have that, so that's why we have an empty object. After that, we have the second parameter, which is also going to be empty. This represents the query string parameters. For example, if we had anything like question mark name is equal to Rivan. So this query string would be present over here, but we don't have anything, so we have a curly bracket empty. And finally, we have the body of the request, and in our case, it's signup body. And the reason we're getting this error is because we have not imported requests. So make sure you import requests properly. So let me just put it in import from express. So we have the correct import, and even for response, we can just import response. All right. And then we also need to import response from express. So by now, I'm sure you've understood how to give types in TypeScript. You just add a colon followed by the actual type of the variable. And now if I hover over request.body and actually let's just store it in a variable, we'll notice that A is of the type of signup body and we'll be able to access name, email, and password from it. Now I'm going to destructure this object so that I get access to each of them, because I do want to take this password and this email to check if the user already exists and to hash the password. So to check if the user already exists, all I need to do is go to my database, put in a condition that, hey, select all the users whose email matches. So this email matches to the users.email that's present in the database. So for that, I'll need access to DB, and we have imported DB from /DB. If you notice, we had exported const DB, right? So we have that now. Then we are going to do select. So we want to select all the fields that are present. By default, it selects all the columns that are present in the table. So the name, email, password, everything that is stored of the user. If you want, you can pass in the specific type and the specific column that you want, and it will only fetch that, but I want everything. After that, I'm going to go and do from users and make sure you import it from DB schema. So what I'm doing is selecting all the columns from the users table, and then I put in my condition that I want to select all the columns from the users table where the user's email are matching. And so I'll be using EQ, which stands for equal. And as it says, it tests that two values are equal. So I'll just import it, and then I'll pass in users.email. So what's the column type in the first parameter, and the second one is your actual email that we got from the user. And we're going to store this in a variable. Let's call it existing user, which is equal to await this, because this is a promise. Promise is basically just future in Dart. And if you hover over this, we'll get to know that existing user is an object, and that can be a list. So we can get a bunch of multiple users. So we can take this to our advantage. After that, we can just put an if condition checking if existing user.length. If this evaluates out to be true, that means this condition runs, then it means that the user with the same email already exists. So here we can simply do return response dot status 400 because it's a bad request dot JSON, and then we can pass in a message saying, hey, user with the same email already exists. So after writing this if condition, we get an error over here saying no overload matches this call. And that's because we have done return response.status 400.json. So what we need to do is just response.status.json and it will work out. But here's the problem. If I just do if this and don't return it, it will move to the next condition despite the user already existing. So it will hash the password and create a new user again. But we want to prevent that. And that's why we're going to have return after this line. So it will send this response and then return out of this function. So it will not execute anymore and it won't create a new user in the database. And that's good for us. Now, what if the user doesn't already exist? We want to hash the password and create a new user and store it in the database. Now, how do we hash the password? To do that, we have a package called bcrypt.js. So let's install it. What I'm going to do is close this Docker container. Let me just Docker compose down it. After that, I'm going to do npm I bcrypt.js. And it will add that. After that, I'm also going to add a developer dependency, which is going to be @types/bcrypt.js. And then we can hit enter. Now it just gives us an error again. Now I'm just going to do it sudo and it will work out fine. Now, if you're wondering, how do I know that for which package do I need to install the types? Well, you can just know it by going to npmjs.com, and here you'll notice that there's bcrypt.js, and if you see this DT, click on it, it will take you to types/bcrypt.js, and it's written in TypeScript. So if this package exists, then we need to install it. Otherwise, there's no need. So after that's done, what I'm going to do is docker compose up -- build again. And then while it's happening in the background, I'm going to hash the password. So to hash the password, all I need to do is bcrypt.js, and let's import bcrypt.js. So let's go at the top. We have import bcrypt.js from bcrypt.js. Then I'm going to take this bcrypt.js and call the hash function on it. Here we need to specify a string and then the salt. Our string is going to be password and our salt is going to be 8. Now, if you're wondering, what is a salt? A salt is just a random string of data added to a password before it is hashed. So if we don't add salt, it would mean that all the passwords that look the same are going to have the same hash value, and that can be a problem, right? For example, what if I have the password of test123? It will be hashed in something like this. It's just a random value, not exactly this, but like some gibberish thing. And let's say I try to hash the password again. Let's say test123 is tried again. Then it's going to have the same value as this hashed one. So we know that, hey, This maps to test123 and it's reversible. But the main benefit of using bcrypt.js is that it's not reversible. So what it does is add salt or a random string of data to it so that even if the passwords are the same, they have different values. For example, this test123 might have this text and this test123 has this. So the same string gives us two different hashed passwords, and that's good for us. So for this, we are just going to store it in the variable of hashed password, and let's await it as well because this is a promise, right? If you notice, promise. Now I can use this hashed password to create a new user, and we're going to do that. So we have const new user, and we're going to mention the type of the new user here, and that is going to be new users coming directly from the database schema that we created over here. Now with this, we don't have to mention anything other than name, email, and password. If you hover over this, it requires the type of name, email, password, and if you want to mention, you can mention type. If you want to mention, you can mention created at or updated at as well. I'm not going to do either of them. I'm simply going to pass in the name, the email, and then the password. But the password is actually going to be hashed password. All right. Now remember, I've done name like this because this is a shorthand syntax for doing name like this. And this is a shorthand syntax for doing email like this. But for password, I've done password : hashed password because the password I want to store is not the password that's coming from the request body. It is the hashed password. And that's why I'm just doing name like this, email like this, and password is hashed password. After that, I can simply do await db.insert, and I want to insert it in the users table. So let me directly pass that. And after that, we need to specify the values, right? What are the values that I'm inserting in the users table? It is the new user. And if we just do this much, it will insert it, but we won't get anything to give back to the user in response. So what I want to do is also call .returning on it. So it will return to us the specified fields of the inserted rows. For example, as you can see, this example has inserted some value to the cars table and did returning. So it has the car list returned. Similarly, we will also get the user that was uploaded, and we can destruct it from the list using just this notation. All right, and it's going to be user. And if you hover over this, you see we get the user type. Now in the actual example, what they're done is store it in the users variable, and we got a list of objects. But in our case, we have destructed this list and we only get the particular user, and that's great for us. Then what I'm going to do is response.json user. And with this, we're done, but I would like to make a small change, and that is adding the status code over here, which is 201, because we've created a new user. So it needs to be 201, which stands for created. 200 stands for OK, but 201 is that we created something new. Now, after this, what I'm going to do is open up my terminal. As we can see, the server is running. I'm going to use Thunder client to send a request. If you want, you can use PostgreSQL or whatever, but I'm using Thunder client, which is an extension built in VS Code. So you can go ahead and type Thunder client to get the same thing. So let's go to Thunder client. Here I'm going to click on new request. Then I'm going to select post. Then it's going to be http://localhost 8000/auth/signup. Then we can click on send, and it will give us an error saying not found. And it says my DB is also not found. So that means in PostgreSQL, a database was not created. And to fix that, what we need to do is close the terminal again. Then we'll again do docker compose down so that we remove the containers. And after this, I want to do two things. I want to first install a package known as Drizzle kit that will allow us to do migrations of our database. So it will help us create the database. It will help us create tables in the database, and it will also define a particular schema in the PostgreSQL database. Otherwise, we would have to do it manually in our Docker container using exec commands, but Drizzle kit just makes everything a lot easier. So let me just install npm i-d drizzle kit. Then again, let's just do sudo and it should work after that. After that, I can run the command npx drizzle kit push, then it will give us an error saying no config path provided using default Drizzle config JSON, and it says the file does not exist. That means we need to go and create a new Drizzle config file in our folder. So in our source folder, we're going to create a new file called drizzle.config.ts. And here I'm going to define the configuration for this Drizzle kit. So what is the schema going to be? What is the output folder going to be? What are the database credentials? All those sorts of stuff. So I'm just going to have export default define config, and this define config comes from Drizzle kit. So let's have import define config from Drizzle kit. Then we have all the properties mentioned over here. First of all, dialect, which is PostgreSQL. And as you can guess, this just means what database you're using. After that, we have the schema. So what is the location where the schema is stored? And in our case, we have ./db because we go from here to db to schema, right? So we have ./db schema.ts. After that, we have the output directory. So where should the output of these things go? All the migrations and stuff. So that should be .drizzle. After that, we have db credentials, and we're going to provide all the credentials over here. So first is the host, and the host is going to be localhost in our case as of now. Then we have the port number, which is 5432. That's where our database stuff is running, right? We had defined it in the Docker Compose file as well. After that, we have database, and then we're going to specify mydb because that's the name of my database. Then we have user, which is Postgres. That's the name of our user. Finally, we have the password of test123. And with this, we're done. Now we can again run this command. And it says no config path provided. And that's because we have not gone into the source folder, because our Drizzle config lies in the source folder, right? So let's just go to the source folder and do it. So we have cd source, and then we can run the command of npx drizzle kit push, and now it will work. As you can see, it says pulling schema from the database. So something was happening, but then it got an error saying error connection refused. And that's because our Docker container is down. So let me just pull it up again. Let me run my Docker container by doing docker compose up --build. I'm doing --build because just now we added stuff to our package.json. So let me just rerun the entire thing. And now our server is ready to accept connections. I'm just going to run this command again. And now it says pulling schema from database, but then it again failed. And this time the reason is different. The server does not support SSL connections. So to make this work, we can disable SSL as of now. So we can just do SSL false and then it will work. But when you're ready to deploy and stuff, you will have to make sure that you remove this command. This is only for our debug scenario when you're running locally. So let me run this command again. And as you can see, pulling schema from database, changes applied. And to see stuff properly, we can also go to the Docker container and in the Postgres container, open it. So we have all the logs showing up. We have inspect, we have bind mounts, but what we are interested in is exec. Here we can start running PostgreSQL commands if we wanted to, and I want to. So I'm going to have pSQL, that's how we can access our database. PostgreSQL is pSQL, and then I can specify what user I'm logging in as, which is done by -u, then the name of the user, which is Postgres. Then I need to specify the name of the database, which is done by doing -d, and then the name of the database, which is mydb. Then we can hit enter and we're in the PostgreSQL environment. Now I can run whatever commands I want. For example, I'm just going to do select star from users. So what this will do is get all the users present in the users table. Then I can hit enter and as you can see, 0 rows, but the schema was created correctly. We have ID, name, email, password created at, updated at. All of that is done when npx drizzle kit push was run. Now I can try to send a request again. So we are going to send a request And the reason we're getting this error is because in our db index.ts, we have defined the connection string as this. But this part shouldn't be the name of our database. It should actually be the host name. So it should just be db, or maybe we can just have localhost. I'm going to leave this at db. And also I'm going to take this connection string and change it in the environment variable of docker compose.yml file. Just in case we decide to use it later on, let's just have it synchronized. And after this, I can stop my server and then I can run the command docker compose down followed by docker compose up build. So it will run all of these things and then I'm ready to test my server again. So our server is up now again. Let's try to send a request and it says error. And if we try to see the error properly, it is written over here. It is not understandable. So let's just look at our logs and it says error relation users does not exist at character 75. And this error line basically suggests that we don't have any table called users in our database. Now you might ask that, hey, we just created a database user, right? If we go back to our Postgres container in exec, we had run and we had seen that a users table was created, right? So why is it gone? Well, I'd like to show you something. I would actually like to run this command that I ran earlier, psql-u postgres-d mydb. And here I can again run select star from users and hit enter and it says the same thing. Relation users does not exist. And the reason for that is that the Docker container was restarted. And since the Docker container was restarted, all the data that was stored inside of the PostgreSQL has been removed. So every time you stop the Docker container, the data will be removed because it's stored within the container. What we need to do is store the data outside of the Postgres container. We don't want it to store inside the Postgres container. So it can actually store it in our physical host. In our case, that is the local machine. Now, how do I do that? Well, to do that, it's very simple, right? I had told you earlier in docker compose.yml, when we were configuring stuff for our backend code, we had volumes. And this was done for persistent storage so that the files that were generated could be moved on the go and Nodemon could work properly. We need to do a similar thing for this database as well. We need to introduce volumes over here as well. And the type of volume that we're going to use here is named volumes. Named volumes are created and managed with a user-defined name and a specific source. So named volumes are generally recommended whenever we want to have a production environment. And how is a named volume created? All we need to do is first go outside at the same level as the services and define our named volume. So we have volumes and then we define our named volume, which is Postgres _ data. So this is our named volume for PostgreSQL database. Then we need to map this volumes of Postgres data to the persistent storage in the database, just like we did earlier over here. So we are going to map Postgres data to the container path where PostgreSQL data is generally stored, and that is var lib PostgreSQL/data. So with this, we have defined a persistent storage. Just to re-explain, what we have done here is first we had a named volume created of Postgres data. So this ensures that the volume is created and managed by Docker. Then I've attached this Postgres data volume to the var lib PostgreSQL data directory inside the PostgreSQL container. So any data that is written to this particular folder will be stored in the Postgres data volume. So whenever now the container restarts, updates, or deletes, the data will be updated in this volume. And therefore we have a persistent storage. I'll also show you a practical example once we run our server again. So I'm just going to close everything. We have Docker Compose down now, and it says volumes must be a mapping. So basically here we also need to add a colon so that it is a mapping done by Docker itself. Now I can again run Docker Compose down and it works. After that, we do Docker Compose up build. And now I can go to the source folder and run npx drizzle git push. So the schema changes are applied. And now if I open the Docker container, we have images over here. That's good. But I want to go and check out the volumes. So we have volumes over here. And if I scroll down, you'll notice that we have backend Postgres data. So a volume is created over here for us. And if I go to Postgres 15 in the backend container, we have files written out over here. And in the files, we have var. In the var, we have lib. In the lib, we have PostgreSQL, and then we have data. So all of the data is written in this particular file. And whenever the data is written to this file, it's actually stored in the persistent volume that is managed by Docker in backend Postgres data. All right. So now we are ready to test out our stuff. I hope it works out now, finally. So let's click send, and it says error. And this error only appears because we've not specified a correct body. So we need to specify the correct type and the correct body. So our name is, let's say, Revan. The email is revan@gmail.com, and the password is test123. Now I can click on send, and it gives us this 201 created thing. And as you can see, the password is hashed. It is in a format we can't understand. And if I go to the backend container, which is the Postgres container, I go to exec, and here again I'm going to run the same commands that I did earlier, psql-u, Postgres is my username, -d, mydb is my database name, and then I can run select star from users. We have the same data showing up. Perfect. Now I can press Q to end this, and we are out of that. Now, if you want to, you can stop the container from running. I'm going to do that just to show it to you. Then I'm going to run docker compose down, and then I'm again going to run docker compose up, but without the build, because we're not building anything anymore. We've not added any stuff that's new. I just want my Docker container to be up. It will know all the changes that I've done. So let me just do that. And now I can click on send again, and it says user with the same email already exists. And if I run the Postgres container in exec again, you'll notice that this user already exists. So there is persistent storage now. We don't have to run npx drizzle kit push every single time. And that's the benefit of using volumes. So now that we've completed this, let's go to our auth.ts file. We've completed signup. Let's do login. And login is going to be pretty much similar to the signup route. So let me just copy it and paste it down there, and we can make the appropriate changes. The first one is change this route to login. Then we have the login body that we should mention over here. So we'll create a new interface called login body. Then we are only going to accept the email string and the password string. Then we can take this login body and paste it over here. Then we are not going to get access to the name. We're only going to get access to email and password. Then we need to check if the user doesn't already exist. So if the user doesn't already exist, then we want to say that, hey, listen, the user with this email does not exist, right? Because in signup, we had to check the user is already there or not. Because in signup, if the user is already there, then we want to throw an error. But in this case, if the user with the same email does not exist, then who are we trying to log in? And that's why we're having this condition. So check if the user doesn't exist. But if the user exists, then we want to log in the user. And how do we log in the user? Well, for that, we need to compare the hashed passwords. So we can't just take the password of the existing user and compare it with the password that's given by the database. No, that's not done, because the database is going to have the hashed password, but what the user is going to type through request.body is going to be a normal textual data. So what I need to do is compare both the passwords. Now to compare both the passwords, you can say that, hey, we can just hash the password and compare this hashed password to the password that's coming from the database. And no, that wouldn't work because of the salt thing that I mentioned earlier. Since the salt is added, the same string is going to give two different hashed strings. So the hashing thing is not going to work. What's going to work is using .compare given by bcrypt.js. So the first thing it is going to ask for is the password that is mentioned by the user, the actual string password. And the second one is going to be the hashed password. And we can do that using existing user .password. And as you can see, it gives us an error over here because this existing user is a list. So I can destructure this to get the actual existing user. And then I can simply do existing user.password and it works out just fine. So even at the top, you could do the same thing. Instead of using if existing user.length, you could just do like this, if existing user, and it would still work fine. But we just have a bit of a different approach to understand the language more. So after we have the thing over here, this is not going to be a hashed password. Instead, it's going to be is match. Basically, did the two passwords match or not? So if the two passwords matched, that means the user is logged in. But if they don't match, so if not is match, then I want to return. So we have res.status 400.json. Then we pass in the message, which is going to be incorrect password. Also, let's remove this comment. So after that, I'm also going to remove this line that we have, and we're just going to have response.status 200. So we can just remove the status line because it's anyways 200 by default. And then we're going to pass in the existing user. And with this, we should be done. So let's go ahead and test it out in Thunder client. So we are just going to have /auth/login, click on send, and it gives us the ID, name, email, password. But let's say the password was incorrect. We send it, it says incorrect password, works properly. But what if the email was also wrong? Then no user like this exists. We click on send and we get this error because I made a mistake. We also have to return over here because I don't want it to go ahead and send the existing user in case of incorrect password. So just make sure, otherwise it will interfere with your application. After that, we can click on send and it says user with this email does not already exist. So that's good. Let me just try to log in again, and there we go. So everything works fine, but there's one problem. Let's say we take this signup route, the login route, and use it in our front-end code. Yep. So we are able to sign up the user and we are able to log in the user. But what we are not able to do is keep the user logged in, because as soon as the user restarts the app, they'll be back on the home page. How do we decide if the user is going to stay on the home page or they're going to go back to the authentication pages? And to do that, we have to store some data in our local storage on the phone so that we can decide if the user has already tried to log in or is logged in or not logged in. And for this purpose, we use JWT because this can be a security problem, right? If you try to store the email of the user or the password of the user and try to log in, that can be concerning. How JWT works is something like this. In our case, our client side is not a browser, it is the phone. So what the phone is going to do is post login with the username and password. Then the server is going to create a JWT with a secret. JWT stands for JSON Web Token. So this JWT is created using some secret. So that secret is going to be a secret key you can store in your .env file. And this JWT also requires a payload. So what data is this JWT based off of? So when you try to decode this JWT, you get an actual value. So it's kind of a wrapper to add another security layer over an already existing data. In our case, we're going to wrap it with an ID because ID is the primary key in our case. So our payload is going to be ID. When a JWT is decoded, it is going to give an ID. And this JWT is given to the browser, in our case, the phone. Then the JWT is stored on the client side in the local storage. And now whenever we want to tell that, hey, the user is authenticated, we're going to send the JWT to the server with every request that we make with an authorization header. And then a middleware, something that runs before a request is processed, it's going to check if this JWT is valid and a particular user is derived from this JWT. And if they are, the user is logged in as that particular user. So our server checks the JWT signature, gets user information from the JWT, and sends a response to the client. So all the authenticated requests are going to have an authorization header with this JWT. And this JWT will also help us know if the user is logged in or not, because if this JWT is valid, then the user is logged in. And if the JWT is not valid, then it doesn't work. So I hope you have a brief understanding. I don't expect you to have a detailed understanding. When we write the code, things get much clearer. But what we need to understand now is whenever the user logs in, we want to create a JSON Web Token and send it to the user so that they can store it in the local storage. So for this purpose, we are going to require a download, and that's going to be the download of JSON Web Token. So we can just do npm i JSON Web Token, and after the download is done, we can run our Docker containers again. And then we can do a simple thing over here. JWT, which comes from JSON Web Token. So let me just import it. We have import JWT from JSON Web Token. Now I can take this JWT and call JWT.sign. Then I'm going to sign it with the ID, and the ID is going to be the existing user.id. And then we also need to pass in the JWT secret. And as I told, this JWT secret is going to be very, very important to decode stuff. So if anyone has access to your JWT secret, it can be a problem. So if you have a .env file, please store it over there. Since this is just a tutorial application, I'm just storing it over here. So we just have, let's say, a password key as my JWT secret key. Now I can take this token that it gives me, the JSON Web Token, and send it through this response along with the existing user. So what I'm going to do is pass in an object. So we have ... existing user, and then we also pass in the token. So with this, a token will be sent along with the content of the existing user, the name, email, password, ID, etc. Also, this says we have an error saying the type of JSON Web Token needs to be added. So let me quickly add that. Let's open up our terminal. Let's actually create a new terminal and just do npm i-d. And I also need to do sudo, so I'll just do it beforehand. So with this, everything should work and everything is working fine. Our Docker container again needs to rerun, so sorry about that. I'll just see you after I've run the entire Docker compose down and Docker compose up commands. So now I can just go to the Thunder client. I'll just do auth login, click on send, and I get a token as well now, along with all the existing user fields. Now what I'm going to do is on the client side, I'm going to store this token, and every time the user restarts the app, I'm going to fetch this from the local storage. Then I'm going to verify that this token is valid or not. So for that, we'll have to create another route that will just check if this token is valid or not. If the token is valid, then the user is logged in so we can show the home page. Otherwise, the user is not able to see the home page. They just stuck on the authorization page or the authentication page. So let's go ahead and create a new route in authentication.ts whose job is just to let us know if the user is having a valid token or not. So it will have auth router.post, then we have /token is valid, then again async request response, then we're going to have a try and a catch block, and in the catch block we are just going to have response.status 500.json, and in the try block the first thing that we want to do is get the header so that we have the token, right? The token is not going to be sent through the body of the request. It's going to be through the header. Then we need to verify if the token is valid. Then we need to get the user data if the token is valid. And if there's no user, we return false. That, hey, the token is not valid, okay? So let's follow this step by step. So we want to get the header. So we'll just do constant token is equal to request.header. And then we'll have x auth token passed over here. So this is the header. If you want your header can also be authorization or something, mine is just going to be xauth token. So whenever I send requests from the front end to the back end, it's going to be through this xauth token header. It's a necessary header along with application JSON, because as we saw earlier in index.ts of the source folder, we had express.json. What it does is parses JSON and only looks at requests where the content type matches the type option. So that's application /JSON. So along with that, we are also going to have this header, xauth token. Now I need to verify if the token is valid, but first I'll also check if the token is even mentioned. So if the token is not an empty string or something, if there's no token, I just want to return response.json false. That, hey, listen, what you've sent is wrong. After that, I want to verify if the token is valid. And to do that, again, I'm going to use JWT. So I have JWT.verify. And in this verify, we need to pass in the token. So I'll pass in the token that we just extracted. And then we need to pass in the JWT secret, which is the password key. And we can store this in the variable of verified. So if the token is verified or not. So if the token is not verified, we are going to return response.json false. Now, if the token is valid, we want to get the user data. And to get the user data, first we need to extract the ID from this verified object that we have. All right. If you see, this is of the type string. So we need to get the verified token from here. And to do that, we are going to have constant verified token is equal to verified. And we can treat this as an ID that is of the type string. So with this, verified token has the type of ID string. So it is an object that contains an ID. And with this, I can simply access the database to get the user. So we have constant user is equal to await db dot select dot from users dot where, and then we are going to have equal. And in this equal, we are going to have users dot id, comma, verified token dot id. So just to recap, what we have done over here is that we have tried to extract the ID from this verified and store it in this verified token object. Then from the database, we are trying to get the user whose ID matches. And we know only one ID is going to match because the ID is a primary key. So we're just trying to get one user. But still, this user is going to be a list of objects. So I can just destruct that list. And now I can simply say if no user, then I want to return response.json false. And if the user is there, that means the user is valid, the token is valid. So I'm just going to return response.json true. And actually no need to do return over here. We're good with this. And again, this async request response has an error, and that's because of the return thing that we have done just like before. So I'm just going to convert all of this into curly brackets so that we just have to do return like this. And I'll see you after I've completed all of these one-line if statements into 2 lines by doing return on a different line. All right. So see you after that. So I've completed each of these if conditions, and now let's see if the token is valid function works or not. So what I'm going to do is take this token, then run the command /auth/ token is valid. Then in my body, it's going to be empty. My header is going to have xauth token, right? Then my value is going to be the token. Let's click on send, and it says true because it found the particular user. So the token is valid, the user is logged in. Now what if this token is not valid? So let me remove some portion, click on send. Now we get an error instead of true or false. So instead of doing response.status 500.json, what we can do is response.json false. Now we can click on send and it says false with 500 internal server error. So with this, we are almost done with our authentication route. There's one thing that's remaining, and that is to get the user data. So with this, we have verified if the token is valid or not, but we still don't have the user data. What is the name of the user? What is the email of the user? All we know is the ID of the user. And on the front end, actually, we don't even know what the ID is. We just have the JWT. So what we need to do is create a route that will help us get the user data, and this route will do that. So when we go to /auth, we'll be able to get the user data, but for that, we'll have to specify the header content that will verify if the user is who they say they are. And much of the logic is going to be similar to what we have over here, and that auth middleware is going to be a crucial piece of our application. For example, when we go to our task.ts route and create the routes for task-related features, we're going to use that auth middleware. So whenever we add that auth middleware to our request, it means that only authenticated users are allowed to perform the particular action. The user will not be able to fetch all the tasks if they are not authenticated. And we are going to do the same thing for this route. Again, to define middleware, it is just something that runs before a request is actually processed over here. So in our index.ts, we had express.json. This is a middleware, but this is a global middleware. That means before any request comes, this route is run. What we are trying to go for is route specific middleware. That means whenever the user tries to access a specific route, the authentication related middleware will run and will verify if the user is actually authenticated or not. We're not going to add the authentication middleware for token is valid, sign up or login because the user will not be authenticated before they try to access sign up or login routes, which is why they're doing it. But for this task to get the particular user's data, they need to be logged in. Only then we'll get the particular user's information. So let's go ahead and create a new folder in source called middleware. And in this middleware, we are going to have auth.ts. So let's go ahead and create a function called export constant auth, which is equal to async. And here we're going to get request and response. And we're also going to get next. This request is not going to be of the type just request. It's actually going to be of the type auth request. What's auth request? Auth request is just a request built on top of the main express request, which has two additional fields, the user UID and the token. And both of these are going to help by a lot. For example, if the user is authenticated in this route, right? So here we have verified that the user is authenticated. Then we want to get the user's UID so that we can perform a specific functionality. Or let's take the example of task.ts. If we add an auth middleware over there, the user is authenticated. If the user is authenticated, we want to get the user's ID so that we can go and fetch in our tasks database all the user related tasks, right? So for that, we will need the ID of the user. And that's where the auth middleware is going to be helpful. And that's where auth request is going to come in. So here we're going to export an interface called auth request, which is actually going to extend the already existing request by Express. So let me go ahead and import the request from Express. Don't use the fetch related request. All right. Now here we're going to get access to a user which can be nullable, and it is of the type UUID that comes from the crypto package. Then we are also going to have token, which can be nullable, and it is of the type string. Now this request is of the type auth request. The response is of the type of response, nothing different in that. And let's also import this response from Express. And finally, we have next, which is coming from the next function, again from Express. Then we are going to have a try and catch block, and the logic is almost the same as this logic in token is valid. So we get the header, we get the token. Now, if the token is not there, then we are actually going to return with an actual message. First, we are going to have a status code of 401. 401 stands for authorization denied. So you have some error in authorization. So the message is going to be there saying no auth token, access denied. After that, we have JWT verify. So let me just import JWT from JSON web token. Then we ask if the user is not verified. If the user is not verified, we're again going to have response.status 401 JSON, but this time we can just say token verification failed. After that, we get the user data if the token is valid. We get the user, and for that we need the DB. We also need the user's schema. We also need the equals, which comes from Drizzle ORM. And with this, we are checking if no user, then we again want to have response.status 401 user not found, because there was no user with this ID that you gave us. And then instead of returning true from here, we are actually going to do next. That means that, hey, everything you did worked fine for us. You can go to the next route that's called. For example, when I have to add authentication in this logic, all I need to do is add an auth middleware over here. Make sure you import it. So now I have auth middleware with this get route. And this request is actually of the type of auth request now, because now we also get access to request.user. So we'll be able to get the user. And if there's any error in the token side, it is going to throw an error and it will not reach this route. But if everything goes fine, this next function is called, and this next function tells that, hey, everything is cool. You can go ahead and execute the route. So it will execute the /route. That's where this next function is useful. But now if you notice, this request is of the type of auth request, right? But we have not filled this auth request to have the user and the token. So to fix that, we can simply do request.user is equal to verified.id, and it should actually be verified token.id. And as you can see, it gives an error saying type string is not assignable to this type. And this error appears because we have treated this ID as a string, but this is actually of the type of UUID. So with this, stuff is now fixed. And whenever we try to access request.user, we will get the ID of the user. Let's also store the token. So we have request.token equal to token. And just in case you need the JWT, you're able to access that as well. And now let's just do request.token, and we should be able to see it when we try to do get on auth route. All right, so let's try it out. I'll go to Thunder Client, and here I'm just going to have the previous XAuth token passed. I have auth over here just like this, and it's going to be a get route. Then I'm going to click on send, and it says 200 OK with the actual token. If I want, I can also specify request.user and I get the ID of the user. And if you're still confused why this is helpful, let me give you an interesting peek on how this is useful. So just like before, we are going to have a try and catch block, and that is why I'm just going to copy this, paste it over here, and remove all of the content from here. Now I need to get access to the user, if the user ID is even present or not. So if no request.user, if the ID is not there or it is an empty string, then I just want to return a 401 error saying, hey, the user is not there. What are you talking about? So let's just return it over here. Now, if the user is there, then what we want to do is constant user grab it from the database. So we have db.select, and we've done this multiple times now. So you should be familiar. From users.where, and we get equal to users.id, request.user. So we are just getting the up-to-date brand new information of our user. And we get an error over here because we forgot to do await. So let me do that. And this should be async as a result. And now I can simply do response.json. Then I pass in ... user. And I can also pass in the token, which is just response.token. And now everything will work fine. Just think about it. If the user is authenticated, we'll get the user's data and display it on the response. Now this might seem very counterintuitive because we could have just stored the user over here, right? We could take the user data from the database, then just store this user as request.user is equal to user. Why do we have to store the ID of the user? And the reason for that is we want to get the brand new up-to-date information of the user. Let's say something changes in just a millisecond about this user, then we're not getting brand new information about our user. We want to get the up-to-date latest information, and that is why we are refetching over here. And this ID is the crucial part. It is just a simple string that we are storing in our request.user, and whenever now we want to do anything with the user, the ID is enough. For example, when we go to task.ts route, we'll see that we have attached a foreign key. That means we'll be able to access data of a particular user from just the ID of the user. So ID of the user is going to play a big role in all of our tasks now. And that's why we had attached request.user equal to the ID, instead of doing a pure object, because that would also take more memory and could potentially slow down our application by, let's say, a millisecond or two, and that can be useful in certain scenarios. So yeah, all the routes of authentication related tasks are done. Now we're going to go to the front end and connect everything to our backend. So let's go to our front end code and get started with it. So the first thing that we're going to do is install two packages. The first package is going to be HTTP, and the second package is going to be Flutter_Bloc. After we've added both of them, what we're going to do is go to the file explorer, and in the auth part, we're going to add a new folder, and let's call this repository. This repository folder is going to contain two repository files. The first one is going to be auth remote repository so that we can talk to the external backend APIs that we've created. And the second one is going to be the local auth repository that will help us in building offline first application. So first, let's just focus on the remote repository part. So I'll just create the file. And after that, I'm going to create an auth remote repository class. I'm not going to create an interface, implement it, because the point of this tutorial is not to dive into the architectural stuff. It's to focus on how to create an offline first application. So it's just a simple class with no other thing, no design patterns followed. In here, I'm going to create two functions. The first one is going to be login, and the second one is going to be sign up. All right. So let me just copy it and paste it. In the sign up one, we are going to have three fields required. The first one is going to be the name. The second one is going to be the email. And the third one is going to be the password. And this is going to be an async function. And after that, we are going to have a try and a catch block. In the catch block, we're just going to throw the error that we get and we're going to convert it to a string. In the try block, what we're going to do is call the external API that we've created for sign up and return it. So in the try block, we're just going to have HTTP, and for that we'll have to import HTTP. So we're going to have import, and then I'm going to do package http as HTTP. And then I can use http.post to talk to the server. And this is going to be URI.parse, and then I have to pass in the URL. And the URL of our backend is going to be http localhost 8000 / whatever. But this is only for when our application is running locally. What if it is deployed on the internet? Then we have to change the URI, right? So what I'm going to do is create a new folder in lib called core, and this is going to contain a folder, let's call it constants. And in this constants, we are going to have a constants.dart file. In this, I'm going to describe what my backend API URL is going to look like. So let's create a class constants. Then we're going to have a static property so that we don't have to create a class. And then I can just have a string, and we can call this backend URI, which is equal to http / localhost 8000, and we can leave it over here. Now, whenever we want to change anything, we can just change it over here and it will be reflected anywhere this backend URI is used. So here I'm just going to pass in backend URI, and I'm also going to pass in the variable over here followed by / auth / signup. And that is our API route. Also, let's import this backend URI, and actually we need to do constants.backend URI. And now we're done. But also we need to add some headers. The first header that we're going to add, and for signup, there's only going to be one header, and that is the content type. And that is going to be application / JSON. And that's what I was talking about when we go to the index.ts of the backend folder, we used express.json. And that's what I was telling continuously, that we'll be using header content type application JSON so that express.json can properly read it. The global middleware can read it. And now I'm just going to do await, and this is going to be the response. If we hover over this, the response is of the type of response. If we want to check if it's a valid response, we can just do if response.status code is equal to 200 and 201 actually in sign up case. Then we want to return the user model. Otherwise, we are just going to throw an error saying that, hey, look, we got an error. This is your error. So let's actually reverse the condition. If response.status code is not equal to 201, then we have some sort of error. So we're just going to throw response.body. And if you notice, if we go to the auth router part, whenever there's an error, we are passing in something like this message, user with the same email already exists. So we're going to follow this. And here we're just going to convert this response.body, which is a string format, into a proper JSON decoded format. So we're just going to pass this response.body in JSON decode, and then we're going to access the message property on it. Or if you want, you can also convert it into an error property, and we can change that in the backend code as well. For example, if you wanted, you can change it over here, error. So we come back to the front end code. Now the next thing we want to do is, if everything looks good, it's a 201. I want to return a user model. So I want to create a user model and return it from here. So for that, first I'll have to go ahead and create a model. So I'm going to create that in the lib folder. Let's call it models. And it's going to be a user_model.dart. This is just going to be a class that contains the user properties so that we can convert it into a nice class-based format, not an object or a map. And that just simplifies things quite a lot because then we know the type of the user model. For example, ID is going to be a string, password is going to be a string, email is going to be a string. So everything has types, but in map format, nothing is a string. So that would be a problem. So I'm just going to do class user model. And then we have final string ID, final string email, final string name. Then we have final date time created at. Then we have final date time updated at. So these are the 5 properties. We are not storing password in user model, and that's because what's the point of storing hashed password anyways in our user model? So let's not do that. And let's also store the JWT, which is the JSON web token. So I'm just going to call it token. And we have all the available data for user model. Now I want to create methods for them. For example, I want to convert this class into a JSON. So I'll just create a method inside of this class to create a JSON, which is essentially a map. So for that, we have a nice extension called Dart data class generator. So if you look for it, you'll find one. I'm just going to install this HZGood data class generator. And after the extension is installed, you can click on this bulb icon, generate data class, and it will generate all the methods for us like copy with, to map. So it's just converting this class to an object, which is like a map. And then it also takes in a map to convert it into a user model that will be helpful to us. Then we also have toJSON, from JSON, toString, equal to operator. Basically, it just makes sure that we can compare 2 class-based user models with one another, because the usual way classes work, one user model will not be equal to the other user model instance. So this just makes sure that all the properties, if they are equal, returns true. If they're not, then it returns false. I would just like to remove these toJSON, from JSON methods because I don't believe they're very useful in our case. So let's remove all of them. And now we can go back to our auth remote repository, and then we can change the type of this void to user model. And then if the status code is 201, we can return user model dot from map, and then we can pass in JSON decode response dot body. And actually, as I said before, I was wrong. These toJSON from JSON methods would be useful over here because we take in a string source, then we are calling user model dot from map, and then we are doing JSON decode as map string dynamic. And that's what we have done over here with user model dot from map, JSON decode response body. So if we wanted to shorten everything, we could just do user model dot from JSON and then pass in the response body. So either one of them works fine. You can keep either one of them. It's cool. Now I'm just going to temporarily comment the login part out so that we can just check if the sign up part is working or not. But before that, I would also like to create my block for the auth feature. So the block is going to be the connecting part between the repository and the sign up page or the login page. So it's going to connect the repository to the page. And that's the task of a state manager, right? State managers just manage the state. Is the loading screen showing up? Is the data being shown? So all of that is controlled by block. So block is just a layer between the screen, the presentation, and the repository. So in auth itself, I'm going to create a new folder and let's call this Cubit. Because we are going to be dealing with qubits in this tutorial, we're not going to touch on blocks. If you want to know more about blocks, you can definitely check out the 2.5-hour tutorial on it. Now what I want to do is just create auth_qubit.dart, and I also want to create auth_state.dart. So this auth state is going to contain all the states authentication can have. First thing first, we are going to have sealed class auth state, and all the other classes are going to extend this auth state class. Then we are going to have final class auth user initial. So that's the initial state of how our app is going to be. In the initial state, the user is not logged in. They've not done anything. So we are just going to have extends auth state. After that, we are also going to have auth user logged in. So the user is logged in over here. And in this, whenever the user is logged in, we are going to get the user, right? The user model that we've created. So we are going to have final user model over here. And let's take it through the constructor. So we have auth user logged in, this dot user. So these are the two states as of now. We can keep adding on if we see there's any other state to add. Now we can go to Auth Cubit, and here we can specify that, hey, listen, we have a class Auth Cubit, and that is going to extend Cubit. And that Cubit comes from the Flutter Bloc package. And then we need to specify the type of this Cubit. So what types are we going to emit? And there we are going to pass in auth state. Then as you can see, we get an error over here. The superclass Cubit state doesn't have a 0 argument constructor. Basically, we need to add a constructor that will satisfy the condition of this Cubit. So if we go to this Cubit, as you can see, we need to pass in an initial state of this Cubit. So when this Cubit is initialized, what state do we need to start with? So we are just going to have auth Cubit, and then we can have super. So we are calling the parent constructor of the parent class. And there we can pass in auth user initial. Then we can also add a part file over here, which I forgot about. We need to add the part file, which is auth state.dart. And then in the auth state, we can also do part of auth cubit.dart. And if we add part of, we can just remove this import line, and then we can import user model that goes directly in the auth Cubit. Basically, part and part of will make sure that everything is treated as one unit. So we don't need to import this auth state.dart file anymore. Or both of them are treated as a single unit. So whenever you try to import anything in auth state.dart file, it will be automatically imported over here. And we don't have to import auth state.dart to use those classes. So it's just more intuitive when both of these things are treated as one unit. Because this file is only made to support this auth Cubit. There's no other reason for it. Now let's go ahead and create a void signup class. And this is going to be an asynchronous class. So let's go ahead and create a void signup function. And even here, we're going to ask for the name, email, and password of the user. So let me just type it out quickly. Required string name, required string email, and required string password. Then we can have a try and catch block over here. The reason we are having try and catch block over here is because we're going to contact the repository file that we created. So this class is going to be called, and here we have throw. Whenever we have throw, the error will be handled in this catch block. So let's go ahead and create an instance of auth remote repository class. So we have final auth remote repository, which is equal to auth remote repository. Let's put a comma here so that we can format everything. And also let's go to the auth state class and add two more classes. The first one is going to be the loading state, and the second one is going to be the error state. So we're going to have auth user loading, which is going to extend auth state. And then we're going to have final auth user error, and we can just call it auth error actually. And this can also be auth loading and auth initial, and this can also be auth logged in. The reason we're changing everything is because generally there's a convention that the first sealed class should be auth state. So auth is the main part, and everything else that extends this auth state should be auth initial or auth loading, auth logged in, auth error, etc. So we have final string error over here. If you want, you can also have the stack trace written out over here. I'm just fine with auth error. Therefore, I'm going to have auth error over here, which is equal to this dot error. And this also needs to change. This should be auth logged in, and we're good now. Whenever there's an error, what I want to do is emit an auth error state that, hey, we got an error. This is the error that we have. And E can be converted to a string. In reality, we will most likely be getting a string, but just in case we don't. Then in the try block, we're going to have emit auth loading. And also this initial stage can be auth initial, not auth user initial. We changed the naming. After we have the loading stuff done, what we need to do is actually call the auth remote repository signup function. So we're going to have auth remote repository dot signup, and then we pass in the name, email, password, and then we're done. Then we can also have await over here. This is going to be an asynchronous function. And then we're going to get the actual user model from here. Or it is just going to throw an error, which will ultimately lead us to the catch block. So we are fine. Then we are going to emit auth logged in and pass in the user model. And actually, since we are in the signup function, this shouldn't be logged in, it should be signup. My bad about that. So we're just going to have final class auth signup extends auth state. When the user is signed up, we don't want to do anything. What are we going to do with the user model? Because the actual thing, the actual logging in is going to happen after the user logs in. So they click on the login button, not the sign up button. In auth signup, we've just created a user. So whenever the auth signup is a success, we're just going to tell the user that, hey, listen, your account was created. You're free to go to the auth login screen. So here I'm just going to have auth signup, and then no user model needs to be passed in. So there's no need of even storing the user model in a variable, or if you want, you can store it and print it out. Anything works. Now that we have the signup function, what I'm going to do is go to the main.dart file first and wrap this entire material app with block provider. So we are just going to refactor stuff. And as you can see, there's no widget about block provider or multi-block provider. And that's because if we go to the extensions, we've not installed the Flutter block extensions package. So let's go ahead and add the block extension. And make sure you install the block package by Felix Angelov, the creator of Bloc. After that's done, we are going to go to the material app, press Ctrl+Shift+R, and as you can see, it's populated. We're going to wrap it with block provider, and what we need is multi-block provider. So let's import it from Flutter block, and then we need to pass in our providers. So we're going to pass in the providers, and the first one is going to be a block provider. And in this, we're just going to pass in our auth Cubit. So this way we have registered our auth Cubit. Now the next thing is to actually go to the signup page and connect it to our application. So here where I have stored the user data, I'm just going to have context.read. Remember, it is a provider. So we can just do auth Cubit over here, and then we can call the signup user function on it. But here you will see that we have an error saying read isn't defined for the type build context. And the reason it is not defined is because we have not imported Flutter block. So let me go ahead and import the Flutter block package. So I'll just have flutter_block flutterblock.dart, and the error goes away. Now I can call the signup user function on it, and then I need to pass in the name, email, and password, which is going to be nameController.text.trim. Then we have emailController.text.trim, and then we have passwordController.text.trim. And with this, we have the signup function ready, but there's no indication of anything happening when we try to do this. So what I would like to do is actually show the loading or the error or the actual success snack bar in case there is. So to do that, we'll have to wrap this entire padding widget with our own block consumer. With block consumer, we are able to build widgets based on the state and even throw some snack bars in if we want to. And then we need to pass in the block and the state. So in our case, we're not using a block, we're using Cubit, and they're compatible. So we can just pass in auth Cubit, and the state is going to be auth state. All right, perfect. Now here in the builder, if the state is actually auth loading, then we want to show a loading indicator, right? We don't want to return any of this form content that we see. So I'm just going to have if state is equal to auth loading. And as you can see, we have a warning over here saying this should not be compared to this. And that's because the type of the right operand, which is auth loading, isn't a subtype or a supertype of the left operand auth state. Instead, we should be doing is. If state is auth loading, then we want to return a center child circular progress indicator. And all of this can be a constant. And in the listener, we can throw a snack bar, or if we want to display an error message, we can do that. So we can just have if state is auth error, then we have a scaffold messenger dot of context dot show snack bar. Then we pass in a snack bar. The content is going to be text, and then we pass in state dot error. As you saw over here, the autocomplete for error was there because we have an if condition asking if state is auth error. So if it is true, that means state is actually auth error, and then it provides us the autocomplete for error. So that's really nice. And this way we've handled the state of auth error. But now if the state is auth success, then we also want to show a snack bar saying that, hey, go and log in. So I'm going to copy this entire thing and add an else if condition saying if the state is auth sign up, that means it was a success. Then I'm just going to say that, hey, listen, account was created, login now. And then I can just have a constant snack bar. Perfect. So everything looks good. Now I can start my simulator and hope everything works out. I'll see you after everything's up and running. So the app is now up and ready. Let's go to the sign up and also ensure that your Docker container is running. After that, we can go ahead and type in the name, the email, let's say revan123@gmail.com, and password is test123. Then we can click on sign up and it says this because there was an error message. And we have this error because if we go to the auth remote repository, I forgot to do one thing, and that is to add the body of this post request. So I need to add in the name, email, and password, which I totally forgot to do. So let me just quickly add that in, my bad. So we have name, email, and password. So after all of this is done, we can quickly go back to our sign up page, click on sign up, and it says batch state cannot set the body fields of a request with content type application JSON. And the reason we're getting this error is because the content type is application JSON and we're sending in a map. So what we need to do is convert this map into a JSON before sending it over. So we're just going to have JSON encode, and then we'll pass in this object, and then we're good to go. So make sure you do JSON encode before sending anything in body. After that, we can click on sign up, and it says type null is not a subtype of type string in typecast. So that means the user was created. All right. If we go to the Docker container of Postgres, let me quickly go to psql-u postgres-d mydb, and then I do select star from users. You'll notice we have the user revan123@gmail.com. So the storage part was all done correctly. What didn't work was the conversion of the map that was returned to the user model. If we go to the front-end code and pass in user model over here, this conversion that happened from map, this part didn't work out really well. So something was treated as a string even when there wasn't, and we clearly know what it can be. Map at token, because when we're signing up the user, we're not sending any token. So this token is not there. So it should be an empty string. And that's why this entire thing is done incorrectly. What we need to do instead of doing this is just check that, hey, if this is null, then we want to take an empty string. Otherwise, we're just fine. So now I can save this. And if I try to sign up again, you'll notice user with the same email already exists. Let me create a new user. Click on sign up and it says type string is not a subtype of type int. And this error comes from created at and updated at, because this created at that we see when we are sending it from the sign up user is in a string format. It's not an integer. If I go to the PostgreSQL database, you'll notice that this is the type of our date. It is a string. So what I need to do is instead of doing datetime.from milliseconds since epoch, I need to do datetime.parse. And then I can just pass in map at updated at, and the same goes for this. So this can be datetime.parse, map at created at, and this is not an integer. Don't treat it like one. Now I can finally have another email, click on sign up, and it says account created, login now. So everything's working fine for sign up. Now let's quickly do the same thing for login, and it should be much quicker because we already have the pieces in place. So I'm quickly going to create void login, and then we're going to get the email and the password of the user. So we're going to have required string email, required string password. It's going to be asynchronous. Then we're again going to have try and catch block. So let me just copy paste this entire thing. Initially, it's going to be auth loading. Then we're going to have auth repository.login. And then I need to create the login method in auth remote repository. Once we get that, we're going to get the user model, which is the logged in user. I'm going to take this user model and add it to the auth logged in state. All right. So I hope that makes sense. Now let's quickly go to the auth remote repository and create a login method. And again, it's going to be quite similar to what we already have. So let me just copy paste this entire thing. So we are going to have login. Then the name is not going to be there, email and password, HTTP post, auth, /login. Then we have application JSON. Name is not there, just email and password. If it is not 200, so make sure you change this because the success code for login is 200, not 201. Then we have error. So let me quickly go to this login route and ensure that anytime we're giving an error, it is spelled out as error, not MSG. Over here as well, it should be error. And we're good now. So with this, we are done with basically everything. So let me just go to the Auth Cubit and see if there's any error left. Nope. Now we can go to the login page. And similar to what we did earlier, I'm going to wrap the entire padding widget with a Bloc consumer. Then we are going to have Auth Cubit over here, Auth state. Bloc consumer needs to be imported from Flutter Bloc. Then we're going to have the similar builder, similar listener. So I'm just going to copy paste all of these components. So let me quickly copy this, paste it over here. Then I want to copy almost everything that's written over here with a slight change. All right. If the state is auth error, yeah, sure, go ahead and give the error. But if the state is auth logged in, because that's going to be the case, then I don't want to show a snack bar. Actually, as of now, we can show a snack bar that, hey, you've logged in, successful. But what we actually want to do is push the user to the home screen and make sure that the user is not able to access the login page ever again. But as of now, you're logged in is fine because we don't have a home page. So yep, that sounds good. Close all the save files. Let's restart everything. Now let's go to login. We have revan@gmail.com. Password is test123. Let's click on login and nothing works because we have not bound the function yet. My bad. So let's do context.read. Here I'm going to pass an auth Cubit and then we're going to call the login function. Let's pass in the email controller.text.trim. Then we have the password controller.text.trim. Then I can take this login user function and pass it to the elevated button, which we've already done. Now let's click on login. And as you can see, you're logged in. If I pass in the wrong password, click on login, it says incorrect password. So the login and the sign up is working fine. Now what I want to do is make use of the token that we have when we logged in and save it in the local storage of our application. And to access the local storage, we're going to use shared preferences. So let me install that package. We have shared_preferences. Whenever we get that token, whenever the user is logged in, everything's successful, we store it in the local storage. And in the main.dart file, when we're trying to decide that, hey, is the user logged in or not, we'll just check that, hey, is the token valid that we got from the shared preferences? If the token is present and if the token is valid, then we're going to display the home page, otherwise the login page. So this is exciting. So let's go to the Auth Cubit and see how we can take the user model token and store it in shared preferences. So what I'm going to do now is go to the Explorer, and in the core folder, we're going to create a new folder called services. Now this core folder is basically a folder that contains files, classes, functions that are shared throughout the entire application. So they can be used in auth feature, they can be used in home feature, they can be used in multiple features. That's why in core, we're going to have services, and here we're going to define a class called shared preferences service.dart file. And this is going to be a very general shared preferences service that is going to instantiate shared preferences, set the string in the shared preferences, and also get the string from shared preferences. So there are going to be two functions in it, set token and get token. So we're going to have string, or actually void set token, and we're going to take the token from the parameter of the class. There's going to be async, and then we're going to have shared preferences dot get instance. So we get the instance of shared preferences by doing this and await it. After that, we're going to do preferences dot set string, and there we're going to pass in our XAuth token and pass in the value of token. We're going to do a similar thing for get token, but instead of a void, we are going to have a string. This is not going to take in any parameter. we're just going to have preferences dot get string, and we just pass in the XAuth token, and also we return this. And this can also be null because token can be null. So when we try to get a string, it can return null. And also this needs to be future string, right? Because this is an asynchronous function. So with this, our shared preferences service is now up. I can instantiate that at the top. Final SP service is equal to SP service. Now I can take this SP service and call the get, or actually set token over here. And for the token, we're just going to pass in user model dot token. But before setting the token, we're also going to check that, hey, listen, if the user model dot token is empty, then we don't want to do it. And if it is not empty, then we want to set the token. So we have this done correctly. If we want, we can also return a future void from here so that we can await this function and everything works well for us. But yeah, after this is done, emit auth logged in and we're good. Now just doing this much will not ensure and let us know that, hey, this token has been set. To actually test it out, we will also need to implement get token in our get user data function. So basically what we're trying to do is get the user data from the server. So for that, we're going to take the token from this preferences that we have done. So if the user had logged in, the shared preferences is going to set the string of XAuth token in local memory. So when the user restarts the app, they'll come on main.dart. We'll call a function that will help us get the user data. To get the user data, we'll get the token. Based on that token, we're going to check if the token is even valid. If the token is valid, then we're actually going to get the user data. All right. If that sounds good, we can go ahead to auth remote repository and create a function of getting the user data. So let me just copy this and paste it because stuff is going to look pretty similar. Then we're going to have get user data, and there we're not going to have anything at all. It's going to be empty. Then at the top, we're going to instantiate the shared preferences service. So we have final SP service is equal to SP service instantiated. Now we take SP service and call the get token function on it. So it's going to get the actual token. So we're going to get a token from here. And then we're going to check that, hey, listen, if the token is null, we're not going to proceed with this. So we're just going to give an error. So if token, and let me put await over here so that we actually get a string that can be null. So if token is equal to null, then we're going to throw an exception saying that no token found. All right. Reasonable message. Or we can actually make this future user model that is null, and then we can return null from here that, hey, no user was found. There's no user. So we are not logged in. After that, we're going to do http.post and then pass in auth/token is valid. That checks if the token is valid or not. So in the header, we're going to pass in XAuth token and then pass in the token over here. Then we're going to remove the body of the post request. No need anymore. And then we're going to check if the status code is not 200, then we have some sort of error. So just throw an error. And actually, I'm going to make sure that an error is actually returned and token is valid. And if we go to the auth.ts file, we'll notice that whenever we have token is valid, it's either returning true or false. It's not returning any sort of error message. Even in the catch block, we had changed that. So what we're going to do here is just return null. Now, if everything went well, the status code is 200. That means the token was valid. So we're going to get the actual user data now. So to get the actual user data, we're just going to do http.post. And then we're again going to contact this URL. So let me just copy this entire response. And this can be called user response because we're getting the user data. You can name it way better than I have. Now we can just have /auth because that's where we're getting the user data. Then we have the header of XAuth token. That's good. And then we can check if user response dot status code is not equal to 200. And this is not a post request. Actually, it's a get request. My bad. Because if you go over here, this is a get request. All right. Now, if the status code is not 200, then we are probably going to get an error. So let me just verify we are getting an error. So we'll just throw an error. If that's not the case, even in the auth middleware, we can just see if anything, we're going to return an error. Even over here, error. And if we scroll down more, there's error. And one last time where we need to pass in an error and we didn't fix this. We're just going to have e dot. And with this, every time we have an error, we are sending in an error. So we can just do throw user response dot body, and I'm going to do JSON decode for this. So we have JSON decode user response dot body, and we return an error. Now, if the status code is 200, that means we've got the actual user model now. So let's just return it. Even in the catch block, instead of throwing, we can return null, that if any error occurred, hey, listen, the user is not logged in. So we'll just return null. Now there is an edge case that I just noticed, and that is, what if the status code is 200, but it's actually returning false? For example, in our token is valid, if you see, we have response.json false. So it's returning status code 200, but it's still false. That is a possibility. Now you can change the status code over here, or you can just handle it on the client side. I'm just going to handle it on the client side. So I'm just going to have JSON decode response.body, and if it is equal to false, then I want to return null. And if it is true, then everything else will continue popping up. So this is my entire get user data function. What I'm going to do is go to Auth Cubit and here define the get user data function. So I'm going to have void get user data. It's not going to take anything from parameter. We have async. Then we are going to have a try and catch block. Let me just put this entire thing again. Then we emit auth loading. Then we are going to have auth remote repository dot get user data. We don't have to pass in any parameter, and it's going to give us the user model or no user model, depends on what we are getting. So we are going to have a user model or no. Now, if there's no user model, if user model is not null, what we are going to do is emit auth logged in and pass in the user model over here, because the user is now logged in, right? So we have passed in the auth logged in state. Otherwise, we are still on the auth initial state. So let me just pass in auth initial over here. And it's necessary to put auth initial over here because you've emitted auth loading. If you don't emit anything else over here, this auth loading will keep loading up if the user model is null. And we don't want to do that. Auth initial will ensure that we're still on the authentication pages. Just leave it over there. Now what I'm going to do is go to main.dart, wrap my login page with block builder. We're not using block consumer over here because we just need to build it. We don't need to throw any snack bars or any other sorts of things. We just have to focus on the build function. We use block consumer when we need to throw a snack bar or we need to navigate from one page to another. But in builder, we just need to build our widgets based on the state. And that's what we're going for right now. So we have auth Cubit, we have auth state, and then we're going to have if state is auth logged in. If the state is auth logged in, then I want to return a home page. And actually, let's just go ahead and create a home page now. So I'm just going to have a new feature, home. Then we are going to have pages in that. And the first page is just going to be the home page .dart. For now, this can be a stateless widget. So let's just call it home page. Let's return a scaffold. And in the body, we can just have a centered child with a text saying, hey, what's up? And yeah, we can leave it over here. Let's ignore the warnings for now. Now I can return home page over here. Also, what I'm going to do is go to the login page, and instead of saying you're logged in, we are going to replace this with navigator dot push and remove until context, and the new route is going to be the home page. So just like we had in the login page and the sign up page, I'm going to take this material page route thing, put it at the top, and then pass in home page over here. I can just access this home page by doing homepage dot route. And then we have the predicate, which is just going to be false. So yep, we're done. Now the final step that we need to do is in my app, we have to convert this to a stateful widget. So let's convert it to a stateful widget. And after that, in its state, just make sure that you type in auth Cubit.get user data. But now here's the problem. We have a multi-block provider, and multi-block provider has the auth Cubit initialization. But before that's done, we're already calling init state, and that can cause a problem. So what I would like to do is copy this stuff from here, remove the multi-block provider, and instead wrap this my app with a multi-block provider. So we have multi-block provider, and paste this provider's thing that we had created earlier. Awesome. I'm also going to remove the login page because we're going to have a sign up page instead. So let's go to the bottom and return a sign up page. And then finally, what we need to do is context.read. Then I need to get the auth Cubit, and then I can finally call get user data. And with this, everything should work fine. Let's at least hope that. We can restart, and we are on the sign up page. Now let's go ahead and sign in. So we have rivan@gmail.com, test123, click on login. It says no implementation found for method getAll, shared preferences. So let's stop the app execution and rerun it, and I'll see you after the app is up and running. So our app is now launched. If we see over here, let's go and sign in. So we have rivan@gmail.com. Password is test123, click on login, and it says, hey, what's up? I'm not able to go back. Everything's working fine. Now, if I restart my application, as you can see, I'm still on the sign up page over here. So that means the get user data function had something done incorrectly. So let's go and see what might be the issue over here. Now, as you can see, this logic seems to be correct. If state is auth logged in, we return home page, otherwise the sign up page. So the get user data function is called over here. We emit the auth loading. We get the user data. Now, if the user model is not null, we emit auth logged in. Otherwise, we emit auth error. Now, instead of emitting auth error over here, I can also do auth initial because there's no point of auth error over here. Also, to debug things, I'm just going to go ahead and print the user model. Let's open the debug console and see if stuff works out. And it's null. And since it returns null, we can go to the get user data function to see what the token is being printed out as. So if that works fine, that means the issue is somewhere down there. So let's go ahead and restart the application, and the token is there. So that means SP service worked fine for us. Let's go ahead and see if the response.body over here is working fine. So let's do response body. Let's restart the application and we get true over here. So response.body is not equal to false. So that should also work fine. Now we are finally towards the end. So we can just go ahead and print user response.body. Now we can again restart the app and we get the actual user data as well. So if this is not the issue, then most likely the issue is just coming from user model.fromJSON. So I can go ahead and print E in catch just to see what the error is over here. And it says type boolean is not a subtype of type map string comma dynamic. And the error here is a very simple error, which is response.body. No, it shouldn't be response.body. It should be user response.body. And that is why you should name your variables very carefully. And now if I restart the entire thing, the user model is there, but we're still on the sign up page. Now the second error lives in get user data. So here we have printed the user model, we have emitted auth loading. And if the user model is not null, we are emitting, but we have not returned from this function yet. So it's going to this emit auth initial and giving the state of auth initial as well. No, we don't want to do that. If user model is not null, we are just going to emit auth logged in and return. Now, if you don't want to use return over here, what you can do is just put an else case and emit auth initial, and that should also work fine. All right, either one of them. Now, if I restart, we are on the home page and everything works properly. So that means our entire authentication process is now successful. The next thing that we want to do is introduce offline first over here. So till now what we've done is stored the token of the user locally on our system using shared preferences. Now to introduce offline first, things are going to be a bit different. The local storage that we used was not offline first actually. It was just for the permanent storage of token on our system so that we could fetch it anytime just to know if the user is logged in or not. The purpose is not offline first. Offline first application's purpose is that things should work even when they're offline. So for example, if the user is logged in over here and the internet connection is not there, we are offline, the user should still be able to see the application homepage. So that's what we want to achieve. If right now I disable the Wi-Fi connection on this iPhone simulator, things will not work because we're not able to reach our server. So we don't know if the user is logged in or not. And that's why the catch block in our code is going to run. For example, in auth remote repository, when we try to do get user data, this http.post is going to fail. So it's going to throw an error. Catch will catch the error and it will return null. So that means the user is not logged in. So you'll just see the sign up page. That's what we want to avoid over here. So where we are returning null, what we want to do is go and check our SQLite database where we are going to store the user data whenever we get the latest data from the user. For example, over here, we got the user model, right? We're going to take this user model and store it in SQLite database. And then whenever there's no offline connection or there's some other sort of error, you can just use that user from SQLite and give a feel that, hey, your app is still working offline. There's nothing to worry about. So let's get started with that by first installing SQLite. So let's get started by installing our dependency of SQLite. And we're also going to add the dependency of path. All right, so make sure you have both of these things. SQLite is just a Flutter plugin for using SQLite database. And we're also using paths so that we can join the paths together and give it to our database so that it knows where to instantiate it. Now in the repository, we are going to create a new file called auth local repository.dart. Here we are going to create a class called auth local repository. And in this, we are going to create a table. Let's call this table name users. So at the top, I'm just defining what my table name is going to look like. And then we can create a database variable, which is going to be private. And initially it is null, but we're going to instantiate it now. We're going to create a function for this. And this function is going to return a database. And let's call this initDB. This is going to be an asynchronous function, obviously. And then we are going to call the open database function from here. And this function requires us to pass in a path. Now, what is the path? Well, to get the path, we're going to call the getDatabases path function that is given by SQLite as well. Now here, we are just going to store this in a variable called dbpath. And now we're going to use the path package that we installed, this path.dart, so that we can join the two paths together. The two paths that we want to join are dbpath and auth.db. All right. Also, let's put an await over here because this db otherwise would be of the type future string. So with this, we have a path that goes from dbpath and then stores it in auth.db file. Now let's call this variable as path because this is the path we'll be opening our database in. After that, we'll be returning whatever open database gives us, and that is going to be the future database. Now, another thing I would like to do here is specify the version number, which is 1. And I'm also going to specify what should happen when the database is created. And when the database is created, I want a table to be created. And the table I want to create needs to be written in pure SQL, all right, pure SQL language. So let me just return db.execute. And this will allow me to pass in the actual SQL command. Now I can type in the SQL command, and that is going to be create table users. So I want to create a table users. And if I want to get more fancy, I can just do $table name because that is the user's table. And then I need to define all the parameters that go inside of it. So first we have ID, and this ID can be of the type text, and it's going to be the primary key. Then we have email, which is of the type of text, and it should be not null. Then we have token, which is of the type text, and it should be not null. And I forgot all the other method attributes that we had, so I'm just going to copy them from here. We have name, which is going to be of the type text, and that is also going to be not null. Then we have created at. So created at can be an integer, and that will also be a not null value. And actually, let's just see what toMap does. It just does dot milliseconds since epoch, and this is going to return an integer value. And that's why we are having int not null. And the same thing goes for updated at. So we are going to have updated at int not null. Perfect. So whenever the database opens and a new database is created, that time we're going to create a table that looks like this. Now I'm going to create a getter, which is going to return a future database that is just going to be called database, which is an async function, and it's just going to run this in a DB. So here we're going to check if the underscore database is not null, then we want to do stuff, right? So we are going to return the underscore database that we already have, and it's not going to be null anymore. But if the database is null, then we want to initiate this database. So we'll call this function, and then we'll await it, and we'll set this to underscore database. And then I'll return this underscore database from here. So this is how we're going to call the initiate database. And finally, we have an error down there. So let me just put a semicolon and the error is gone. Also, if you want to format the string a little bit better, we can do that. So let's just put it towards the side and save it. There we go. Now the next function that I want to add to this auth local repository is inserting a user. So we have created a database and we have created a getter that will allow us to access the database variable. But now we want to insert a user when necessary. And that's why we're going to have a function to insert a user. So here I'm going to create a function. Let's call this future void insert user. It's going to take in a user model. So let's create a user model here. Then it's going to be asynchronous. And then we're going to get access to the DB variable. All right. So we're going to call the await database getter that we have created. Now it's not necessary. Remember to call this database getter, not to use this initiate database function that we have. And the reason for that is we have done a lot more than just initiate database over here. So make sure you have the stuff done correctly over here. After that, we are going to do await db.insert because we want to insert the user, and then we want to pass in the table name. So we're going to pass in the table name and then the values. The values is just going to be user model.toMap. So here we have defined how our database is going to look like, and the value is just going to be user model.toMap. And as we can see, it has ID, email, name, token, created at, updated at, and everything seems to be following these types that are mentioned over here. Now, if we want in this insert, we can also specify the conflict algorithm. And conflict algorithm is basically what should happen in case there's conflict of data. So here we're going to specify that the conflict algorithm is replace. As you can see, you can have abort, fail, ignore, but I'm going to do replace so that you replace with the newest stuff that we have. And finally, let's also create a function to get the user from here. So here we're going to have future and we're going to return a user model, and that can be null, right? Because there's no user in our database. And then we're going to call it get user. Then we're going to have an async function. And then we are going to have final db is equal to await database. Again, the same thing. After that, we're going to have db.query. Then we're going to pass in the table name. And with this, we are going to get the entire users table over here. And we only have one user all the time. That's for sure. So we can just do this. Now, if you want, you can also set a limit over here just to be completely sure. So you have limit 1, and then you can return result.first. And to do result.first, we need to await this db.query. And then we get an error over here. This error is that getFirst, a value of type map string object, can't be returned from get user. So we need to convert this to a user model. And we know how to do that. But before doing that, there's another case that we have not taken into consideration. And that is, what if result is empty? So if result is empty, we want to return null. Otherwise, we are going to convert it to user model and return. So we can just check if result dot is not empty, then we are going to return the user model. So we are going to have return user model dot from map. Then we pass in result dot first. And if result is empty, we can return null. There we go. So with this, let's hope everything works out. Now let's say you want to log out the user. You can also introduce a function to delete a user, because when you want to log out a user, you don't want to store anything in your local database, right? It's empty. So just clear it off from here, clear your token from shared preferences. Just make sure you do all of those things. Now what you can do is go to the auth Cubit and create an instance of final auth local repository over here, which is going to be auth local repository. Now I can take this auth local repository, and whenever the user logs in, whenever I'm setting the token over here, and before emitting auth logged in, I can also update the user that we have. Because every time a user logs in, only that time is the user credentials changing. Other than that, it's never changing. So only here do I need to do auth local repository dot insert user, and then I need to pass in the user model that we have already created at the top. And this can also be await, because this is of the type future void. And yeah, the user should be inserted in the SQLite database. Now, whenever the user tries to get the user data, there's a possibility that the user is offline. So that's the thing we need to take care of. So here, when we have try and catch block, we have final user model is equal to await auth remote repository.get user data, where all the calls to the backend is done. So you can either put your stuff in this catch block, or you can go ahead and do it in the else block and in the catch block, both of these places, because just in case you have an error, it might be a network error, right? So it might go to the catch block and then you need to handle it. Or the user model is returned null. So that time, again, you'll have to run this else condition, and that's where you can get the user data from local database. Now, I'm just going to simplify things a little bit. If you care about the architecture, again, you should just do it in the auth Cubit. As I said, this tutorial is not about architectural stuff. So I'm just going to put it over here in this catch block. So at the top, I'm just going to have final auth local repository, which is equal to auth local repository. Then I'm going to take this auth local repository, and when I try to get the user data, here I'm returning null. Instead of returning null just like that, I'm going to have auth local repository dot get user, and I'm also going to await this. So we have the user over here. Now, depending on whether the user is there or not, we can return the user. So if the user is there, it's going to return user model. Otherwise, it's going to return null. So with this, I can restart the app and we're still over here. Now I want to disconnect the app from Wi-Fi. So what I'm going to do is close this Wi-Fi. Now I'm assuming this is not going to work, because if we go to auth Cubit, only when we log in have we tried to insert a user to the database. We have not tried to do that anytime else. And since we have not logged in after restarting the app, the database is not going to have the updated user model. So what I'm going to do is copy this from here and also put it in get user data. So once we get the user data and it is not null, I'm going to store it in the auth local repository in my SQLite database. Then I'm going to restart. And as you can see, I'm on the sign up page. And the reason this is not working is because we have not terminated our app after adding SQLite. So let me just run without debugging so that there's no missing implementation error. And after that, everything should work fine. So I'll see you after the app is launched. So the app is now launched, but we're still on the sign up screen. So I decided to just go ahead and print E in get user data function and open up our terminal, and we see database exception, domain SQLite Darwin database, syntax error. So basically I've written the SQL incorrectly. And there's a syntax error because if we go to auth local repository, when I've created my SQL command, I have added a trailing comma at the end. So I need to remove this comma after updated at, and now everything should work fine. So I'm going to restart my application. And as you can see, we are having, hey, what's up? Now I'm going to again switch off my Wi-Fi, and then I'm going to restart the entire application, and we still have, hey, what's up? Now, another thing we can do is whenever the user tries to sign up or log in, we just check if the internet connection is there. If it is there, then we can carry out the process. But if it's not there, then we need to tell the user that, hey, listen, the internet connection is not there, just make sure it is there, and only then can you sign up or log in, because sign up or log in does have to communicate with the backend. It needs to be an online task, so you can't do it offline. So you can use some sort of internet connection checker plugin to do this task. I've already covered this in my clean architecture video. If you want to check it out, please do. But now the next thing we are going to work on is creating the UI for Task Manager. So the homepage UI. So let's see how this UI is going to look like. So this is how our homepage is going to look like. At the top, we have an app bar, and in this app bar, we have a text of my tasks. After that, we have a plus icon towards the end, and when we click on it, we go to the add new task page where we are able to add a new task. After that, we have a date selector. In this date selector, we have a month, the current month we are in, and it highlights the current date as well. And if the user wants, they can select whatever date they want in the past or in the future to see the tasks for that date. After that, we have a list of cards, and in this list of cards, we have a title, a description of the task, and how long this task is going to be for. And then the user can add as many tasks as they want. So first, we are going to code up these cards and display it. After that, we can work on this date selector. So let's go back to our application, and in the home page, we're going to edit some stuff. So the first thing that I want to edit is, well, just add an app bar, right? So we have an app bar, and in this app bar, we have a title, and the title we're going to have here is text my tasks. Then I can also put a const. After that, we are going to have an actions list so that we can add a button towards the end over here. And this is going to be an icon button where we need to specify the on pressed. As of now, it's going to be empty. And the icon is going to be icon. And then I'm going to use Cupertino icons. I'm not using material icons because I just like the design of Cupertino icons more. And this can be just add. Awesome. Let me just put const over here and we're done. Now, if I come over here, this looks great. The next thing we can do is set up the body. In this body, we are obviously going to have a column, right? We are having a date picker, and then we are also having all the cards. So for now, let me just type in here as a comment, a date selector is required. But now I'm going to work on the task card, basically how this task card should look like. And as you can see, there are 3 cards, so it would just make sense for me to create a separate widget for it in the home feature. So we have a widgets folder, and here I'm going to store a task_card.dart file. So we are basically refactoring the widget so that it stays in a separate class of its own. And that will allow us to reuse task card whenever we want. Now we can just have stateless widget, and this can be called task card. Now there are multiple things we'll require from the constructor. First is the color. So user will be able to set the color of their own card. So we can just pass in final color. So we are taking the card color. Then we have the header text, because every card is going to have its own distinct header text, right? So we can just take it from the constructor. After that, we are also going to have the description. So let me have a description text. And finally, we can go ahead, click on this bulb icon and generate a constructor. Also, this needs to be super.key, not anything else. Now we can remove the super from here and we're done. Also, let's remove this comment at the top. We don't need that. After this, we can return a container here. Now in this container, we need to design how this container is going to look like. So first things first, I'm just going to add a decoration of box decoration and put in the color that we got from the constructor. After that, I'm also going to go ahead and set up the child, where the child is going to be column, children. And the reason it's column is because we have 3 things over here, right? We have a title, a description, and this particular text. So all of them are laid out vertically. That's why a column. And in this, I can set up the text to be header text first. After that, we are going to have a description text. After that, we are going to have a date text. And now that I'm thinking about it, this is a task manager application, right? A task manager application generally doesn't have a deadline put in over here. Instead, you just have the due date right over here. So instead of having a text over here, we're going to conclude our task card over here. Now I want to see this task card in this My Tasks application. So I'm just going to go here and have a task card. Now the color. What is the color going to be? Well, I just want this color as of now because it just looks good. And the color for this is color.from RGBO 246, 222, 194 and 1. Let me put a const. Then I can save it. Also, I need to provide the header text and the description text. My header text can be hello and my description text can be this is a new task. Then we can save it and we see our task card over here. That looks good. Well, not really good, but we'll make it look good now. So what we're going to do is go to the task card and design how this card looks like. So the first thing that I want to do is increase the font size of this header text. So we're going to pass in a style, text style, and then we pass in the font size. Let's say it's 20 and the font weight is font weight.bold. Then we can also const it. Now if we see, yep, this is much bigger. Then I want to do a similar thing for description text. So I'll just copy this entire style and paste it over here. Now the font size over here should be 14, much less in size than this text. And then we are going to remove the font weight.bold. All right. Next, I want to make sure that some space is left from the side. So I'm going to go to the container and add a margin. So we have edge insets dot symmetric. From the horizontal side, we are going to have 20. That means from the left and right, we have 20. And then from the top or vertical, we are going to have 10. So from top and bottom, we have 10. So when we have multiple cards, they don't stick to each other. They have some margin left between them. Next, I want to add some spacing within this card. So as you can see, this T is very close to this border. So I'm going to leave some spacing here and I can do that using padding. So we're going to have edge insets dot symmetric, vertical should be 20, dot copy width and left should be 15. Also, I'm going to const this. There we go. And actually, instead of doing left 15, what we can do is just put horizontal 20. And again, now that I'm thinking about it, in the code, we have just done vertical 20, horizontal 20. That's just const edge insets.all 20. So from all the sides, we are having a padding of 20. So we have the same result, just different ways in how we can do that. After that, we are going to add some border radius. So we have border radius in decoration. So border radius dot circular, let's add 15. Now if we come back, it's rounded. Great. Next, I want this text to be aligned on the left hand side. To do that, I can just do cross-axis alignment dot start, and then the column should have the text pushed to the left hand side. Awesome. So now we are done with creating a task card. Now what I'm going to do is make it take the entire available space over here. I've not set a strict restriction on what the height and width of the container here should be. And that's for the reason. That's because we are going to add a row over here. In this row, we're going to have this card that we just created. And the second element is going to be this due date. So when this task is due. So based on the sizing of the device, we'll give the card how much ever width and height it requires. In terms of height, actually we can do one thing. We can just go to the description text and here specify the max lines. So how many max lines are allowed. So if your description exceeds more than 4 lines, as you can see over here, it just has this ... effect. So to create a ... effect, you can specify overflow, which is going to be text overflow ellipsis. And once we have done that, we can go to the home page and here we're going to wrap this task card with a row widget. So wrap with row. And now we can wrap this task card with an expanded widget because we want it to take as much ever width it gets. So as you can see right now, it gets this entire width. So it's able to take that. But when we add this component, this size will reduce. So it will not take the entire width. So let me add this component. The first thing we're going to add here is the dot that we can see, this particular dot. So to add that, we can use a container again. So we're going to have a container. The height is going to be 10. The width is going to be 10. And the decoration can be box decoration and specify the shape, which is a box shape dot circle. Now for the color, we can just specify the color that was mentioned over here. So let me just copy that and paste it over here. Now, if we do that, As you can see, this dot is visible over here, but it's not quite the same as this dot. So what I want to do is, instead of using the same color as this card, I'm going to strengthen this color and change it a little bit, maybe by a factor. So for that, we'll need a new function, which I'm going to go ahead and create in this constants. So we are going to have a utils.dart function, and here I'm going to create a function called color, which is going to return a color, and then we have strengthen color, and then we're going to take in a color and also a factor. So by how much factor do you want to increase this color strength? So how kind of dark you want to make it. And then what we can do is extract the RGB from the color. So we have color.red as the R, then we have G as color.green, and then for blue we have color.blue. Now we're going to take this color and multiply it by the factor. But if we do that, what's going to happen is that the value can exceed the value from 0 to 255, and RGB should be between 0 to 255. So to ensure that everything remains between 255, we can clamp it. And once we clamp it, we can specify the lower limit, then we can specify the upper limit, and then we can convert it to an integer. And we're going to do the same thing for each of them. So instead of color.red, we are going to have color.green, and the same for blue. So instead of color.green, we have color.blue. Awesome. Now we're going to return a color from ARGB, and the A is just color.alpha. The R is what we have over here, G and B. So this way we have strengthened our color. Now I can simply call this function over here. So we have strengthen color. Then we pass in this color that we had, and then the factor. So the factor can just be 0.69. So now I can put a const over here, and then we are done. As you can see, this color matches this color. Now the next thing I want to add is this due date. And to do that, I can simply add a text over here, right? And the text can be a simple 10 AM. Then I can have a style, text style. The font size can be 17. And there we go. It's all saved. Here it shows up. Now let me also add some padding, because it just looks too cluttered over here. So if I just add a simple padding over here, edge_sets.all, let's say 12, save it. And this entire thing can be a const as of now. Later on, this is going to be a dynamic value. And now, as you can see, stuff looks similar over here. Now, if we want, we can increase the description text so that it matches this thing. So we are just going to have, this is a new task pasted multiple times, save it, and there we go. It matches this. Now the text is a bit different, and the text is a bit different because in this one, I've used a custom font. Now, if you want that custom font, you can go to the link mentioned in the description below and you'll get that font. So in the GitHub repository, there will be this fonts folder in assets, which you can access. It has Serif Pro Bold and Serif Pro Medium. I'm just going to copy this fonts folder and put it in my file explorer. So here we are just going to have an assets folder in our root frontend folder. And this assets, we are going to have fonts. I'll just paste it over here and there we go. So we've added the folder to our front-end application, but we have not registered this font. So let's go ahead and register it in pubspec.yaml. So we are going to have a fonts family stuff. Then we can uncomment this entire thing. The family is going to be Serif Pro. The font asset is going to be assets/fonts/Serif Pro dot, and actually it's Serif Pro Medium .otf. Then I'm going to copy this thing and paste it again. So we have Serif Pro Bold .otf. And with this, we can save the pubspec.yaml file. Now I can go to the main.dart file and here specify the font family in the theme data. So I have Serif Pro. Then we can save it. Now if I restart my application, nothing really happens because I need to restart the entire application after terminating it, and then everything will show up. So I'll see you after the app launches. So the build of our application failed, and that's because I misspelled something. So let me just fix that. We have set up pro, not Zero Pro. We can save that. And now we can again restart our application and then I'll see you. So our application is now launched. If I come over here, yep, things have changed a little bit. So now that our task cards are done, let's go ahead and create a date selector part. And we're going to do this in a separate widget because date selector can be a bit difficult to implement. Because we're not going to use any external package, we're going to create it on our own. So let's go ahead and create a widget here, date_selector.dart is going to be a stateful widget because if you think about it, we can click on this next arrow to get new dates. If we click over here, we'll be able to get the tasks over here. So it needs to be a stateful widget. Things need to rebuild. So we have a stateful widget. Let's call it date selector. Then we're going to return a column over here. Why a column? Because first we need to implement this part, the month name and the arrows, and then we have this card looking thing. So in the column, we're going to have children, and the first child we're going to have is a row. Because we want to implement this thing, this is a row. And in this row, we have children, and the first child over here is an icon button. This icon button is going to have an empty on pressed. And then the icon is going to be constant icon icons.arrow back iOS. Then we can save it. Now I can again copy this, paste it, and then we have arrow forward iOS. Then I can again save it. And nothing shows up because I still need to use this date selector and put it inside of my home page. So let's do that. We have date selector over here, import it, and also put a const as of now. Things will change later on. Now I can go back to the date selector, remove the Cupertino.dart package. We're not using that anymore. Let's also remove the terminal so that we have the entire screen to ourselves. Now the next thing we're going to have here is the text which displays the month name. So here I can hard code the month name, but I actually want to dynamically generate it. I want to look at the date today and generate what date it is today. So as of now, we can put January, but I'm going to implement this function in just a minute. After that, we are going to put in a style, and the style is going to be a text style of font size 24 and the font weight of font weight.bold. All right. Now let's come back over here and we see January showing up and all of these things as well. Now I don't want them to be stuck together basically. So what I'm going to do is in the row, I'm going to specify main axis alignment as main axis alignment dot space between. So there's space between each of them. And as you can see, everything pushes towards the end. After that, we're going to add some padding to this entire row so that some spacing is done properly. So let's cover this entire row with a padding widget. And then we have constant edge and sets dot symmetric. Again, we're going to have a horizontal spacing, which is 16. And then we can save it. Let's also leave some spacing from the bottom. So we're going to have dot copy width and then bottom of 10. Now I want to dynamically generate the week dates. So that means I want to get the actual dates over here. So 25th, 26th, 27. I also want to get what day it is. So I want to know how we can get the day, and I want to get the current month we are in. So if we just generate the week dates, we'll be able to generate what month we are in. And for that, we're going to write a function in utils.dart. So in utils.dart, we're going to create a function list of date time. So it's going to give us a list of date time, and let's call it generate week dates. So what this function does is it generates a list of dates corresponding to a specific week. So if it's this current week, it's going to give us those 7 dates. If we click on this back button, we'll be able to get the previous week's dates. So here we're going to take a week offset. That means how many weeks we are going behind or ahead. So we're going to start with 0. 0 is the current week. 1 is going to be the next week. 2 is going to be next to next week. 3 is going to be next to next to next week. But -1 is going to be the previous week. -2 is going to be the previous to previous week. After that, we're going to determine what today is. So we're just going to have final today equal to datetime.now. Then I need to find the start of the current week. And to do that, we can just create a datetime object which is start of week, which is equal to today. So I get today and I subtract it by duration, and the duration is going to be the days, which is today.weekday. Now what today.weekday gives us is the current day of the week. So 1 is equal to Monday, 2 is equal to Tuesday, 3 is equal to Wednesday, and so on. So to get the start of the week, I've just subtracted today by the number of days we are ahead. Now since 1 is equal to Monday, we need to subtract 1 so that we start with the 0 index thing. So 0 is equal to Monday, 1 is equal to Tuesday, and so on. So start of the week now contains Monday, but now we still don't know what week this Monday is for. So what we're going to do is make sure that the week is adjusted now. This is only working for the current week, but what if the user is on the next week? So we multiply this start of the week by this week offset to get the actual value. So we get start of week is equal to start of week dot add, and then we add a duration of days, and the days is going to be week offset multiplied by 7, right? Think about it. This thing is a Monday, but this is the current week's Monday. If the user is -1, that means on the previous week, then we multiply this -1 into 7. So we have -7. So we go back 7 days. If the user is on the next week, then we have 1 multiplied by 7. So we go ahead 7 days. And if the user is on the current week, the week offset is 0. So there's no change over here. Now after this, we need to generate a list of the days. And to do that, we can just do return list.generate. Then we specify the length. The length is going to be 7. We want to get the 7 days of the week. Then we get the index, and this is just going to be start of the week dot add duration. Then we add the days, and that's just going to be index. So in the first instance, the index is 0, so we get Monday, then it adds 1 day, so we get the Tuesday, then Wednesday, then Thursday, and so on. So this way, our generate week dates function is created. This was a tricky logic, so make sure you understand that and move ahead. Now in the date selector, we can get these week dates. So we have final week dates is equal to generate week dates, and we pass in the week offset. Now we need to create a variable for week offset, and this week offset can be changed by these arrows, this arrow back and the arrow forward. So we're going to have an int week offset, which is equal to 0 initially. And whenever the user clicks on the next icon, we just increase the week offset. So here we can just do set state week offset minus minus. So if the user goes back, week offset -1. Otherwise, there's going to be week offset +1. So we can just do ++. And with this, we're done, but we still need to get the current month. And this current month depends on the week dates, right? Also, let's go ahead and import utils.dart to get generate week dates function. And now I want to get the month name. So to get the current month name, I'm just going to go ahead and access the first element of this week dates to get the month. So we're going to have string month name is equal to weekdates.first. So it's going to give us the date time, but I won't be able to access the month name. And to do that, we are going to introduce a new package in our Flutter application, which is Intel. Intel just makes the date formatting stuff a lot easier. So we're just going to use that. And then we can just use date format. Then we specify the pattern that we want. So we want the month name, right? So we can simply do MMMM, 4 M's. Then we can format it and specify the date time, which is weekdates.first. Now I can take this month name and paste it over here. Then it can also be a constant text style. We can save it and we get November. That's perfect. Everything works well. Now the next thing is to create this part. And we have all the components to make this. We just have to design it properly. So let's go to our code. And as the second element of the column, we're just going to put here a list view builder. All right. Now this list view builder is going to have a context and an index, which we are going to return over here. Then we are also going to have an item count, and the item count is just weekdates.length. The item builder is going to return these dates. And even before we move forward, we know list view builder is in the vertical orientation. So we want it horizontal. So we're going to have scroll direction as access.horizontal, and then we can save it. Now from here, we are going to return a container. And in this container, we're going to get a child, and the child is going to be a column with children. And the first child of this column is going to be this particular date. So let's create a text. Let's just pass in 25th as of now, but we are going to dynamically change this in just a minute. Let me just focus on the design first. So we have text style, then we have the font size as 22 and the font weight as font weight.bold. Now let's see if anything shows up, and it doesn't. Let's go ahead and increase the width of this container to be 70 and also wrap this list view builder in a sized box so that list view doesn't try to take the entire height of the screen. It just tries to take a specific height that we give it, and that is 80. Now, as you can see, 25 shows up over here. It still looks pretty bad. So to make this better, first we need to add border around our container. And we can do that by going to the container, specifying decoration, which is box decoration. Then we have border, and we pass in the border as border.all colors.gray.shade 300. And we just can't directly pass in the color. We need to specify the color attribute over here. And now, as you can see, everything shows up pretty good. A lot needs to be improved. The first thing is the margin. Everything doesn't have to stick together. So we can add a margin over here, and the margin is going to be edgeInsets.only, and from the right, we're going to have 8. Also, this can be a const. Nice. Now we can thicken this border. So we have a width of 2. We come back over here. Looks good. Now we need to add a border radius so that it's a little bit curved. So we're going to have a border radius over here, which is border radius.circular, not all. And then we pass in 10. Okay, so we have the shape coming along. Now we need to add some padding from the left and the right hand side. So I'm just going to wrap this entire sized box widget with a padding widget. And it's going to be padding const edgeInsets.symmetric. From the horizontal direction, it's going to be 16. Then we can save it, come back over here, and yeah, this looks way better. Next, we want everything in this container to be centered, so we can go to our column and specify main axis alignment as main axis alignment.center. After that, we can go ahead and leave some space so that we can add our next thing, which is the day. And to get the day, we are going to copy paste the exact text. So we have this particular text. Let's paste it. And maybe this is called Monday. The font size can be 16 and the font weight can be bolded. There we go. So the design is now completed. What we want to do is get the actual dates, and when we click on one thing, it highlights that particular thing. And also by default, the current date should be highlighted. So those are the things we need to work on. So to get started, we first need to get the date this particular item should show. And we can use the week dates in combination with this index to get the particular item. And that's why we had used list view builder, so that we can display the list of items that we have, the list of date time objects that we have. So we're just going to have final date is equal to week dates at index. Now I can take this date and paste it over here. Date format, then we pass in D, which stands for the date. Then we can pass in format, and then we get the date. This can also be const. And now if you notice, it's 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 31. So everything works well. Now the next thing is this day. And to get this day, it's going to be very similar to this, but instead of passing in D, we're going to get E. So once we do E, we get Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And as you can see, 29th November is Friday. So it matches. This can also be a const now, and that's great. Now the next thing I want to do is by default, highlight a particular card. And to do that, it's going to be a Boolean. So we are going to have Boolean is selected, which is equal to, and then we check that if the selected date that the user has is equal to the current date that's mentioned over here. If that is the case, it is selected. Otherwise, this particular thing is not selected. And to make this work, we obviously need a selected date variable that we're going to create at the top. So we have date time selected date, and by default, as I said, the selected date is going to be datetime.now. Now I can take the selected date and use it for my logic over here. So if the date format d.format selected date is equal to the same thing as here, date format d.format.date. If this is the case, that means it is selected, right? Nope. We also need to check other things. For example, if this is 27 and this is also 27, you'll just say that they are true. But that's not the case. What if it's 27th of March and 27th of November? It's not the selected date. So we also need to compare the month and we also need to compare the year. So we can do that. So we have and selected date dot month is equal to date dot month and selected date dot year is equal to date dot year. So I can save this. And yep, there is our logic. I hope you understand this. Again, what we are doing is checking the date, the particular date, 27th. Then we are making sure that the month is the same. So it's December or November. And then we are also checking the year. Now I can take this isSelected variable and use it to make my own logic. And this logic is mainly for the highlighting of stuff. So as you saw over here, the color of the box decoration can be color. Then I can check if it is selected. If it is selected, then we have colors.deep orange accent. Otherwise, it is null. Then we can leave it over here. And as you can see, stuff is highlighted. But the font color needs to change whenever a particular card is selected. So we can go down. For both of these texts, we can specify a color. So this will not be a constant anymore. So the color is dependent on isSelected. So if it is selected, then the color is white. Otherwise, the color can either be null or if you want, you can pass in the color as black 87. That should also work fine. Now I'm going to take this entire line and paste it again, remove the const, and there we go. This looks good. Now the next thing is the border. The border needs to go away if the card is selected. So if is selected, then we want colors.deep orange accent, otherwise colors.gray.shade 300. And that looks good. Now the final thing that I want to do is whenever the user clicks on a particular date, I want to highlight that. So if I click on 27, that should be the selected date. And therefore, we're going to wrap this entire container with a gesture detector widget. Then we are going to have an on tap. And in this on tap, we're going to set state so that the entire build function rebuilds. And then we have selected date is equal to the date that we had at the top, this date. Now if I click over here, 26th is highlighted, 27th is highlighted, and everything works. And if I click over here, we get a new set of dates. We get 2 to 8th, 15th, and if I go back, everything seems to work. So this is awesome. The entire UI for the home page is done. Now the next thing is the add new task page. And this is going to be very easy. When we click on this, a new add task page appears. And then what we can do is specify the fields for the title, description, have a button, and we've already defined the global theme for it, so we don't have to design a lot. So let's get started with this. So this is how our design is going to look like. There's a taskbar, so an app bar, add new task. At the side, we have the due date picker. So basically, when is our task due? So we'll be able to pick it through the date picker. After that, we have the title and description, and then we have select color. And this is a package that we've used called Flex Color Picker. So we'll get into that. First, let's just design the basics. And first, let's just create the page as well. So in the pages, we are going to have add new task page .dart. And this is going to be, let's say, a stateful widget because we're going to have text fields and the date pickers. Those usually require a stateful widget. So we have add new task page. Then we are going to return a scaffold. In the scaffold, we have an app bar, and the app bar is going to have a title of constant text add new task. Then we have actions, and in the actions, we have the date picker. And for the date picker, as you can notice, we have a text over here. We have the month, day, and the year. So we can just have a text, and in that text, we need to have the selected date. Now to select a date, we'll have to wrap this text widget with a gesture detector widget that will allow us to open up a date picker. So on tap, we're going to open up a date picker. So we have show date picker, context, and the first date is going to be datetime.now. You can't go before the current date. Then in the last date, we are going to have datetime.now.add, and then we can add a duration of, let's say, 90 days. So you can set up tasks for 90 days from now. So you have constant duration, days 90. Awesome. Now we can await this to get the actual date that was selected by the user. So we have selected date, which is equal to this. And we are also going to have a global variable that will keep track of whether the thing is selected or not. So we have date time selected date. By default, the selected date is going to be datetime.now, but it can change later on. And this can be underscore selected date because we don't want both the variables to get messed up. So this selected date will equal to this one. So we have set state selected date is equal to selected date. And this selected date can be null. So we are going to have a check over here. If underscore selected date is not equal to null, only then do we want to do set state. Awesome. Now in the text, we can simply have date format because we want to format it in a particular format, right? So we are going to do it in the format of mm-d-y. So we have a format that looks like this, 11/29/2024. Now you can rearrange it whatever way you want, maybe ddmmyy. Go ahead and do that. So we have now format, and then we'll pass in the selected date. Now if I come back over here, go to my add new task page, and to go there, I need to bind this to the page. So first I have to create a route function, and that was created in the home page. So let me just copy paste it. Stuff will be much quicker this way. We can pass in the add new task page. Now I can go to the home page, and whenever the user clicks on this add, I can simply do navigator.push, and then I'm going to push to the add new task page.route. Awesome. Now let's see how it looks like. So I click over here and we have our date picker. Perfect. Well, not really perfect because we need to add padding so that it's not shifted towards the end. So I'm going to wrap my text widget with a padding widget, and it's going to be edgeinsets.all 8. Then we can save it, and there we go. Looks good. Now if I click on it, we have our date picker. And as you can see, I can't go before November 29, but I can select November 30 and it's updated. Now the next thing is outside of the app bar, we need to add a body. And in this body, we are going to have column. And in this column, we are going to have children. And the first child is going to be a text form field. So let's add a text form field. Then we need a controller. So the controller is going to be the title controller or the header text controller. Let's add those. So we have text editing controller, title controller, which is equal to text editing controller. Then I'm going to copy paste this again. We have description controller. Now I can take this title controller and bind it over here. Then for the decoration, I'm just going to pass in my box decoration of hint text. And actually it shouldn't be box decoration. It should be input decoration. Box decoration is for containers. Input decoration is for the text form field. So we'll pass in the hint text, and the hint text can be title. So let me put a const over here, and this is how it looks. Let's add some padding just like we did in the authentication pages. So we're going to wrap this column with a padding widget, and we have edgeinsets.all 20. Then we can save it, and this is how it looks. Great. Now again, I'm going to copy paste this so that we have a description, but the description box is a bit larger. If you see over here, it's a bit bigger. So what I'm going to do is add a max lines property, and max lines can be 4. Once we do that, as you can see, this is much bigger. We still need some spacing between. So we are going to add a constant size box of height 10. And yeah, that looks great. Now after this, we need to add a color picker. After that, a button. So to add a color picker, we can use a package known as Flex Color Picker. So this is the package. If you want, you can read up on this. There's lots of stuff you can do with it. I'm not going to use this documentation as of now. I'm directly going to import the dependency of Flex Color Picker, and then I'm going to start using it. So we're going to have Color Picker, Then I'm going to import flex color picker. Now, whenever the color is changed, we are going to get the color, right? So I'm going to store it at the top. So we have color, or we can just call it selected color, which is equal to, and by default, what color do we want? Well, by default, I'm just going to give the color that we had over here. This const color.from RGBO 246, 222, 194, 1. Now I can take this selected color, paste it over here. So we have set state selected color is equal to color, save it. And as you can see, we have the color picker showing up. Now I want the header over here to have select color. So I can specify the heading, which is constant text select color. Now, if you want to go more fancy, go ahead, do that. I'm just going to leave it at select color. Now, if you want, you can also add a subheading, which is the select a different shade. That will help the user even more. So let's go ahead and add the subheading of constant text select a different shade. Now, if you notice, we only have primary and accent over here, but if you want, you can also add the wheel option. And to add the wheel option, what you can do is pickers enabled. So this is a map where you can specify what pickers you want. And I want the color picker type dot wheel to be true. Now, if you're wondering how I know all of this, I just read the documentation beforehand, so I know what color pickers to use. Now, as you can see, by default, it is set to blue. Now, if you want to change that, you can set the color over here, which is selected color. And now, as you can see, it automatically goes to the wheel because primary doesn't have that color. So it's going to the wheel and selecting the appropriate color. Now you can change that color to your preference and use that one. Or if you want, you can select a different shade of blue and everything works fine. So this is how the color picker will work. I would highly recommend you to read the documentation on this and advance this color part because it's really cool. Now over here as also, I'm going to leave a height of 10. And after this color picker also, I'm going to leave a height of 10. Then finally, we have our elevated button. The on pressed is empty. The child is just going to be constant text submit. Now, if I save it, that is our button. See, all of the designs are inherited from the material app and stuff gets a lot easier when we do it this way. Setting up a global theme for an entire application. Now what I'm doing is setting up the colors of the font of submit and also increasing their font size. So we have 18 and yep, this looks perfectly like that one. So the entire UI of add new task page is also done. Now our next step is to create our REST APIs for task route. Once we create those REST APIs, we are going to bind it to this particular application and then we're going to display all of those tasks for a particular user on our screen. And finally, after that, we're going to add the offline first logic even for the tasks. So let's get to our backend code and start writing the task related routes. So I'm going to open the file explorer and here in the routes, we're going to have task.ts. So we already know the flow of things over here. The first thing we want to do is create a router. So we can just do that by creating a variable task router, which should be equal to router that comes directly from Express. After that, we're going to do export default task router before I forget it. And actually, let's just go ahead to the index.ts file and add this router. So we'll have app.use and we're going to prefix this with, let's say, tasks. And then we're going to call this task router. Then we're going to go to the task.ts file. And here we're going to have task router.post. So this post with / is going to allow us to create a new task for a particular user. And remember, we'll have to add the auth middleware. That means the user needs to be authenticated before they can access this route. So we'll have async request response, and then we're going to have this particular function return. Now this request is going to be of the type auth request because we're going to get request.user from here. Also, it's going to be a try and a catch block just like before. And we're going to have response.status 500.json, and then we're going to have error E. That's it. In the try block, we want to create a new task. And to create a new task, in the database, we first need to go in the schema.ts file in our db folder. So db schema.ts, and here we need to create a new task schema. So similar to our users table, we are going to have export constant tasks, which is equal to pg table. Then we're going to pass in tasks, and then we're going to define all the properties that are going to be mentioned inside of this tasks table. So the first thing we need is the ID, and it's going to be similar. We are going to have a UUID, which is going to be called ID in the database. It's going to be the primary key, and it should be default random. So it just generates it randomly. The next thing is going to be the name. So what is the name or the title of the task? And then that is going to be a text. It can be a title, and then it is going to be not null. Awesome. Next, we're going to have description. That is going to be a text. Again, it's going to be description in the database, and it should be not null. After that, we're going to have hex color. So whatever color that we get is going to be converted into a hex format. So it's like a 6-digit code that can be stored in the database, and it can be represented accurately in our front-end application as well. And that is going to be a text as well. And in the database, we are going to store it as hex_color, because here when we had camel case created at, we stored it as created_at. The same thing goes for hex color. That should not be null. And then we can move ahead. The next thing we're going to have is UID, and that is the user's ID. What user created this task? So we have a table, right? That contains all the tasks. Now, which user created that task? And for that, we're going to have the user ID, and it is going to be of the type UUID. And what this is going to be is a foreign key. Foreign key basically means that this key is the primary key of some another table which we are referencing. So if I have to draw it out, how it's going to look like is something like this. We are going to have a users table, right? And this is the UID of our user. Now there's also going to be a tasks table. The task table is going to have ID, name, description, and then the UID. Now this UID is going to map to this ID of the user. So it is referencing this user. So if we want, we can perform something known as a join operation to get the details of our user. And that can be really beneficial. It can be beneficial in other multiple ways as well. For example, what if the user deletes their account? So if the user's account is deleted, the entire row will go away, and that would mean the task that it references will also be deleted if we want. And we're going to make sure this happens. So here, to set up that foreign key relationship, we're going to reference it. But first we're going to say that this UID cannot be null, and it is going to reference. So it's going to reference some other key in some another table, and that would require us to pass in a function that will describe that relationship, and that relationship is just users.id. So this UID is going to reference the users.id, this particular thing. And if I want, I can go ahead and also add another property in this object saying on delete. So what should happen if the main reference is deleted? If the main reference is deleted, we want this also to delete. And as you can see, we have multiple options over here. We want to take no action. We want to restrict something. We want to set it to null. But what we want to do is cascade delete. So that means if this part goes away, the row of the user, the task will also go away. And that's great. If the user is no longer a user, why do we have to store their data? Next, we are going to have due at. So when is this task due? And it's going to be timestamp. Then it's going to be due_at. And if you want, you can set a default function for this. So you can just use $default function and then specify the default time if the user does not specify anything. And that's highly unlikely. We're forcing the user to always mention it. But if the user doesn't, then we're just going to have new date that we create. And this is going to be date.now. And we're just going to add 7 days to it. So if the user doesn't specify anything, it's due 7 days later. So we are going to have plus 7 into 24. So 7 is the 7 days multiplied by 24 hours, multiplied by 60 minutes, multiplied by 60 seconds. And this date is in the format of milliseconds. So I have to multiply it with 100 as well, or actually 1000 as well. Next, we are going to have created at and updated at. It's the same thing as before, so I'm just going to copy paste it. Perfect. So this way we have our tasks. Now, just like we had these types of user, new user, we're going to have it for tasks as well. So we're going to have task and we're going to have new task. The type of this is going to be tasks.inferSelect, tasks.inferInsert. And if you look over here, the new task has title, description, hex, UID as the needed ones. So these are required, and due at can be null. So if it is null, it will take the default option of this. Now, if we wanted to make it not null, we could just do not null like this. And then if we go over here, new task due at needs to be passed in. So that's that. Now we're just going to leave it over here. And before I forget, what I want to do is npx drizzle git push in my source folder. Make sure you are in the source folder. And then let's run the command npx drizzle git push. So it will make sure that this new database schema that we added is added to the database, the PostgreSQL database. And this user's table already existed, so it's not going to do anything with that. The data will still be persisted. If you don't believe me, go to the Postgres container, do the exact thing, and you'll find it out. But anyways, for us, we can go ahead and create a new task in the database now. So the first thing that I want to do is create a new task. And for that, I need to get data from the body of the request. And to do that, I can simply do constant new task, and it is of the type new task that's coming from the database schema, which is equal to request.body. Now the request.body is actually not going to contain all the things that are mentioned inside new task. Yes, it is going to contain title, description, hex color, but it's not going to contain the UID. The user doesn't have to pass in their ID as well. What they need to pass in is these three things. The UID will be taken from the auth middleware that we have. So remember, we had passed in request.user equal to verified token.id. That's what we are going to use here. So even before doing request.body over here, we're going to update request.body to include the UID of the user. So we are going to have request.body equal to ... request.body. So we destructure the request.body and add a new field of user ID over here, and that is equal to request.user, and that's not nullable. Or if you want, you can just leave it like that, no problem. Now the new task is going to contain all of the properties. So I can just use await db, make sure you import db dot insert, and I'm going to insert it in the tasks table, pass in the values, and the value is going to be new task. Now, if you want to get the data that was recently inserted, you can just do dot returning, and that will give us the value that was inserted. For example, if we see in the auth.ts, we had /signup where we inserted a user and we had returning. So we got the user. So similarly, we can also get the task. Now you can use this task to return stuff. So you can just have task returned over here. Or if you want, instead of doing this, you can get all the tasks from the database and display it. I'm not going to do that. I just want to display the recently created task. Also, the status code here should be 201 because a new thing was created. So we have 201. Now this route is created. Let's test it out. We'll go to Thunder client again. Let's create a new request. We're going to have HTTP localhost 8000 /tasks instead of /auth, and it should be post request. Then we need the header. So we need the XAuth token, and we can get that XAuth token from our another request. So we had auth signup where we had passed in the XAuth token. Let me copy that and I'll paste it over here. Then I need to pass in the body. The body of this is going to be, well, the title. Let's say the title is new task 1. Then we have a description. So the description can be, this is my new task, get done with it quickly. Then we have the hex color that we need to pass in, and hex color needs to be defined like this over here. It is stored in the database as hex color, but we access it using hex color like this. And then let's say it is 000,000. So that's just a pure black color. Or if you want FFFFFF. Then we need to specify the due date, And to get the due date, we'll have to get a timestamp, and I don't know how to get the timestamp. So what I'm going to do is go to the PSQL database and just grab a string and hope it works out. So I'll just pass in Postgres as my user. The database is my DB. Select star from users. I'll grab one of their time. So I guess this is the time it is due. Obviously, this is a wrong value. So maybe I can change it to 30, obviously not 32. Then I can click on send and it says user not found. So that means a user with this token doesn't exist. Let me grab another one, and I pasted the new one, but I got this error, which is an empty object. So let's go ahead and see what the error is. So we'll have console.log e. Let's see what it is. I'm going to go back to my Docker container and send the request. So it says this: the timestamp value.toISO string is not a function. So obviously this is not the right due date that we've passed in. So for now, just to test stuff out, what I'm going to do is ignore the due date, and it will just have the default function for 7 days later. So I'm going to click on send, and it says a new task is created. And as you can see, the due date is 6th December. It works out really well. Let's create another task. Let's say new task 121. The description can be the same. The hex color can be F0, F0, F0. Click on send, and we have new task 121 created. Now what I want to do is create a route that will help me get all the tasks of a particular user. So it's going to be very similar to this. So let me copy it, paste it, and it's going to be get /auth async request is auth request. Then to get all the tasks, what we are going to do is remove all of this, and instead we are going to have await db.select, and then we need to pass in .from tasks. So from the tasks table, we want to select all the columns where we need to equate something. And what is the equation? Well, I want to equate the tasks.uid to the request.user that we just got. And if I just leave it at this, it's going to throw an error because request.user can be a null. This is of the type string that is nullable, and this can never be null. So here we need to put a bang operator saying that, hey, listen, this can never be null. And then I can save it in the variable all tasks, and then I can return those all tasks from here. And then I can also remove the status code. So there we go. Now I can go to the new request, change it to get, then we have tasks on the same route. And notice on the same route, we are doing a get operation. So a get operation and a post operation happens on the same route. That is a convention that is followed in REST APIs. Now I can click on send, and as you can see, we get a list of objects over here, and those are our 2 objects by the same user. And this is a very necessary thing because we don't want to get the tasks of all the things in our database. We only want to get it for a particular user. The last route that I want to implement is the delete route. So we'll be able to delete a particular thing. So we have delete. It still happens on /. It's still auth middleware, but now we're going to get the task ID from the body of the request. So we're going to extract that. We're going to have task ID is equal to request.body, and then I need to give the type to this task ID. So I can just say that this task ID that we have is going to be of the type string. All right, so if I hover over this, task ID is of the type string. Now I want to delete it from the database. So we'll just do await db.delete. Then I'm going to pass in my table name, tasks. And what do we want to delete? Well, we don't want to delete the entire table. What we want to delete is a particular row, and that row should follow this condition that tasks.id should equal to the task ID that we have. If this is the case, then delete the row. So it will go ahead and delete all the rows that have this task ID. And now from here, I can return true if it was deleted or if it was not deleted. So I'm just going to do that. And also let's remove the console log. No need for that anymore. Now I can save my file and experiment with the delete option. So first, let me just copy the ID of a task. The new task one is going to go away, and the body is going to be task ID. Let me paste it over here. Click on send, and it says true. Now, if I just do get on send, we only have one object in our database now. So that's great. Everything works out. So our tasks REST routes are created. Now we want to connect all of these routes to our front-end application. So first we are going to go to the add new task page and connect this part. There is some stuff that we will have to change in the front end. For example, we need to pass in the hex color instead of just passing in the color. We also need to make sure that the date is sent in correctly, because as I tried to pass in a string, that wasn't allowed. So we have to look into those two things now. And now that I realize this, we'll also have to make some changes on our backend, especially this particular part. And we'll get to it when we have more understanding of why we need to change. So let me close all the save files over here. In my home, I'm going to create a repository folder. And in this repository folder, we're going to again create task remote repository ... After that, we're going to have a class task remote repository. And here first task is going to be to upload the data to the database. So we're going to have future void upload task or create task. And then we're going to require multiple things from the parameter. So the first thing we're going to require is the title. The second thing is the description. The third thing is the hex color. The fourth thing is the date time object of when it is due at. And then this is our function. This is going to be asynchronous. Let me also put in a try and a catch block. In this catch block, all I'm going to do is rethrow any error that I get. Now in this try block, what we're going to do is use HTTP. So let me go ahead and import HTTP at the top. So we have import package http as HTTP. Then we're going to do http.post. And then we're going to have $constants.backend URI / tasks. So whenever we go to the tasks URI and send a post request, a create task will be done. And also let's do URI.parse and wrap it with everything. After that, we are going to specify the headers. And for the headers, we are going to require the XAuth token of the user. And therefore, we also need the XAuth token of the user. So we'll get that from the parameter. Then we're going to specify the content type, which is application JSON. Then we also require the XAuth token, which is the token we are getting over here. Then we are going to pass in the body of the request, which is going to be JSON encoded. And there we go. Now we need to pass in the title. So there we go. Title, then description. So let me just copy paste stuff now. Description like this. Then we have hex color, and hex color is just like that. Then we need to pass in the due at. And for due at, we're not going to pass in the date time object just like that. No, what we are going to do is convert it to ISO 8601 string. So it's going to convert it into a string that will look something like what's stored in our database. So over here, this is an ISO 8601 string. So that's what we are going to convert it to and send it to our backend. Now on the backend side, however, when we refer to this as new task, the due at is supposed to be a date. And as we saw earlier, if we try to pass in a string, it will throw an error. So what I need to do is ensure that this due at is converted to a date object before it goes to this new task part. So I'm going to override stuff over here saying due at should be a new date object in JavaScript. And then we can pass in the request.body.dueAt over here. So with this, everything should work fine now. Let's hope that at least. So this is going to give us a result, which is going to be await. And now I'm going to check if result.statuscode is not equal to 201. Remember, we are creating something, so 201. If it is not equal to 201, we want to throw an exception saying, hey, listen, we have an error. So we're going to have throw JSON decode response.body, and then we're going to pass in the error. So we're going to convert it to a map and access the error property. Otherwise, everything was successful and we don't have to return anything. Or if you want, you can create a new task model and return it. And we're going to do just that. In the models, we're going to go ahead and create a new task model.dart file. And here we're going to have a class task or task model, whatever you want to name it. Then we're going to have a final string ID, final string UID, final string title, final string description, final date time created at, and these three things are going to be pretty much the same. So it's going to be created at, due at, and updated at. So we have updated at, and finally due at. Then we're going to generate a constructor for this, or actually the entire data class. Let's remove the comment from the top. And over here, we've already seen asString is not really what we want to do. So we're just going to do question mark empty string. So if map at ID is null, we just take an empty string. Otherwise, we get the map at ID. Now we're also going to do datetime.parse because map at created at is not going to be an integer, and the same goes over here. Map at updated at, and finally map due at. Also make sure you have the right closing brackets. Awesome. So yeah, everything looks good. Now I'm just going to return a task model from here. So we have created a task. Now I'm just going to do return task model dot from JSON, and we'll pass in the response body. We've already done this in user model 3-4 times, so I'm not even explaining. Now I'm going to close all the save files over here and go and create my block for this home repository. So let me create a new folder called Cubit, and we're going to have, let's say, home_Cubit.dart. If you want, you can call this any other thing. Let's say add new task Cubit. Let's just call that add new task Cubit.dart. Then we're also going to have add new task state.dart. Is the page loading? Is the page successful? What is it? So let's create a sealed class, add new task state. Then we're going to have a final class, add new task loading, which is going to extend the add new task state. And then we're going to copy these things so that we have an error state, and we also need to add the success state. And in the success state, what we're going to have is the task model, just like we had for the user state, right? So we're going to have final task model task, and we'll take this from the constructor. So we have add new task, this dot task model. Now, if you want to make this constructor a const, you'll have to make the sealed class also a const. So you'll have to do const add new task state, and that would mean you can also make this a const, and that has an additional const benefit that we've talked about earlier, even in Flutter. So since we've already done this, let's just leave it over here and move forward. Now in this add new task Cubit, I'm just going to create a class add new task Cubit, which is going to extend the Cubit. And in the Cubit's generic type, we need to pass in the add new task state, right? So make sure you import that. And actually, we don't want to import it. We want to treat this as a single unit. And to treat it as a single unit, we saw that we need to use a part file. So we are going to have part add underscore new underscore task underscore state dot dart. And in the add new task state dot dart, we're going to cut this import line. Make sure you paste it over here at the top. And then you can just do part of add new task Cubit.dart. So this file is a part of this file. Now, another thing we need to do is in the state, let's also add the initial state. So add new task initial. That means the user has not done anything yet. Let's leave it as it is. Now over here, we are going to create a constructor of add new task Cubit. And there's going to be a super which does the initialization of add new task initial. So the initial state is add new task initial. Also, let's remove the const. This is not a const constructor. Now let's go ahead and create a new task function. So we're going to have void or future void create new task. We're going to ask multiple things from the parameter again. Let me just go ahead and also instantiate final task remote repository, and it's going to equal to task remote repository. Now I'm going to go in there and copy all of these things and paste it over here. Then I need the title from the UI, description also, but for this, I need to get the color, the actual color. I'll convert the color to a hex color in this particular Cubit. Then I need the token and I also need the due add. So I can save this much. Then we have asynchronous function, the try and catch block, just like before. If there's any error, what we want to do is emit and add new task error state. And in this, we need to pass in the error state. So let's go over here and have final string error, add new task error should be taken from the constructor. Then I'll go over here and have the error passed in. So we have E, or maybe we can do E.toString just to be very sure that it's a string. After that, we'll contact the task remote repository. So we have task remote repository dot create task. Then we pass in the title, description, hex color, token, due add. So everything is fine other than hex color. So we need to convert this color into hex color. So we're going to go to the utils.dart file and create a utility function that will allow us to convert a color to a hex color. So here we're going to define two functions. The first one is going to be RGB to hex. So it converts the actual color class in Flutter to a hexadecimal. And the second one is going to be to convert the hex to a color. Because when we try to fetch the data from the database, it's going to be in a hex format, but we don't want it in a hex format. We want it in a color format. So let's create color over here. And now we are going to return a string and we're going to do multiple calculations in this. So here we are going to do $color.red.toRadix string. So what this will do is convert the integer value of color.red, which is like, let's say 255. So it will convert it into a base 16 hexadecimal. Base 16 is hexadecimal string. So it might convert it to FF. So we are going to pass in 16 over here. Then we'll have pad left. The width is going to be 2 and the extra padding is 0. So it will ensure that the resulting string is always 2 characters long. So this might give us 1 character, 0 character, whatever. But this pad left 2 will always ensure that it's 2 characters long. And if there's only 1 character given out by this, it will add an external 0 from the left hand side. That's why pad left 0. And we're going to do this similar thing for all of our colors. So it's going to be red, green, blue. So we're going to have red, green, blue like this. So we're going to have color.green. And finally, we're going to have color.blue. And we can leave it at this. At the end, we have an error because we forgot to put a semicolon. Let's do that. Perfect. After that, we want to convert the hex to a color. So it's just an inverse of the function we just created. So we're going to return a color, convert hex to RGB. It's going to take in a hex color and it's going to return the color. So first, I'm going to return a color, and in this color, I need to pass in the value. So the value is going to be int.parse because we want to convert hexadecimal, which is base 16, to a normal integer. So we're going to have hex passed over here followed by radix, which is 16. So here we converted it to a radix string, which is 16, but here we are essentially converting it back to an integer. And then we also want to add the alpha channel, which is making sure that the color is fully opaque. So for that, we'll have to add 0xFF 000,000. So just ensure you have 0x, 3 zeros followed by 3 zeros. So 6 zeros over here. So it will make sure that you have an alpha channel, which is basically creating color.rgba, and the A is of the value of 255. So it has full opacity. Now that we have this, we can save this file, go over here and convert the color from RGB to hex by using this function. And there we go. Now we're going to have await. We're going to get a final task model, which is equal to this. And also, before we start creating a task, we want to emit a loading state. So we're going to have add new task loading. And finally, if this was successful, no errors occurred, we're going to have add new task success and then pass in the task model. That's great. Now we can go to the add new task page and provide all of the details this Cubit requires. But before that, we need to go to the main.dart file. And at the top, we are just going to go ahead and add our new provider. And that's going to be block provider. We'll pass in create, and then it's going to be task Cubit or add new task Cubit. Now we can go to the add new task page And here, first of all, we need to wrap our entire column with a form so that we can use this text form field properly. So we'll just have wrap with widget, form, and then we'll pass in the key. And for that, we have to create the form key. So let's create final form key is equal to global key. And the type of this is going to be form state. Then we can take this form key and pass it in over here. After that, we are going to pass in our validator function. It's going to give us a value. And then we are just going to check if value.trim.isEmpty, then we have an error. All right. Also here we can just check if value is equal to null or value.trim.isEmpty. Then we want to return title cannot be empty. Otherwise we'll return null, and we can copy and paste the same validator function for this text form field as well. But the description cannot be empty. Now, if you want to add more stuff like the length a description should have or the minimum length of this title, you can add that, but I'm not going to get into that. Now, the next thing is just to create a function that will allow us to create a new task. So we have create new task. Then it's going to be an asynchronous function. And first we are just going to check if form key dot current state dot validate. If this validates, then what we want to do is call the Cubit. So we are going to have context.read and make sure you import the right package. We don't want to import anything but the Flutter Bloc package. So we are going to have package Flutter Bloc, flutterblock.dart, and then we have access to the read function. And we are going to read the auth Cubit, or actually, sorry, the task Cubit. And we can call the create new task method on it. Then we need to pass in title controller.text.trim. We also need to pass in the description controller.text.trim. And we also need to pass in the color, which is a selected color. The token, we need to get that. And due date is going to be the selected date. Awesome. Now, where do we get the token from? Well, to get the token, we can just use the auth Cubit. So we're going to have context.read, and then we'll access the auth Cubit. So we can just store it in the auth logged in state. So we're going to have auth logged in user is equal to context.read, because if this was successful, then user should have the type of auth logged in. And this gives us an error because this is of the type of auth Cubit. We need to call dot state on it to get the actual state, but this is of the type auth state. So we need to explicitly say that, hey, we know this is going to be auth logged in. If it's not auth logged in, then the user should not see this page in the first place. Now we can pass in the user.token over here, or actually user.token, and then we're good. Also, we can await this. So there we go. Now the final thing we can do is just wrap our entire padding widget with a block consumer. So here we're going to pass in the block name, which is add new task Cubit, and the state, which is add new task state. Now here in the builder, we're just going to check if state is auth, or actually add new task loading. Sorry, I've been continuously saying the wrong thing. So we have return constant center child circular progress indicator, just like we did before with our authentication part. Now in the listener, we're going to check if state is add new task error. If that is the case, then we want to show a snack bar. So we can just have scaffold messenger dot of context dot show snack bar. Then we're going to pass in a snack bar. The content is going to be a text, and then we can just pass in state dot error. Okay, so this looks good. And now if it is a success, what do we want to do? Well, we can just pop off this page so that we go to the home page, right? So we can simply do else if state is add new task success, then we're just going to do show snack bar and say task added successfully, and this should be a constant. And then we'll also navigator pop this. So we have navigator.pop context, and this is it. So let's restart the entire application and hope everything works out. So here I'm going to click on new. Let's create a title from iOS, and we forgot to change the description to have a description controller, not a title controller. So let's have that. And I just realized we also forgot to add a disposed function. So let's fix that. We have title controller.dispose, and we also have description controller.dispose. Save it. Now we can come back over here and we can say this is from iOS. I hope this works out. And if it doesn't, I'm so sad. And the due date for this is going to be tomorrow. It should work by tomorrow, all right? Now the primary thing can be a blue color, which is a lighter shade. Then we can click on submit and nothing works because we have not bound this create new task to a button. We can take this and pass it in over here. Create new task should be over here. Now we can save it. Let's click on submit and it says task added successfully. Now if you want to check, we can go to our Docker and search select star from tasks and we get two things. The first one is the task 121 and the second one is from iOS, and this is from iOS. I hope this works out. So everything works, including the due date. You can see the due date is given as 30 November and that's great. So that means our entire task of uploading the task to the database is done. The next thing we need to work on is fetching all the tasks by a particular user and only displaying it according to the date filtering logic. So let's get into that. So to get all the new tasks, what we are going to do is close all the save files again, go back to our repository, and here we are again going to create a function to fetch all the tasks, and it's going to be pretty similar to create task. So let's copy this and paste it over here. Now, instead of calling this create task, this is going to be get tasks. Then we're going to return a future of list of task models. After that, we're only going to get the token of the user. We are not going to get anything else. Then I want to do http.get on this particular route. Then we have XOR token, the body shouldn't be there, and that's all. Then if the status code is not 200, we want to throw an error. But if it is 200, then we're getting a list in response.body. So what I want to do is first get the list. So I have final list of tasks, which is equal to JSON decode, and then I'll pass in the response body. Now this is a list of map of string comma dynamic. So what I'm going to do is create a list. So I have final tasks list, and it is initially empty, but what it is going to contain is the actual task model list. So we're going to loop over each of the element in this list of tasks and pass it to task model.from map. What I mean is we're going to do for var element in list of tasks. We're going to do tasks list dot add, and we're going to pass in task model dot from map, and we'll pass in this element because this element is a map of string comma dynamic. Finally, we are just going to return this tasks list. Now this gives us an error because this is a list of dynamic as of now. Even though we are adding task model.from map, here we have declared that this can contain any type of list. So we are just going to call this list of task model and everything fixes. So get task function is now done, pretty simple. We're just going to go to the add new task Cubit, and we're not going to add anything over here. This is not an add new task Cubit. Instead, it's going to be another type of Cubit, which is the home Cubit. So we're just going to have home Cubit.dart. Or if you want, you can rename this so that it suits your purpose. So if you want, you can go ahead and rename this as tasks Cubit.dart. And then you have tasks state.dart. All right. Now, since we've done this, we need to save all the changes that we made everywhere. Then close all the save files to ensure you've done everything. And yeah, now since we've changed everything, we'll have to change the naming of the class as well. So there's a lot of refactoring that we'll have to do. So we have tasks Cubit, then we have tasks Cubit even over here. Then we have to go to the main.dart. First add new task page, let's do it over there. So here we need to pass in the tasks Cubit, even over here, tasks Cubit, just resolve all of the errors that happen. The next change we're going to make is in the state file. So here it should be tasks state, not task state. So just change that everywhere. Also, this should be tasks initial. This should be tasks loading. This should be tasks error. And by mistake, I've also added state. So let me just remove that. And after you're done removing, just make sure everything else is also changed. So you have add new task success. So this needs to remain add new task success because this is a success of add new task page. So this can remain add new task success. We're going to create another state that is going to be get task success. So yeah, this can remain as it is. Then we can have tasks error over here, and yeah. Now let's create another class, and that is going to be called add, or actually get tasks success, which was going to extend the task state. And if this happens, we are going to get a final list of task model. We're going to get all the tasks, and then we're going to have constant get task success this dot tasks. Awesome. So we have a new state added up. Now we need to go to the tasks Cubit and fix everything. So we have tasks state, then we have tasks initial. And if we scroll down, we are going to have tasks loading. Then we have tasks error. And yeah, all of the things in task Cubit is fixed. Now we have to refactor in this pages. So this is the final stretch. Let's do this refactoring. We have tasks state. Here we are going to have task error. Then we can scroll down, and finally we have tasks loading. So yeah, all the refactoring is done. Now we can go back to our tasks Cubit, and here we can define a function to get all the tasks. So we're going to copy this function, paste it again. Now instead of returning future void, we are going to have future list of task model, and we are going to say get all tasks. And this is basically get all tasks by a user. Then we're going to get a token, and that's pretty much it. Then we're going to emit tasks loading. Then we are going to get all the tasks, and then we have the token passed to it. After that, we are going to have a task success, and that is going to be the get task success. And there we're going to pass in the list of task models. So we're just going to call this tasks. Amazing. So everything worked out over here. And by the way, this can be future list of task model if we are not emitting anything. And we just return this task so that we can use it in the future builder. But if you want to go one step ahead, you can just do future void over here as well. And now we'll see how we can use this get tasks success to display things on our home screen. So let's close all the save files now, go back to our home page, and here the real thing is going to start. So we're going to wrap this entire row widget that we had. Remember, our row was containing the 10 a.m. padding, the container, the task card. Well, all of that is going to change now. This row is going to be wrapped by a builder, and it's a list view builder. Okay. And then we have item builder. We're going to get a context and an index, and we're also going to get an item count. Now we want all the tasks to appear, and to get the task, we have to wrap our column with a block builder. So we are going to do the refactoring menu. We have block builder. Here we're going to pass in the tasks Cubit. We're also going to have the tasks state, and also make sure you import block builder from Flutter Block. Now, if the state is tasks loading, then I want to display a centered circular progress indicator. And that's what I'm going to do here. Also, let's put a const. Now, if the state is tasks error, then again, we're going to do something else. For example, we are going to return a constant centered child, which is going to be a text, and it says state dot, and it's not a const, sorry, because we have state over here. State is not a constant, it's dynamic. So we have state dot error, and that's it. Now, finally, if the state is get task success, that means we're going to get the actual data that we want. And all of this can be wrapped within the list view builder. So let's grab this entire column and push it inside over here. And finally, we're just going to have return constant size box. So with this, everything is fixed, but we still have an error because we have not specified the item count. Well, let's do that. First, we want to get all the data. So we're going to get all the tasks, which is equal to state.tasks. Then the item count is going to be tasks.length. That's it. Now we want to get a particular task. So we can just do final task is equal to tasks at a particular index. And now I want to get the color. Well, to get a color, I can just do task.color, and we don't have a color over here. So I have to go and pass in my task model. So I have final color over here. So we have final color, color. Make sure you import that from .ui, Flutter, whatever. Then we have required this dot color. Then we can scroll down here. We're going to have color, which can be null. We're getting that. And then we have color, color, question mark, this dot color. Then we can go down more. We have color. And now instead of doing color just like this, what we want to do is RGB to hex, right? So we want to convert this color into a proper format. Now, even over here, when we get the color, what we want to do is hex to RGB. So we have map at color. Okay. Now we can go down further. And if you want, we can rewrite this toString method, or you can manually go and add the color option over here. So we have color, $color. Then we can also update the equal to method. So we have other.color is equal to color. And finally, we can update the hash code to have color.hashcode. All right. So with this, we should be able to go to the home page and just pass in a normal color. And now if I open anything else, there's no other errors. That's good. Let's update this header text to have task.title. Then finally, we want the description text, which is going to be task.description. Even over here, we're going to pass in our color, which is task.color, and we're going to multiply it with a factor of 0.69. Finally, we have our due date, which is task.due date. And this const needs to go away from our padding because we're using task, which is dynamic. So we have task.dueAt. And as you can see, this is a date time. We only want a time, so we can use date format. Make sure you import the Intel package .jm. So JM will help us to format our date. So we have task.dueAt passed in over here. And that's great. So now I can restart the entire thing and we don't see anything. Now we don't see anything over here because we forgot to call getAllTasks. So let me convert this to a stateful widget. Then I'm going to have an initState method. And in this init state, we are going to contact our Cubit. So we have our tasks Cubit. Let's just have tasks Cubit. And then we call the getAllTasks method on it. Now we need to get the token, and to get the token, we need to do a similar thing, but we need to get the user. So we have final user is equal to context.read auth Cubit. Then we want to get the state. So we're just going to do .state, and then we can use this user. So we have user.user.token, and we can treat this as auth logged in state. So there we go. So everything works out now. Let's restart, and we have an error. Type null is not a subtype of type string. So that means again, task model had some sort of issue. So let's go to our task remote repository to find out why this error occurred. So let's go ahead and print the element. Now I can restart the app. Well, the same error, but now I have one object showing up. The ID is there, the title is there, the description is there. So let's compare it with the map. ID is there, the title is there, the description is there. Then we have the hex color. So we need to pass in hex color over here. Now if we restart, things seem to be fixed, but there's a UI error. And that UI error is probably because I've used a list view builder, but I forgot to do expanded. So I have to wrap it with expanded so that it doesn't take the entire screen's height. It only takes as much as it's given. Now, if I come back over here, there we go. So my two tasks are showing up, and that is so good. One is 7:24 p.m. and one is 12 a.m. Now this is 12 a.m. for 29th November because we're not giving the user the option to select any time. We're only showing the date picker. If you want to get more precise, then you can definitely go to the add new task page. And here, instead of just having a show date picker, you can also have a show time picker. So we have a show time picker here. Then you can pass in the context, initial time and stuff. And then you can make your app also select the time. Make sure you integrate well with the date time object. If you need any help with that, let me know in the comment section below and I'll help you out, but I'm not diving into it. because there's some other stuff that we need to cover. And the next thing that we need to cover is that this from iOS thing that you see is not a task of today. That's a task of 30th. So we want to filter task based on this date time. And that's what we're going to do now. So to make this happen, what we need to do is go to the date selector. In this date selector, we have selected date, right? Now what I want to do is extract the selected date out of this component and into the home page. Why? Because here I'll get to know that what date did the user select, so that I can apply the filtering logic on this home page. So if the user selects on 20th November, I don't know the user has selected 20th November. Only this date selector component knows because selected date is mentioned over here. So what I'm going to do is take the selected date out so that I can use it in the home page and do all the filtering logic. So at the top, I'm going to define date time selected date, and I'm going to pass it through the constructor to the date selector. So we have selected date passed over here. Also over here, I'm going to accept it. So we have date time, then we have selected date, and we require it through the constructor. So we have required this dot selected date. And to ignore this error, also make sure you have finalized this selected date component. Now, if we want to access it, we can just do widget.selected date, widget.selected date, widget.selected date, and then we have widget.selected date is equal to date. And as you can see, when we try to update this, it says selected date can't be used as a setter because it's final. Try finding a different setter or making selected date non-final. So basically, we need to remove the final from here, and that means we have to remove the const from date selector. And once we do that, our errors are gone from here. Now on our home page, whenever the selected date is changed, we'll get to know. So if I restart my application and I change it to 27, it still works the same, but now I need to add in the filtering logic. So when we get a list of tasks over here, we want to filter. So here we can add the filtering logic now. So we'll just add where. Now in this filtering logic, we are going to get an element, and here we need to pass in a Boolean condition. Basically, whenever this Boolean condition that we add over here is true, the task will be added to this tasks list. Otherwise, it won't be added. And what is our condition going to be? Well, our condition should be that this element that we have, the list we are going through, it's due at, if it's equal to the selected date, then we're good. We can add it to our tasks filtered list. If it's not, then we don't want to add it. And we've already written out a pretty similar condition for that over here. When we had is selected, so we were comparing between the date that we had over here, the week dates variable, and the selected date variable. So we can modify this condition to suit our purposes. So we are just going to copy paste this. Now we're going to have date format d.format, and I'm going to pass in my element.dueAt over here. And for date format d.format, I'm going to pass in my selected date. And we're going to have selected date.month equal to element.dueAt.month. And the same thing goes over here. We have equal to element.dueAt.year and selected date.year. With this, we are adding the condition on the basis of which we are filtering stuff. Now I need to convert this to a list because it's an iterable. Now I can take this tasks and well, everything else suits our purposes. So let's restart. And there's no thing on 29th November. If we go to 30th November, there's still nothing. So that means our application logic is wrong somewhere. And the reason our application is not working is because our home page is not rebuilding. So this build function is not rebuilding, because of which we're not getting the updated tasks. So to make this home page rebuild, we need to specify this widget.selectedDate is equal to date logic in the home page and call its set state. So we're going to take this on tap from the constructor. So we're going to have final void callback on tap. Then we're going to require this from the constructor. So we have on tap. Now I'm just going to paste this on tap instead of our original function. So we have on tap over here, and it should actually be widget.onTap. Now in the home page, I need to define how my on tap is going to look like. So we have on tap, then we get a certain function. And what I want to do is this set state. So let me just remove it. Now selected date should be equal to the date that this on tab gives me. And this date is present in the date selector widget, right? It's present over here. Now, how do I get this date that's mentioned over here in this? Well, to do that, instead of having a void callback, we can actually pass a value to this function, right? So if I get a value, which is the date, we'll be good. But how do I pass in this date? Well, to do that, first I need to pass in a function over here, which is taking a string. Now in the on tab, when I call widget.onTab, what I'm going to do is convert this into an arrow function and pass in the date like this. And as you can see, we have an error because we don't have to pass in a string actually. We need to pass in a datetime object. So yeah, there we go. And now as a result of this, our constructor can be a final and this can be a const. And the app's performance is much better because of this, because const will improve the performance of the application, avoiding the re-renders that will happen to the widget. So yeah, everything looks good. The set state is over here. Now let's see if the app works. On 29th, we still have nothing. On 30th though, we have from iOS. So that works. On 1st, we have nothing, but on 6th, we have new task 121. That's great. So that means the task filtering logic is also working fine. Now the next thing we want to do is the offline first logic. But before that, I'm again going to check if everything works. I'm going to pass in my title as hope this works. And the description can be, hey, please work, I beg you. And then our due date can be, let's say 2nd December. We'll click on OK. Let's select a different color this time, maybe this one. Then we can click on submit. A new task is added successfully, but nothing shows up over here. And nothing shows up because the state of the block changed. So we add a block builder, and if the state is task loading or tasks error or task success, we show something. But if it's any other state, we return a size box. And in this case, we have add new task success. Now to avoid this, what we can do is make sure that this init state is called. The reason why this init state was not called is because if I go to the add new task page, whenever our task is a success, we pop it. We don't push back to the actual page. So instead of doing this, what we can do is push and remove until, and then we pass in the home page dot route. If we do that with the predicate as a function that returns false, everything will work fine. Just wait and watch. So if I do this, restart the application, and let's just first see if 2nd December has this. Yep. And let's go ahead and add a new task. Math homework, let's say. I want to get 100 in math, but I won't. And then I can change this color. Maybe this looks good. And the due date can be 3rd December. I'll click on OK. Then I'll click submit. And as you can see, task added successfully, stuff still shows up. And yeah, if I go to my 3rd December, math homework is there. So it also rebuilds because it's refetching the tasks, right? So this way, everything works out. So yeah, now the next thing we want to work on is the offline first part. So I'll have to go ahead and create a new repository called task local repository. Let's create it. And here we're going to do the same SQLite stuff that we've done earlier, but just for task related stuff. So let's get into that. Now this task local repository is going to look very similar to the auth local repository. So what I'm going to do is copy all of the functions that were present in it and paste it over here. Now we can change it for task related stuff. So here, first of all, the table name is going to be tasks. Then we want to import the database from SQLite. Then we have the getter of the database, if you remember. Then we have the get databases path. This needs to change. It's not auth.db now, it's tasks.db. Make sure you import join from path.dart. Then we have open database. We want to create a table, but now we want to create a different table. And we have changed it accordingly, $table name, which is tasks. But here the ID should be text, but other stuff needs to change. For example, title, description, created at, updated at, due at is going to remain the same. We have int not null. And then we also need the UID. So whose table is this? So we have UID text, not null. And yep, if you want, you can also call this a foreign key and do your thing, but that's fine, no worries. Now we can go to the next part, which is insert a task in the database. So we get a task model. We get a task model over here. We do db.insert table name, then we pass in task model.toMap. Then the conflict algorithm is going to remain the same. Then we have get user. Instead of get user, we should be having get tasks, which should return a list of task model. So we have await database, then we do db.query table name. If result is not empty, what we want to do is convert all of the tasks that we get from the database, and the limit should not be 1, by the way. We should be getting all the tasks, and we get all the tasks and we convert it into a task model. So we have task model dot from map, but that's not how easy it is. We again need to do, it's a list, right? So we need to loop over each of them. So we have for final element in result, we are going to do, well, again, a list of task model tasks, which is equal to an empty list. Then we'll just do tasks.add, and then we add in task model.from map, pass in the element. And with this, we are done. So we are going to return the task just like that. Now, if nothing is returned, we are just going to return an empty list. Okay. Now also, instead of inserting a task, we need to insert a list of tasks. So what we can do is list of task model, take that in. Now to insert the tasks, what we need to do is loop over each of the tasks that are present over here and insert it to the database. Now to insert it, there are going to be multiple insert operations, and to do it without much overhead on the database, we can use the concept of batches. So first we'll have to create a batch, and then we can add all the operations to the batch. Then we can commit and push it to the database. So to create a batch, we'll first have to define a batch, which is final batch is equal to database.batch. And actually we should be doing db.batch. Also this should be batch, not bath. Now we can just do await batch.insert for each of the tasks that we have. So for final task in tasks, we are just going to call await batch.insert. Then we take this task, convert it to map, and this does not return anything. So we can just do batch.insert like this. After that, we can simply do await batch.commit. And if we want, we can get a list of object as a result, or if we want, we can just say no result true and it won't return a result to us. Now, here's one problem. If we see task.toMap, it is converting it into milliseconds since epoch, right? But now in from map, what we're doing is datetime.parse. We're not taking it from milliseconds since epoch and treating it as an integer. What we're doing is treating it as a string to get the value. And that's right, from our database, we are actually getting a string. So why should we convert it into milliseconds since epoch over here? Instead, we should do to ISO 8601 string, just like we're doing with our remote database. So let's copy it and paste it again and again so that we get the right thing. And there we go. So a string will be stored. So we'll have to change our database table over here. Instead of an int, we are going to get a text, and the same thing goes for each of them. So with this, let's hope everything works out. So yeah, let's see if this works out. What I'm going to do is go to the tasks Cubit and add this offline first logic. So whenever a new task is created, we want to upload a task. So for that also, we will need a function. So just like we had insert tasks, we are also going to have an insert task function. So let's call this insert task. It's just going to take in a task model. So we have a task, and then we just do await db.insert. We pass in the table name, which is tasks, or the table name, sorry. And then the values are just going to be task.toMap. All right. So this just allows us to store our data into the database. So now whenever the user creates a new task, it is uploaded to the database, the remote database, but it is also uploaded to the offline database. So for that, we'll have to create an instance of final task local repository, which should be equal to task local repository. Then we take this task local repository and call the create task or upload task function on it. Yep, insert task. Then we can pass in our task model, and yeah, that's pretty much it. Let's also await it. Now a single task has been loaded, but when we try to do get all tasks and there's an error, what we would like to do is go to the task remote repository. In case of any error, we first check if data is present in our offline first application. So we are going to create final task local repository over here, which is equal to task local repository. Then I'll take this task local repository, and before throwing an error, we are just going to do task local repository dot get tasks. Then we are going to await it, and then we get final tasks is equal to this. Now, if the tasks is not empty, then we are going to return this tasks. Otherwise, we can just rethrow. And we are going to rethrow whatever this error gives. Basically, rethrow is just throw E. But to make it shorter, you can just do rethrow. So yep, let's hope everything works out. I'm just going to remove this print statement, not needed. Let's restart, open up our terminal. Nothing to see over here. Well, we have 30. Let's also upload a new task. So I have a new task to see if stored in local database. Then I'm going to do an accent of a different color. Then it can be 29 November, submit. And it says table tasks has no column named color. So that means we forgot to add the color. Let's go to this part. Yep, we forgot to add a color to our table when creating it. So let's add color text, not null, and that's it. Make sure you don't have a comma at the end, just like we did before in auth users. Now we can click on submit, and we still get that error because we have to restart our application so that a new table is created. Also, two new tasks show up. That's nice. But now what we want to do is new task title just to differentiate. And now I'm just typing gibberish. 30th November. Let's pass the green shade. Click on submit. So after debugging for quite a few minutes, I realized that this error occurs because we added the color late, right? So this column was added later on. That's why. To fix it, what we need to do is change the version numbers. So from version 1, we need to change to version 2 or version 3. And then we need to add this method on upgrade. All right. So this on upgrade, we get DB, old version and new version. And this is asynchronous function. And here what we need to check is that if old version is less than the new version, so old version was 1 or 2 and the new version is 3. So we need to execute this db.execute alter table name, add column color, text, not null, and we don't have any default thing. So we can just remove this default part. So if this is the case, then we want to alter the table to add a new column in this table. SQLite doesn't handle this on its own. That's why we need to handle it explicitly. So make sure you change the version number to a greater version number and add this on upgrade. Or if you want, you can just delete your application and then it should work. So let's restart this entire thing. As you can see, there are multiple tasks that I added just for debugging. I'm just going to create a new task now. Let's call it new task 123412. Then I'm just going to type gibberish. The accent color or the wheel can be used to get a nice color, and I can push it to 5th December. Then I can click on submit, and as you can see, task added successfully. If I go to 5th December, we have the new task also showing up. Now, one thing I noticed while debugging is that if we go to tasks remote repository, we're getting all the tasks, but when we have an error, we're fetching the tasks from the database. And that's what we want to do. But another thing that we want to do is as soon as we get the latest information from the database, we want to update our local database as well. And to do that, we're just going to go here and just pass in await task local repository dot upload or insert tasks, not tasks. And here we're going to pass in our task list. So with this, we'll be adding the latest information that we get from the database to our local database. Now, if we restart, everything still works the same. But if I switch off my Wi-Fi and now restart my application, everything still works. So I just realized an error we've run into and things I've been doing incorrectly. So the first thing is that just shutting off this Wi-Fi isn't going to help us realize if the app is offline or not. And the reason for that is we are running the backend on our own local system. So we don't need an internet connection to run it. If our app was hosted on a cloud system, then we would be able to test our application by shutting down the Wi-Fi system. But since we are on our local system, we can just shut our server down like this. And now if I restart my application, as you can see, the offline first logic doesn't work. And it doesn't work because we have an error. Type int is not a subtype of type string. Now this error occurs because if we just go and close all the files related to task and open up the user model, we've made the same mistake that we did before. We had created at .milliseconds in epoch, and when I'm trying to do from map, I'm doing datetime.parse. But parse accepts a string. So what I need to do is convert this into an ISO 8601 string, and then it should work properly. Now, since we've changed the type of our created at and updated at, I need to go to the auth local repository, and here I need to change the create table. So here my created at is not an integer, it should be a text, and even updated at should be a text. Now if I save my application, still nothing's going to work because we changed our table. And since we changed our table, we need to change the version, and then we need to add the on update. And to get the on update, we can simply go to our task local repository, and from here, copy this entire on upgrade thing. Okay, now if old version is less than new version, but here, instead of adding a new column, what we need to do is change the type. Now, changing a type in SQLite is not allowed. So what we need to do is drop the entire table that we have. That means we need to delete the table. Then we need to copy the existing table that we have with the updated types. So what I need to do is just do something like this, drop table, and then specify the table name. Okay. And after we have done this, what I need to do is again execute this command so that we have a new database created. And in this, we want to create a table, but this time the created at is going to be a text and updated at is also going to be a text. Okay. Now I'm going to restart the entire application, and yep, it should have worked out. It says null because there's no user logged in now. So I can switch on my server. So I'll just do docker compose up. Now I can restart my application. And as you can see, the tasks are appearing now. But again, what I need to do is make sure that my server is down because now the actual user data is stored in the local storage. So I'm just going to stop this container, rerun my application. And as you can see, the user model is showing up over here. So it is printing. So if we go to auth remote repository, this is where we had printed the user and we're getting that user. So all the user related stuff is done. What we are concerned about is the task local repository now, because the user is logged in, right? If the user is logged in, they can see the task. But we are getting type null is not a subtype of type string because the task model has some issues. So we need to figure out that problem now. So to figure this out, I'm just going to go ahead and print the result that this get tasks gives us. Now I can restart my application. And as you can see, we get the list of objects that are stored. So we are looping through each of them. Let's go ahead and print the element just to figure out where the error might be. We can restart the application now. And after the first map itself, it doesn't execute further. That means the error shows up over here. So let's see what the error is in from map. And the problem was that this is map at hex color. And this should just be color, not hex color. Let's restart now. And as you can see, all the tasks appear. Now let's see what happens if I click on this plus icon and try to upload a new task. So let's go and do, hey there, new task. And I'm going to do it for a date we have not done for, let's say 15th December. Then I can again say, hello there, I am here. Then maybe I can change this color to this, click on submit. And it says client exception with socket exception connection refused. Now we don't want to show this error. What we need to do instead is store it in our local storage and tell our server when we are online again that, hey, we have some unsynced task. Let's sync it again. Also, let's remove the print element from here and let's close all the save files. And we're going to go to the task local or actually task remote repository. And this is where the error is, right? We're trying to create a task. If there's an error, we just throw the error. No, what we want to do is store this in local storage. And when we go online again, we sync it with the database. And to do this, we have two approaches. And the first approach is that we store the data that we get in a separate SQLite database. So we can create another table called unsynced tasks. And whatever data the user creates when they're offline, we can store it in the SQLite database as it is, but in a separate table. And then when we go online, we just have to take all the data that is present in this particular synced tasks SQLite database and push it to our server. The second approach we can take is we can store the data in the same SQLite database table. Also, what I mean over here is in a separate SQLite database table. And the second approach is obviously store the data in the same SQLite database table, but we add a new column. So in our current local storage repository, if we see, this is how our table looks like, right? We can add another property over here called is synced. And with this particular property, we'll get to know if this row was synced to the remote database, the Postgres database. So for each row, we'll have a Boolean value that will say yes or no, or we can have an integer value, which is 0 or 1. 0 can be that it is not synced and needs to be synced. And the first value can be that, hey, it is synced. You don't need to worry about it. Now you can use either of these approaches. I like the second approach better, so I'm just going to use this approach. All right. So let's get started with it. We're going to go to the task local repository and create a new field over here called is synced. Then we can pass in the type of integer and it should be not null. Okay. Now this is a version 4. So let me add version 4 here. On upgrade, we want to alter the table. Even now we want to add a new column, and that column is synced. It should be an integer and it should not be null. Okay. So with this, let's hope everything works out. Now, when we're inserting a task to the database, just doing task.toMap is not enough. Or what we can do is just go to the task model, and here we can create an integer value that will store either 0 or 1 to determine if it's synced or not. So we can have final Boolean is synced. Then we can have required this dot is synced. Then in the copy with also we can have Boolean is synced. Then this will be is synced, question mark, this dot is synced. Then finally we have is synced, and this can be the is synced value that we have. After that, we can go ahead and type it in over here, is synced, and actually it shouldn't be a Boolean value. It should be an integer value. I'm not sure what I'm doing. From map as well, we are going to have is synced. Now, if is synced is null, then what do we do? And most likely from the server, we're not going to get any value. So we are just going to do map is synced. If it is null, then we are just going to set it to true, right? Because if we are getting data from the server, it will be stored in our SQLite database. So we can safely assume that this is true. Obviously, if you want to go more advanced and make sure that it is certainly the case, you can do that. And that would require further logic. But in our case, this is good enough. We can move ahead now. And other dot is synced is equal to is synced. And finally, we have is synced dot hash code. And then we are done. So yeah, we have updated our task model now. None of the changes are giving an error. So we are good with that. And now whenever the user does task.toMap, is synced is also passed to it. Now the next step is to label data that is not synced. So that would happen whenever we are calling task local repository in this catch block. So when we get the tasks and upload it to database, yep, they're all synced because they're coming from the Postgres database and we're storing it in our SQLite database. So they're synced, obviously. But when we are uploading a task and an error occurs, that means the task wasn't uploaded successfully. So that means the data is not synced. It's only stored in the local database. That's why offline first, because we are storing it in the local database no matter what. So here we need to do task local repository dot insert task, and then we need to upload our own task. And that would involve creating a task model. So let's go ahead and create a task model. We have task model is equal to task model. Then we need to create an ID, a UID, and we can get the UID of the user if we ask for it from the parameter of the function, or if we just decode this token, because this token is a JWT, right? If we decode it, we'll get the actual UID. But I'm not going to do that. I'm actually going to ask it from the parameter and I'm going to pass it in. Now we have the ID as well. Then we need a title, description, created at. So when was this created at? Well, it's just going to be datetime.now, right? Then we are going to have updated at, which is also going to be datetime.now. And due at is given. Color is just going to be what we had above, the hex color. And is synced is actually going to be false, or actually 0. Now, as you can see, the types are mismatched because hex color is of the type of string. This color is color. So we can just convert it if we want. So we can just have hex to RGB function called, and then we can take this hex color, pass it in and save it. Now I can take this task model and insert it in the local repository. Is synced 0 means that it is not synced. 1 will mean it is synced. So by default, all task models are synced. So if I go to my task model and here, when I have true, instead of doing true, I can just do 1. Okay. So this is 1. It is synced properly. Now I can go back to the task remote repository and now we need to mention the ID. Now to create an ID, it will be of the type UUID, so it needs to fit in the backend properly. And for that, we'll be installing a new package called UUID. Now with UUID, we'll be able to mention a type here, constant UUID dot v4 or v6, whatever one you prefer. I'm just going to use v4. And yeah, now this should work. It shouldn't throw an error. So if all of this went successfully, this shouldn't throw an error. So we can just have a try and a catch block over here. If there's an error, just rethrow. Otherwise, we have all of this stuff done. Okay, this is great. A nested try and catch block. Now I can open up my file explorer and as you can see, we have an error, tasks Cubit, because we need to pass in the UID of the user. And to get that, we need it from the parameter from here as well. So let's do required string UID, and then we can go to the Explorer, add new task page has an error, and the error is that we need to provide the UID of the user. So the UID is just going to be user.user.uid or just ID. And yeah, there we go. All the errors seem to be gone. So we can restart the application and now hopefully we don't get an error. Also in the try block of this error part, this part that we have the catch block, just make sure that you return a task model from here, because when a task model is returned, then we know that there was no error. Everything went fine. Also, let's remove this rethrow from here. That's great. Now we can restart the application. We get the user model, but we get an error over here saying database exception cannot add a not null column with default value null. And that's because the already existing data in this tasks table does not have is synced value, right? So we just added the new column. If we just added the new column, the previous data did not have is synced value stored with them. And if they don't have the is synced value stored with them, it is null. So how are we saying that it cannot be null, but at the same time, the pre-existing values are null? And that's why we get this error. So what I can do here is go ahead and delete this entire application and start from scratch. So we're back online. I need to sign in. So I'll just sign in with my current user. The server is still down, as you can see. So we're going to have our email. Let's say rivan@gmail.com. Test123 is the password. Click on login. And it says we can't log in. And that's right. We cannot log in without the server being up. So let's put the server up. And now we can click on login. And as you can see, we have an error. And this error is a bit different from the other one. And this error is what we have already run into before. So if we just go to our task local repository, here we have put a comma. We need to remove that comma from the end. It should be there for updated at, it shouldn't be there for is synced. Now I can restart the app and it says type null is not a subtype of type string. And the reason we have this error is because in task model, we have map color. We need to change it to map hex color, but also in toMap, when we have this color, we need to change it to hex color when we're trying to store it. So one place cannot be color and another place cannot be a different thing. Both of them need to be the same thing. So hex color on both the places, all right? Because our backend is returning hex color. If you just go to the tasks thing, you'll notice that this is hex color. So make sure you change that. Now if I restart everything, we get another error saying no column named hex color. And that's right. No column is named hex color. So we need to name this hex color. Sorry about all the discrepancies that are happening. Now I'm just going to restart the app and we're still going to get this error because now we need to upgrade this. Now instead of adding a column is synced, we want to change the name. Now I'm going to take the easy route. I'm just going to stop this app's execution and actually delete the entire front-end application so that we start from scratch, and I'll see you after all of that is done. So our app is now launched, and if I go and sign in again, let's do that really quickly. Rivan@gmail.com, test123, click on login. Yep, and we see all the tasks that are present over here. Now what I'm going to do is shut down my server. Then I'm going to restart the entire application, and we see all the tasks, we are logged in, and everything works fine. Now let's get to the main part. What we need to do is add a new task over here and should be displaying in the local database. All right. So we have a new title here. Let's call it new title. The description is new title. And this is going to be 15th December. The accent is going to be blue. Let's take this shade. And this error occurs because unique constraint failed tasks.id. Basically, a similar task with the same ID was found, which is why it's not pushing it in. Now to fix this error, what we can do is just delete the particular data that we're trying to insert. So if it already exists in the database, just go ahead and delete it. So we're going to have await db.delete, and we want to delete from this particular table name. And what we're trying to delete is whenever the ID column name is equal to a particular value. So to pass in a particular value, we need to pass in a question mark, which stands for a placeholder value. And this placeholder value is given through the where args. And now in this list, we are going to pass in the actual value, which is task.id. Now, if I save this much, restart the entire application, and now I'm just going to go ahead and add the title new task, the description new task, and this is going to be December 15th, if I can grab that. And I'm not even going to select a color again. I'm just going to click on submit, and the task is added successfully. So if I go to December 15th, it shows up over here. But what happens if I restart? Well, if I restart, the data should still be there, right? And it is there. But what happens if I connect to the server? All right. Now I'll do Docker Compose up. So we are connected to the server, and I'll restart the application now. So after I restart the application and go to December 15th, we don't have our data anymore. It's gone. So as soon as we went online, the data is gone because our data is only stored in the SQLite database. It's not stored in the PostgreSQL database. So they're not synced together. Now what happens if I close the server and then again restart the app? If I go to December 15th now, we can see our data is still there. So our data is going to remain in SQLite database for as long as we allow it to stay. So that's an advantage for us. So what we can do is whenever the user goes online, we just upload it to the database, right? And that way we have synced the task. And we can do this for multiple tasks, right? Because we have stored the value is synced. So we'll just take the is synced value and filter through our SQLite database. So if any value is 0, that means the task is not synced. So we need to take that task and upload it to our database. And that should work fine. So let's go ahead and do that. So to get started, we are going to install the package of Connectivity Plus. So let's go ahead and add Connectivity Plus to our Flutter app. And after that Connectivity Plus package is added, we need to go to the main.dart file. And here we can instantiate the Connectivity Plus package to always listen for the connectivity changes that might happen in our application. Now, instead of doing it over here, where I'm going to do it is actually in the home page. And the reason why we are doing it in homepage is the syncing of tasks should only happen if the user is logged in, right? If the user is not logged in, how are we going to sync the task? They don't have any task created. So instead of doing it anywhere else, we can just do it in init state. So here I'm going to have connectivity plus. So let me just make sure I have this connectivity package dot on connectivity change dot listen. And that will give us the data. And here I'm going to check if the data contains connectivity result dot Wi-Fi. So if it is connected to the Wi-Fi, then we are just going to print that, hey, we are on Wi-Fi. Then we are going to press save and restart the entire app. Now, if I open up the debug console, we'll notice we have, hey, we are on Wi-Fi. Now, if I switch off the Wi-Fi and then restart the entire app, we don't see this print coming in. Now, if I restart and come back to the screen and restart the app, we see, hey, we are on Wi-Fi. So that's great. Now, the next thing we want to do is as soon as we are on Wi-Fi, we need to get all the unsynced tasks from our database, okay? And that is the SQLite database. So after we get all the unsynced tasks from our SQLite database, we need to talk to our PostgreSQL database to add the new task. And finally, we want to change the task that were added to the database from 0 to 1. So basically we had the is synced set to 0, right? We need to change all of them to 1 so that they're not synced again. So now how do we get all the unsynced tasks from our SQLite database? To do that, we are going to go to the task local repository. And over here, we are going to create a function that will allow us to get all the tasks. Well, not all the tasks, but all the tasks that are unsynced. And we know those are unsynced because the isSynced property is 0 for them. Also, let me just paste this function in the class, not outside of the class. And now we are going to say get unsynced tasks. Then we are going to do await database db.query. And here we are going to add the where clause saying where the ID is equal to, and then we'll pass in the where arguments where it should be 0. So we'll get all the unsynced tasks by doing ID. Actually, it shouldn't be ID, it should be isSynced. Sorry about that. We have isSynced equal to 0. Then if result is not empty, we'll do all of these tasks. Otherwise, we'll return empty list. That's great. Now let's remove the extra brace that was present over here. That's nice. Now I want to call this task local repository function, but obviously we can't directly talk to the home page using this repository. So I'm going to shift all of this logic in the task Cubit function. So we are going to have future void sync tasks function. And I'm also going to take all of these comments that I made and paste it over here so that we have reference. This should also be asynchronous. And now we need to call this tasks Cubit, which is going to be done using this. Context.read task Cubits.get or .sync tasks. Then we are going to await this. Also, this listen function can be asynchronous, and this way we are able to do it. Now we can go to our task Cubits and call the task local repository to do our stuff. So we want to get all the unsynced tasks. So we can just do await task local repository dot get unsynced tasks. It's just going to return a future of list. So I'm just going to await it. And then we have unsynced tasks, which is equal to this. Okay. Now, just to make sure everything is done correctly, I'm going to print this unsynced tasks. Then I'm going to restart the app. And if I open up the terminal, we do see that this task model shows up. So that means we do have an unsynced task, and that's correct. Next, we want to talk to our PostgreSQL database to add the new task. So we need to go to our backend folder and start creating a route over here. So I'm going to copy this entire route, paste it down here, and then create a route called sync. The user needs to be authenticated to sync everything. And here, the things are going to get a little complex. So I'm going to go slowly over here. The first thing is that our request body is not going to be a single task. It is going to be a bunch of tasks in a list format. So I'm going to comment this top line because we can't edit request.body like that because it's going to be a list. It's not going to be anything else. Also, I can remove this and call this tasks list. And just to be sure of everything, what we are going to do is comment this line and even this line. We're not going to return anything. We're just going to go ahead and console log the tasks list that we get. Now we can go back to our front-end code and create this route. So we'll go to our task remote repository. And here, when we're doing create task, I'm just going to copy this entire function and paste it down there. And we can call this sync tasks. Now we don't need the title, description, and hex color. We just need the token. And we also need the list of task models that is happening. Now here we are going to post /tasks. Nope. We're going to post to /tasks/sync. Then we need to pass in the XAuth token. Then we need to get the title, description, hex color. Nope, none of them. We just need to do tasks over here. So it will encode this list. After that, we can check for 201 and we're not going to return task model.from JSON true. Instead, we are just going to return true. So if the sync happened properly, we're going to return true. So this is going to return a Boolean value. And if there's an error, none of this is going to happen. And instead we are going to return false. I'm also going to go ahead and print this error just to be sure while we are trying to debug if everything went correctly or not. And if not, what's the error? Now I'm going to go to the tasks Cubit and I'm going to call this task remote repository function. So we have task remote repository dot sync tasks. Then I need to pass in the token and the tasks. The tasks is just the unsynced tasks and the token we need to get that. So we are going to get this token from the parameter. So we'll go to the home page and here we have the token, which is just user.user.token. We had the same thing over here. So we are using that. Now we can open up our terminal, restart the entire app. And as you can see, it says client exception with socket exception connection refused because the server is not there. So let me just make sure the server is up and running. To do that, we're just going to run docker compose up. Now I can restart the entire app. So we get the task model. And if I open up my terminal, here we have our list. So the log is of a list that contains a string. This is not an actual JSON value that we can parse. This is a string. So why are we getting a string over here? And this has to do with how JSON encode works over here. Now to take some value away from this JSON encode tasks, what we can do is go over every element in this task and call their toMap argument. And then we can store that in an object and then we can pass that object directly to the task.ts file. And that's what we are going to do here. So instead of using JSON encode tasks, we are going to pass in JSON encode, but here we are going to have an object which we are going to define up there. So we're going to loop over every element in this task. So we have for final task in tasks. And at the top, we have final task list in map format, which is equal to an empty list. Then I'll take this task list in map and add to it task.toMap, not toJSON. Remember that if we do toJSON, it is going to convert it into a string format that we have over here. Nope. What we want to do is toMap. Awesome. Now I can take this task list in map and I'm going to pass it over here. Now, if I restart everything, as you can see, we get an object within a list, and that's what we want. So now that this is done, what we're going to do is loop over every element in this tasks list and add this particular thing. We need to convert due@at into a valid date object, and then we need to add the UID for every single one of them. So let's use a for loop. We'll have for let t in tasks list, and actually it shouldn't be in JavaScript, it should be off. So if you hover over this, this is of the type of any. If we use in, we are using a foreign loop, which is a string. So we just want to use off. And now we can update t to be equal to ... t, comma, and then we want to update the due@at and the UID. So the due@at is going to be the new date object followed by not request.body, but t.due@. And the UID is just going to be request.user. That's good. Now I want to take this T and push it into my list of its own. So I'm going to create my own list. Let's call this constant filtered tasks, which is equal to an empty list as of now. And also the type of this is going to be new task, which is a list. And also let's fix the spelling error. Then I'll take this filtered tasks and have filtered tasks.push. So we are adding a new element here, and I can just pass in the T that I just created. Now I can take this filtered tasks and pass it to this particular line. So we have db.insert tasks.values, and I'm passing in the filtered tasks over here. Now you might say that, hey, earlier we were passing in an object, right? Now suddenly we are passing a list. Will Drizzle automatically know that this is a list and do all the tasks for us? And the answer is yes. Drizzle will know that this is a list, so it will extract each element and add it as a new row in our PostgreSQL database. Also, we are going to get pushed tasks to the database. Now I'm going to copy this and send it as a response back. So we are going to have response.status201.json pushed tasks. So if this was successful, we are going to return true. And in the tasks Cubit, I can store this value. Final is synced is equal to this particular thing. I'm also going to await it. Then I can change the tasks that were added to the SQLite database from 0 to 1. So for this, I'm going to check if the synced was proper. So in reality, did the push occur? So was the data pushed into the database? If it returns true, then I want to change the tasks that were added. And for that, again, I'll have to go to the task local repository and create a new function over here. My new function is going to be update row value. And this is a very generic function that I've created just in case I need to update any other value in this database. Then I'm going to ask for the ID of the task that we are trying to change. And then I'm also going to ask for the updated new value, and it is going to be an integer. Then instead of using db.query, we are going to have db.update. Then I'm going to pass in the table name, but then we need to pass in the values. And the new value that I'm trying to add is synced. So isSynced needs to get updated to this new value, and this needs to be a string. Then I can add my where clause where the ID should be equal to whatever the ID user has mentioned over here. Okay. Now this will be a future void. So I can remove this entire thing, and yeah, we're good to go. Also, I'll remove this final result. It's of no use to us. Now I'll go to the tasks Cubit and call this function. So I'll have task local repository dot update row value. Then I'm going to pass in the ID of the task, which is going to be, well, the unsynced tasks ID, right? But this unsynced task is a list of task models. So I need to loop over every element in this list and pass it their ID. So we're going to do for final task in unsynced tasks. We're going to have task local repository dot update row value. Then I'm going to have task dot ID. And the new value should be 1 now. From 0, we are changing to 1. And if we do reach isSynced, I just want to print it for myself. So I have printed synced done. Now I'm going to open up my terminal and I'll hope everything works out. I'll restart the entire thing and we still have an error. What is the error? Well, I'm just going to console log this error over here. Let's restart it. And if we open up the terminal over here, we see value.toIsoString is not a function. So this has to do with something that's present over here. So I found the issue for this, and the issue is actually quite interesting. And the issue is that we have due@at over here that's overridden, but we also have to override created at and updated at, which we totally forgot about. Because at the top, when we were doing post slash, we only did due at because created at and updated at were directly decided by the database or by the server. But in our case, for sync, it is already decided beforehand because the user has already posted beforehand. So we need to override created at and updated at as well. So we are going to have created at new date t dot created at, and the same thing goes for updated at. So we have updated at new date t dot updated at. Okay, so with this, hopefully we are done. So I'm just going to restart the entire server, and as we can see, there's no error. And if I open up my terminal, it says synced done. Now if I restart my iPhone simulator, you'll notice that this is empty. So the data was gone from our SQLite database. Now if I go back to my server, you'll notice that we have an error over here. Values must be called with at least one value. And that's because we are calling the database or the backend for no reason over here. So over here, when we have unsynced tasks, get unsynced task, even though this unsynced task is now empty, we're still calling this. So we want to avoid it. So what we can do is if unsynced tasks dot is not empty, only then do we want to do it. Otherwise, if it is empty, then we are going to return from this function. We don't want to do anything else further. Okay. So now if I restart, nothing happens. And as you can see, no more errors over here, only the one error that was there earlier. Also, if we want to see the data, if it is stored in the database or not, we can see that there's new task and new task with a description over here. So everything was stored correctly. And as soon as we went online, everything was shifted to the backend. So that's great. That's the offline first application we were talking about. Let's test it in full action now. What I'm going to do is switch off my Wi-Fi. I'm also going to switch off my backend. So nothing is called. Now, if we restart the entire thing, we're still on my tasks. That's great. And if I switch around, maybe on 30th, I see this. Now what I'm going to do is create a new task. The new task is scheduled for, let's say, January 31st. It's a reminder to me that there's New Year. Otherwise, I'll obviously totally forget about it. Also, I'll set myself a reminder that I need to wish everyone Happy New Year. So I'll go to the accent, I'll switch on this purple color and click submit. As you can see, task was added successfully. Now if I go to December and I want to go to the 31st, well, 31st December is apparently Tuesday. Here we have New Year. Now I'll also add another task here. Let's say for 31st December again, that I need to do something. And let's just say I want to eat. So I want to eat good food on New Year and also set some resolutions I will definitely follow. Then I'll have purple shade, click on submit, the task was added successfully. So 2 tasks now, okay? Now I'm just going to refresh the entire application. I'm going to switch on my Wi-Fi and the backend is still closed. Remember that. So if I restart the entire thing, well, no connection to the backend. So it's still fetching the SQLite database stuff. Now I'm going to switch on my backend, Docker Compose up. Now I'm going to restart the entire thing. And as you can see, synced done. As soon as we went online, the syncing was done. And if I open up my PostgreSQL database, I'm going to see stuff. So let's see it. I'm going to scroll down and we have 34 rows. And these are our new tasks that we just added, New Year and eat. Perfect. So with this, we have completed the offline first logic. Now there's another step you can follow, and I'll leave this up to you. And that is, what if the user just doesn't open the app ever after going offline? We still need to sync stuff, right? Because what if the user goes offline, after adding a new task, it is not in our PostgreSQL database, it is just on the phone, and maybe the phone drops. So the data is gone forever. Well, we don't want our user to lose their data. And this is why we can add another step in this offline first approach, which is to use Work Manager plugin or any sort of plugin that runs in the background and sync tasks periodically. So maybe every 7 days or every other day or every 15 minutes, if you want, it will go and update the database. We have all the components for it. We just need to know how to use Work Manager and we're good. If you want to see that, let me know in the comment section and I can make a video on it. For the final part of this course, let's just go ahead and recap whatever we've done for offline first application. So on our client side, that is the front-end application, the Flutter application, what we do is the user press the login button or the sign up button or whatever. Now, once the user logs in, that time what we're doing is storing the data in both SQLite and even in the remote Postgres database. Okay. Now, as soon as the user is logged in, we are displaying a bunch of tasks. And to get those tasks, what we are doing is first contacting the Postgres database that, hey, give us all the data that is present in your database related to this user. Now, if this connection is proper, it will be displayed on the user screen and all the tasks will appear. But what if this task fails. Well, if this task fails, we cannot display the data that's coming over here. So what we do is go to our fallback option, and that is the local SQLite database. So what we do is try to fetch the data that's stored in the SQLite database. Now you might say that the data present in SQLite is empty, right? Well, we're going to do just that, right? So first the user needs to be connected to the internet. So when they log in, they're connected to the internet, and that's the only way they can log in, because we need to confirm that on the backend. Now, whenever the user logs in, all the data is fetched from the Postgres database. So it's displayed on the client, and while it is being displayed on the client, it is also stored in the local SQLite database. So our fallback option has all the data stored over here. So just in case whenever the user goes offline, the data is still stored. And now let's say the user closes their app, comes back, and now they're offline. So what we'll do is again try to fetch the data from Postgres database. This fails. So we try to fetch the data from SQLite database, and this time all the data will show up. Now, what if the user decides to add a new task? So if they add a new task and put in all the options that are required, then what we're going to do is try to upload it to remote Postgres database. If the internet connection is not present, or if something just goes wrong on our backend database, what we're going to do is store it in the SQLite database. And now another task is added. Now these are all the tasks that were present with the code of one, that they're synced with the database, because all of that data that's present over here had come from the Postgres database. So it's present in the Postgres database. That is why the code of one, that everything is synced. But this task that we newly added, it's going to be of the type of 0. And it is of the type of 0 because it's not added to the Postgres database. We stored it over here only because the Postgres database told us that there's some error. Either the connection was not there or the backend is just completely down. So here we have our local database. And now let's say we added another task. It will be stored over here. And as soon as this internet connection is back, what's going to happen is connectivity plus package is going to run. And then it will fetch all the tasks from the SQLite database. It will take those tasks and push it to the remote Postgres database. So along with these tasks that were already present, we have 2 more tasks added. And this 0 will be converted to a 1 because they're also synced with our Postgres database now. And let's say while updating the data from SQLite to Postgres database, some error occurs. That time what's going to happen is the 0 is not going to convert to 1. It only converts to 1 when we get a positive indication from the backend that everything went well. So this will still be 0 in case of an error, and the next time we get internet connection or something, it will again try to push it. So that part is done. And as I said before, if you want to run this not when the internet connection is there, but when the user's app is in the background and when the internet connection is back online, then we can use the Work Manager plugin. And if you want a tutorial on that, let me know and I'll definitely make one on it. So that was it for the tutorial. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.